Pretty much flat to start here this morning for both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. We're just popping back into positive territory coming off. Bit of a rebound on Friday, if you remember. We got back to basically break even as well to end the week. A ton of critical data coming up this week in the form of consumer prices and producer prices, both the CPI print and PPI print to come. The market obviously closely watching CPI more so than PPI. Meanwhile, a few things moving around here this morning to kick things off. I just saw this one, Tesla as well, just getting back to positive on the morning, trying to hold on to $200 quietly. You can no longer buy the rear wheel drive version or the cheapest version of the Cybertruck. Elon removing that from the website. So no more orders being taken. There was an engineer, I saw there was one note this morning saying an engineer had confirmed that the model itself has been discontinued. So they've gone to the $100,000 version of the Cybertruck as the entry-level version of the Cybertruck now. So, I mean, they had over 1 million orders for this thing, and I guess that was enough.
I still haven't been in one, Brendo.
Yeah.
Despite my best efforts.
I saw my second one, actually, a couple
saw it on the road?
Yeah, I've seen a couple now.
Still haven't seen, saw Rivian this morning, still haven't seen a Cybertruck in the wild, but yeah, good look for Tesla. Elon Musk obviously doing stuff over the weekend with respect to Twitter, so we'll keep eyes on that. Obviously, separately, Starbucks today getting a nice nod from Starboard Value. They're looking at getting activist in there. We saw Elliott Management take a stake in that company last month, Brendo. They want to get a board seat.
Yeah, nice pop after the close for that one. We'll have a look at that coming up. Disney moving around here this morning, making some announcements on the weekend for both the theme parks and cruise lines. So not a lot of volume behind this, but Disney, a bit of a pullback right now, coming back into $86. More importantly, I feel like it's been a while since we've all been here, but Sean is back. Good to have him back. Good morning, guys.
We're back. Is the mic on, though?
Is it, though?
Is the mic on, though? The mic is on. Welcome. Yeah, thank you, everybody, for tuning in once again. Is this a new AAPL?
This is the new, wow. It's actually a special
Why? And
one.
I said when I came back, I said I need, first of all, I hear some feedback
I'm hearing some weird
up
stuff.
in here. Yeah. Is that I need more. The best thing about me leaving was, first of all, probably much higher quality show. The second thing would have been, obviously, the fact that the markets were insane. And so I said, like, I missed
a little bit
the worst day in 2 years, the best day in 2 years, and I come back to read that it was the greatest trading week pretty much since anybody can remember. So I need more vacation time to give more traders like yourself and everybody around here as much opportunity as possible.
Every day was pretty. Day was a pretty positive day, I think, for most traders, and there was really big opportunities. What's crazy? The craziest thing about it was on Friday, you were just Friday morning, you were pretty much already sitting at the previous week's close levels. It was just like nothing had happened, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, the crazy dip buying opportunities that you had." But really, if you didn't dip buy Monday morning right away.
Yeah, I see some of those prices.
Yeah, it was.
Well, you could have bought Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Well, I just mean the crazy bottoms. It was 5, 10 minutes.
It was $22. Where's my hat?
That's what I'm saying. It was.
Now you're above. It's right here.
Okay.
Now it's above $30.
Obi brought it out, so I'm pretty sure it should be.
But yeah, fish and chips we had.
Bangers and mash, though.
Bangers and mash.
There you go.
Everything, man. We had proper afternoon tea at the British National Museum there.
No accent though.
Had the crumpets. Yeah, we just had proper tea.
There you go.
You know? Yeah, not much accents. Not much accents.
What? That's how you say it.
But yeah, and then right back to another baseball tournament all weekend, and then a baseball tonight, and more baseball. So yeah, that's why the voice still can never recover. So jet lag, what's that? I was there for 4 days, came back, went immediately the next day, and played a couple of games in Oakville, so it was fun. But yeah, Palantir over $30. We like that one. Apple 217. Apple's still staying real strong. I'm thinking about selling some of these tech names because I don't know. Whenever you get this kind of volatility, the market's not healthy. I mean, that's the thing. It's like getting these little fevers, right, up and down, and I just feel that little bit of worriness in this market, especially now through earnings. So we'll see. I feel lucky to come back to the NASDAQ's where it is. It could be a lot lower, I feel like.
Yeah, it could have been much worse. The VIX was on watch. We were talking about the VIX, emergency rate cuts people were talking about last week this time.
Yeah.
And halt down levels, all that good stuff. But the VIX just absolutely chilled out in a big way. Like it was, we're actually breaking right back underneath where all of this mess started from, like the previous Friday. And it'll be on watch. Like if you get some spikes, there could be something, but this was a pretty decent indicator. I think when it was trending back in, it was pretty easy to sort of hold on to longs unless you got something crazy. So volatility in the markets is there, but the VIX spike and then right back into nothing. We get some retail earnings this week. That should be a heck of a lot of fun. And there's a lot of key levels out there, especially 60,000 Bitcoin. So the 60,000 level, support to resistance, it's kind of chilling at resistance. Watch some Coinbase 200 today if we can get above 60,000.
All right, a few things to touch on here this morning. I was just noting top to bottom. So if you go back to the highs, all-time highs on the NASDAQ, I mean, this is just the Qs, but top to bottom, 15% round trip here on this pullback. Again, from the NASDAQ, S&P ended up being just shy of 10. So we didn't even get to a correction territory for the S&P 500. I mean, will we see lower prices? Who knows, possibly. But as of right now, looks like we're starting to hold here. 450 coming into play. BTC as well, moving around significantly here this morning, flirting with 60,000 after a bit of a pullback to end last week.
And we saw net outflows going on Friday, even though on basically till Thursday, Brenda, we had seen net inflows come in both to IBI or the BTC spot ETF as well as the ETH. Now on Friday, we saw net flows out of both. So ETFs for BTC lost about $90 million. ETH much less at about 15.5. The open interest here, though, on Bitcoin is becoming a little worrisome. The surge in the open interest suggests possible market volatility coming for this asset. So we'll have to keep an eye on crypto today.
Yeah, the move in some of the ETFs, very similar here this morning, where we are pulling back a little bit here on IBIT to start. But I mean, the bottom end of the range seems to be holding here, guys, for crypto-related stocks right across the board.
Yeah, it's looking pretty. It's looking pretty good, but then everything bounced and is looking pretty good after last week in a comparative sense. And as mentioned, the 60,000 level, it's obviously going to be a bit of a big one here for BTC. So we have to push through it. And what that provides you with is a bit of an opportunity. Now, CleanSpark had their earnings last week. Mara is diddling in the middle. Don't know how much I like this one as a trade. Like it's down 3.5%, kind of sitting right in the middle of no man's land. However, as I mentioned just a second ago or a couple minutes ago, Coin last week, same high, more or less every single time, right in here, like 198.5, 199. You go right to the previous Friday close level. There's so many stocks out there that kind of got to those Friday highs, and then you have a pretty clear held resistance all week long or broke it out. Like Apple's the example of something that broke it out and looks really strong. NVIDIA is an example of something that didn't get past those highs. Well, Coinbase is another one of those. So when I look at BTC, if we're able to get above that 60,000 and trend above, all you did is wipe out bottom like everything else, hold a higher low support, and you're trying to break back out this top here. So you still have 200. And I probably said exactly the same thing on Friday, but then it got to 200 without breaking it again. So it's a pretty clean level for Coinbase here. Don't necessarily see anything I love on Mara. And that one's it's just a little weaker overall. So I'd rather be looking at Coin. And yes, Daryl Flinch, shout out to Rai Benjamin in the Olympics. The American, who, by the way, was born in Antigua. And if you have not seen the 400-meter men's and women's hurdles in the Olympics, that is worth, there's so many things that were amazing in the Olympics, but unbelievable, both the men's and women's 400-meter hurdles. And the Americans took them both, and it's absolutely epic. There's a stat, and this is the craziest stat.
Yeah.
In the women's 400-meter hurdles, Sydney McLaughlin, she lined up in the semifinals. And the commentator said during the semifinals, her personal best in the 400-meter hurdles is faster than all of her competitors in this race in the 400 without the hurdles. That's how much better she is than world-class women. She's the most dominant track athlete since Usain Bolt. No, I don't care about Sydney McLaughlin. She's an absolute McLaughlin Lavergne is what you're supposed to say. But I love the Olympics. It was amazing. Even that, I don't know, have you seen any of the clips of the breakdancing?
I can't watch that.
I died.
I can't. I was watching. I'm like this. Even though Canada won, I'm just like, honestly, I cannot watch this.
You saw the Australian one?
And then the fact that, honestly, I really like Snoop Dogg, and I'm not trying to say that there's nothing wrong with this guy being there. You know, he was paid $500,000 a day to be there.
You got paid $500,000 a day?
To be there. Yeah, exactly.
A day?
Yeah, a day. No, it's great, man. I mean, I'm loving the
day?
guy. I ain't turning that down.
No, I mean,
but when I found that out, I'm like, oh, no wonder this guy's here pumping it up. Yeah, good for him. I mean, that's what you got to do. I mean, whatever Paris wants to do, they're going to do.
I got a good kick out of the break.
We'll see. I'll be at the 2028 Olympics. 50 bucks a day. I'll go there. All right. So yeah, no, I'm looking here at Bitcoin. Same kind of thing here. This $50,000 drop, that was a flash in the bucket there. I said we had 20,000 round trip in a week. We were 70,000 down to 49,000 in a week, 7 days. And then a monster rally back. This shows me that there is some strength here in Bitcoin, honestly. It obviously shows that when they want to sell it and there's those worries, we saw the spike up in the VIX. I mean, if we're going to talk about risky assets, there's lots of things you could trade out there that are very, very risky, and Bitcoin might be right up there. But at the end of the day, I feel like, and what I wrote down here today on the sticky note is now out, is that like Bitcoin breaking through 60,000, like we're trying to get there. I feel like that next level is 63. And then I really feel like you just go right back up to the top here. This is not something that's going to be affected by earnings reports or anything like that. It's that whole global crash, that whole worriness of the surprise rate hikes and all this kind of stuff that comes through. I think Bitcoin is kind of on an island by itself right now. I like it a lot. Like I didn't do any shopping at all besides on the streets of London, but not in stocks or anything, but I really think this is a great level here, 55,000 for Bitcoin. So I want to watch a 60K break and see if we can trade that through one of the instruments, whether or not it be Coinbase, whether or not it be, I don't want to, ETHE is not, I mean, that hasn't been as well received here at Ethereum, I noticed. Wait a minute, it's not ETHE.am anymore. Oh, is it still over here? Oh, yeah, it must be.
It's still
over there. So this hasn't had the comeback, obviously, that Bitcoin has, but still not too bad from $20 up to $22. So, there's some love over there, but I prefer Bitcoin. I think the stability over there is something that to be appreciated. I'd like to talk to maybe Michael Noss about that. He'll be on, I believe, tonight with me as well, and hopefully on soon.
Yes, sir.
About the relative strength there in Bitcoin, if there is any at all.
Mention tax.
Let's touch on a couple of things here. I was going to mention, we're talking about Tesla. I was going to mention Rivian. You saw Rivian on the weekend. This morning. Yeah. There was a couple of things we discussed back on Friday. This thing got hit pretty hard when the overall market bounced nicely into the weekend. I mean, it wasn't a huge move, but definitely positive. $14 here if you zoom out on Rivian ends up being support. Going back to the end of the week, but we've round-tripped that huge move from Thursday now.
It was interesting when they reported last week, Breno, because we got some more details about the looks of their balance sheet, and they're burning through cash aggressively. The only thing that kind of saved them here was the deal with Volkswagen, the joint venture, which had the effect of injecting about $1 billion. Still $4 more billion apparently left from that deal that's going to come in. We're going to have to see how that works out because the two sides didn't really jive on what the partnership was. Rivian saying, no, this is going to be more of just a software operations thing. Volkswagen was thinking no more battery sharing technology, propulsion system technology sharing, and they weren't really on the same wavelength with that.
Yeah, remember we were discussing that roadshow. They were going out on a month-long roadshow to promote the new models that were coming up back on Thursday, I think it was, that came out that helped that rally for Rivian. Lucid as well also had that funding note going back to the end of the week. Another, what was it, $2.5 billion, I think, coming Lucid's way. So EVs definitely worth a watch here, guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously Tesla front and center almost every single day as a trading stock, but it's worth mentioning Rivian, that round trip from the Thursday move. Like so many stocks, when we talk about this, that broke out above that, the bottom got made, and then you had that Friday close, and you broke out above. Rivian did its best effort almost every single day to try to get above the $15 level where it closed last Friday, and fail. Like, I think it was like 5 or 6, was that 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know, 5 times the stock failed was 15, maybe even 6 times it failed a 15 breakout. So if this gets up to 15, like, that's the zone. I think it's a pop and fade. I marked this off like a lower high just in case it stays weak at 14.5. But yeah, not a great. It wasn't a bad week for any stock that got off the Monday lows. That's kind of a weird. You can't really call it bad when this was $13 and now it's at 14. But the amount of times, specifically Rivian at that $15, where it just couldn't get out and above it, clearly you had some sellers there the entire week. If they step down, look 14.5. If it gets back up to 15, until it breaks out from there, I'm looking for fades on Rivian at that $15 level this week. Probably didn't give it enough credence. Things felt a lot bullish after Monday, so it wasn't always the first thing you were looking to do to be short some of these things. But yeah, that 15 on Rivian, that to me has got to be a sell zone after what we saw.
Yeah, speaking of the devil here, as Randy's coming back in.
Sweet.
Oh, wow, 3.
Look at that. Is that yours?
For yourself as well, I hope.
All right.
All right, cheers.
Cheers, my friend.
We were talking about cars there. It's always like right at this time.
He knows.
Cheers.
It's like, I think Brendan maybe knows, or we just always have a habit of talking EVs at 8:45.
about this
I have
time.
no idea. Oh, sweet. Oh, look at that. And he comes bearing gifts.
Wow. This one from before. Thank you, Randy.
Sweet.
It was jolly, man. I just told him we had the afternoon tea. We went on the double-decker bus there. We did the hop on, hop off.
Did you go to Dirty Dick's?
I didn't even see the Dirty Dicks.
Oh, come on.
No, I didn't. I didn't look for it.
It's right in Whitehall.
Oh, look, we were everywhere. It was fantastic. The walk around there is fantastic. I mean, all the little pubs
You
there.
got to look left, though, eh?
So much food. Chinatown is right there. The best part about looking left is you look down and it tells you what to do on the street.
Yes.
It was genius. I almost got run over about 4 or 5 times, and then it said at the bottom, look right, look left. So I was like, perfect, boom. But do not jaywalk in London if you don't know what you're doing there, because it is insane.
You'd be flattered.
There, yeah, Marissa almost lost her a couple times. It would not have been fantastic.
That would.
It would have not been fantastic. But the price of everything, like unbelievable. So it was 2. We went to Gordon Ramsay's Street Burger one day because Rob recommended it. It was really good, and the burgers aren't that bad. 18 pounds for a burger and fries, which is well, you come here, you go to a burger place.
Yeah,
a Big Mac combo's $18, right? This was fine. With that and a beer each was 99 Canadian. Yeah, expensive times. Because each pound is $1.90.
Yeah.
Each pound is $1.90 Canadian. So I met up with Adam there, and I forgot to tell him when he comes here, he's coming here he wants to do dinner with all of us. Wives, everything.
Sweet.
I recommended Rodney's, Neil.
I am seconding
because
that.
I was like, I know one way we can get Neil out based on his broken Achilles.
I'll be fine by then, man.
Right, you'll be fine by then. And then we were going to go to Rodney's, and we wanted to make sure that Randy got the invite.
Well, Randy.
So the end of
Everyone wants to see
September,
you.
I believe, Randy.
Yes. I'll be walking by the end of. Okay, well, I should.
We went on the River Thames there on a boat cruise. It was crazy. Up to Greenwich. Saw the O2, where the Olympics and all that stuff. That huge stadium that has the spikes coming out of it. London's great. Smell you later.
Smell you later.
Speak of that. I was wondering what that was.
I can't believe you still have this.
Yeah.
I was like, you can't touch it. Always like, I'm like, no, you don't want to eat that. It's been out for like forever. Got to have the.
I was going to just talk about Tesla, but I mean, it's not that much. We have Michael Noss just waiting there, and I appreciate everybody in the chat there. They love this kind of stuff. I mean, this is what we bring here at Trader TV Live, this banter and hopefully fun times. Okay, so there's still this gap that has to get filled. I think it gets filled today, and I actually really like the long. There was so much stuff that, like I have written on here, Amazon, Robinhood, Apple, XOM, Bitcoin, but like Palantir should be on the sticky note. Tesla should probably be on it as well right now. Barring any news coming out today that's negative, if this market can go and Tesla will take 200, I mean, you're right there right now. I know we're red on Tesla right now. We're flat on the day, but the Nasdaq's trying to be here. Look, you can go the other way too. I don't know long or short. Let's figure out what this week's going to be. I mean, who knows? But this little break right here of 203 seems like we can easily cover that back up to 207, 208. So I think that's a break that we have to take. So that's something to look at, especially if this NASDAQ wants to go. And I think we'll be able to tell early enough if Tesla wants to make that move. So for me, I'm going to be looking at a Tesla long, probably through that 203, 204 area. But let's see if the market gives it to us. There's still 40 minutes.
Lots of time.
40 minutes to go. So, all right, we'll go back over to the desk.
Michael Noss with us to kick things off in a brand new week to talk about gaps and specifically how to find when specific gaps, not only in the market, but individual names could potentially fill. Mr. Noss, give us some knowledge.
Yeah, and this is a new way to look at gaps. So usually I come to you guys around this time on earnings season, and I have some really strong names that are holding very well, and after some sort of earnings gap or news gap, and we look for that gap continuation. But as I've been talking about with all the market craziness and turmoil, and the election seasonality, which basically says that we should be choppy from now until the election's over in November, I'm more of a buy the dip, sell the rip kind of guy for the next few months. I think less of buying breakouts and trend continuations as the market is more volatile. I think it's better suited to be somebody who's playing a little bit of that volatility, buying names as they're coming in, and then selling names as they're popping up. So the first chart I have here on ELF is just an example. Sorry, I added that one late, so it should be one above. And if it's not there, that's fine. No, so sorry, that was my bad anyway. But we'll just talk about it quickly. This is a good one as well. I had an example of something that was winning, but the idea behind a gap fill is that what you're doing, as opposed to the stocks that have gapped up and they're holding and they're breaking to new highs, the psychology behind that being that people are willing to chase up the new price and they're trying to push higher as the stock is moving higher. When you have something like a gap fill, basically what you're doing is you're saying that the people who miss the initial gap, so say I there's a stock at $10 and it gaps up to 12, and I wanted that stock, but I wanted to wait for the earnings to come out. I may then wait to see if it comes back to 11 or 10.50 or even $10 a share in order to buy it at that original price that I like. So we're looking for two things to happen. One is the gap to fill, and then two, we're waiting to see if that gap holds and it actually acts as support, and then we can use that level as a way to buy. Again, more of a revision to the mean kind of strategy, a pullback strategy, and less of the breakout strategies that I play very often. So the first chart I have here, I think, is a perfect example. In VNRO, this is a lower cap. It's under $1 billion. I'm sorry, MNRO, lower cap, under $1 billion company, but you can see it gapped up and had a strong reaction to earnings. That big green candle, the vertical yellow line is how we denote earnings on the Trade Ideas platform. And we had that nice, strong gap. And then we've pulled back in and we filled the gap perfectly. So now we have 3 days in a row where we have a bottoming tail at that gap. So what I'm looking to see is if I can get any strength today, I know exactly where my stop loss will be. It'll be under that gap fill. If that fails and we start to trade much lower than this, then it's going to be time to go out. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to take a bet that the people who missed that initial gap are very excited that it has come back to that price, and they're going to use that price to start buying on this gap that originally missed. It gapped from, say, $26 or so up to 30 and then ran to 32, and now it's back to around $26. So I'm hoping the people go, oh great, this stock that I loved gapped without me, and now I'm going right there. So again, we want to see that strength, and then we have a good stop loss in that area. So that's the game plan. We have a scan for this, obviously, as I'm presenting it to you. It's a new one that we've built. You can reach out to me on Twitter. My Twitter's right on the screen there, and I can get you the scan, or you can email info@trade-ideas.com, and we can get you access to this as well. Now, next one here is Coursera, C-O-U-R, a company that I actually use quite a bit when I'm trying to learn something new. Really, really strong gap. The stock in Coursera has been beaten up. You can see on the monthly chart in the lower left-hand corner for a long time. But it gapped all the way from about, say, $7-8 a share up to 12 or 13, so a massive gap of almost 50%. It's come back in, it's filled that gap. Again, we're going to wait a couple days and we're going to watch these to see if the market thinks that this is an opportunity to buy the dip. Again, if it just continues lower, then it's going to be time to move on, but could be a good price for this dip buy. Next one here is QS, which is Quantum Scope. One thing I like about this one is it has a 16, almost 17% short float on this name. And again, a massive gap. We're talking from $5. It ran to 10 in that initial spike and has now come down. So we're seeing, again, do people say, oh, I think this could go back to that $10, so I'm going to look to bid on some of it here. The boxes I'm drawing are just highlighting the entire gap. So the low of that gap, if that ends up breaking and we close significantly below that, that's where we're wrong and it's time to get out. Last but not least here, we have VNDA, which is a low float pharmaceutical company, so always be careful on those. This one actually is a good example of what happened last time. It gapped from $5 and it gapped all the way up to about $7, came back to that $5, and you can see it had a nice little push back up and over $6, and now it's back there again. So the question is, will this hold a second time? And if it does, I like this kind of better because now you're combining a gap fill with a potential double bottom and an area of support. So these kind of plays, I will admit, are more outside of my wheelhouse than, buying very, very strong names. In this case, we're buying some weaker names that we hope have earning surprises. I just think, again, based off what we've seen in the market and based off the seasonality around the election season, it's going to be a good time to adapt, and it's going to be a time to, maybe step outside your comfort zone a bit, buy stocks as they're pulling in, sell stocks as they're ripping, instead of going for these, trend home runs when the wind's not at our back to do that.
It's the simpler, more basic ideas that are just more market structure than anything that can give you these opportunities. A good time to find a lot of holes and gaps in charts coming off of what happened at the beginning of last week as well. We did get a nice recovery in individual names, but great stuff. Michael Noss back with us on the recap after the close tonight. We'll see you then.
I'll talk to you tonight.
Sir, thank you, Michael. So that should be a lot of fun. And what's interesting about that QS is, it's got a short float, so looking for a bounce on that can always make sense. But as a day trader, it cuts both ways. That support, the first thing I saw is, it could also just flat bottom break. It holds and you get a bounce. Maybe it does that same thing it did the last earnings, which is pull all the way back in, giving you a retrace halfway, 6 to 8. Or if it does break down, that gives you maybe a trend back into $5. I think that's a good level in either direction. You just got to wait for something to happen. You can't just sit there saying, oh, it's going to bounce, let's just go long every day. Or, if it never bounces, you're sitting there just in a position for no point. So when it breaks away from that price, QS is definitely something that can get going. Worth it in either way. Like if I see this breaking down or maybe there's a big market flush or something, you like those flat bottom breaks just as well. And never ignore that 16.5 short float. All you need is a reason to go squeezing sometimes.
Yeah, I was going to say, Michael taught me never really to catch a falling knife or anything like that, and that one looks like that to me, QS. So I'm going to stay away from that. I remember trading that in the 30s and 40s. Actually was pretty much live on the show when it broke a level there. It was way back, and I remember getting out of it in the swing accounts, and since then it's been kind of a nightmare. I was still looking at Tesla. I'm trying to flow through a couple different ideas here. Me and Neil were just talking. Obviously, unless you were sitting here, to try to get some of these prices that happened last Monday, pretty intense. Uber was $57, and then you could have still got $60 on Tuesday. You could have got 63 on Wednesday. You could have got 65. So you got 66. You got 67, 68. And now you're starting to go higher here on Uber. I really like this idea, man. Uber's everywhere. Again, it was in London here. They had the Uber boats there on the Thames, River Thames. We actually took those. That was fantastic, the Uber boats. Why Toronto doesn't have Uber boats like those clippers? Honestly, It'll happen. So stupid. We have lineups for days on those stupid ferries to go across, and it's like you're herding cattle in through there. It's ridiculous, and there's not even that many taxis. And meanwhile, I'm going over there to London. It's like you just hey, cheerio, and you just grab a little water cab there. It's pretty easy. But anyways, Uber. I really like Uber, so I think this could be a name to look out for. Again, a name going the complete opposite way of that QuantumScape. This name going out and breaking higher. So I think this 65, 66 area right into here looks good enough to me if we get some dip buys. But if you're looking for breakouts, I feel like there's better ones we've talked about. But this up here at 69.50 going back into last month, second last week, 23rd here, into last month. These are some decent levels here as well. So I feel like Uber has a good chance to get going on the day. So 0.16 now for Uber. I think there's higher highs coming in this name. I like the stock. Adara has a few other names for us at the screen.
Sir.
3 of last week's earnings names actually kicking off the upgrade side of things today. HSBC Securities upgrading Take-Two Interactive. We have Eli Lilly getting an upgrade from Deutsche Bank. We know they had quite a few positive analyst notes last week as well. So LLY, one to watch here. We have Robinhood as well getting an upgrade from Piper Sandler. And last but not least on the upgrade side, Mondelez getting an upgrade here from Goldman Sachs. On the downgrade side, Qualcomm here down about 1.5% with this upgrade. This downgrade, from Wolf Research. Piedmont getting a downgrade from Macquarie. We have Bright House Financial being downgraded by Wells Fargo. And last but not least, EchoStar getting a downgrade from JP Morgan Chase. A few names of note here, guys.
You're excited about that, Eli Lilly. Adara, I'm sure that will be a trade at some point. Adara trading that all last week.
Did you buy
big $900 level that got held onto on Eli Lilly. I think it's not always the obvious day trading pick, but man, earnings continuation plays on earnings have been a thing, and this was a good one. I mean, Shopify was good last week. I'm talking about earnings continuations. Palantir was good for earnings continuation, and a couple of others. And the trend has just been so clean on this one. It could be taken out that 910 at some point here today. You're just clearing it out. That 888 is gone from last week. I think that would be an interesting zone for a dip buy, previous resistance. Eli seems primed to try to retake some of those highs up there.
Yeah, that's a great stock. Hey, what's up, Brendo? All right, just real quickly, I had Robinhood on here. I like the stock. They had a great quarter last week. When I was sitting there last week and getting in trouble for looking at stocks and whatnot, Robinhood had a great quarter. I thought that it was about time to get maybe in and start to buy some of this, especially if crypto is going to go. There is crypto obviously trading on Robinhood. They always do talk about it. Breakout again here. I like this stock, upgraded today. As Adara just mentioned. So if we're going to look at Robinhood, I wrote down 1850 as a break. So that's right here, looking to go higher. Why not? So here's the 20-minute chart. Here's 1850. This goes again back to last week. Let's see if we can break that, right? Let's get going. So I like Robinhood. I think you do it. You get up to $20 before you have to really worry about it. I think it's a great swing trade. I think there's some great opportunities here with Robinhood today, taking out 1850 to the long side. So for me, that is a stamp of approval and hopefully a smoking trade that will eventually bring down some of this. Fingers crossed. You never know what's going to happen here with trading, but I do like that one. And again, thank you for the nice comments in the chat. I'll be back here for a while now, I think. I don't know the next time I have some days off. Brendan has a couple of days off coming.
Brendan's gone for
Brendan's gone for, I think
he's a couple
4 months. Oh, a couple weeks.
You know what? When we go back to the desk, Brendan should tell everyone his plans. I am off on Wednesday, but that's because I'm moving into the last cast before the air cast.
Nice.
So it's not the last cast, but I get a cast for 2 weeks at the fifth with the 90-degree angle, and then then if that goes well, I'm in an air cast. And once I'm in an air cast, the rehab starts and I got to get walking again. That's what it's all about. I just want to be moving, man. But Brandon, where are you going on vacation for 2 weeks that everyone's going to be jealous about?
I'm sorry. Let's jump right into the market here. We're laughing at Elon, so we'll talk about it. But coming up.
I'm ready to go, Brendo. All right, 53.70, guys. That's where we close out on Friday. We're really working our way up into that 5,400 area, but that's not where we're looking to encounter resistance. Funny enough, the double bottom that we have here as a possible area of resistance is at 54.50. So let's see if we can clear 5,400 first. If we can, we're looking right at that 54.50 area. To support, we're looking at 53.25. That is the consolidation area top from last week.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you go down to the description of this video and look for the link for the watch list. Enter your email address. You get that sent right to your inbox every single day for absolutely nothing. It's free. Go do it right now. Let's talk Tesla. Top of the list this morning. It's not really doing a heck of a lot, but interesting story. Quietly over the weekend, Tesla removed the base model Cybertruck from the website. So you can no longer order the cheapest version, the rear-wheel drive version of the Cybertruck. That was the one that was $60 US. So the base version that you can now buy or order is $100,000 USD.
Yeah, Brendo, and it's a lot more expensive on this side of the border. We got the pricing last week as finally deliveries on this side of the border are starting to come in. You're seeing that on social media as well, or people are starting to sell their spot in line for the Cybertruck, $2,000 or $3,000 depending. We'll have to keep an eye and see if this moves markets.
Any thoughts, guys, for Tesla coming up today?
Last week, after the big bounce that we saw on Monday, on Tuesday, had a stop order for a long break on Tesla that never happened through 04. And then Wednesday was set up the exact same way. The only difference was on Thursday and Friday, it just never got close to it. But we're right back above the 200 level, we're at the $200 level. So it's just the same thing as last week. You had the big recovery. You never broke through that resistance that held the entire week here on Tesla. So if it goes this time, just want to be long. So I think it's going to be relatively simple when we come to the chart for this one, Fabian. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it breaks 04. It's got to go. And the good is this is like the Apple one, where if you broke last week's high, you had room till the previous Friday close. So there's like a gap fill in there at 08. With Apple, it was 214 break, and there was room to 220 for a bit of a gap fill. And I think it's a similar thing here with Tesla. You've got the 204 from last week, and then you have a nice quick little like $4 range right until the previous week's close. So that we'll be looking at for Tesla, but it never broke last week and sat there waiting for it to do so. Hopefully we get it this week. And as I said, the other EV name that I would be looking at, I shouldn't say worth looking at, it's just, if we have a strong day and Rivian wants to get back to 15, seemingly there was a lot of selling being done at that price and a lot of fail breaks at 15. If we see that price again, I'm looking for a reversion on Rivian. It's just, I think that was one of the missed opportunities last week was some of the stocks that recovered and then just had waves of selling. And this was a clear one. Like it would break 15 and trap people and then flush back in. So Rivian would be a sell if we see 15.
Oh, man. Yeah. So we're lucky enough to get out some Rivian at 18 in the PA, which was nice. Okay. So right here, I already talked about this earlier when Randy was here, surprised us and came as soon as we started talking about Tesla. But this 203 break, I think I like the stock here. The only problem is, and I just kept saying that, we still have a little bit of time to go, but we're still flat on this name. Market's a little bit up. I would have liked this a little bit better if we were a little closer to 203. So let's just see if it gets going. I mean, the fact that Tesla can move is an understatement. I mean, we've seen this name even just on Friday, right? 196 bottom, opens up 196. By the time 10 o'clock hits, you're up to 201-ish. So that's $5 right there, right? Immediately. I think we could get $3 early, then go that extra $2. But it does fall back in and give you a lot of opportunities. Every single day, there's movements on Tesla right off the open, right? I mean, I wasn't even here to look at this, but there's 196 down to 192 on Thursday, right? This morning here, again, the same kind of move right off the open, 200 up to 204. So that's kind of that level there that we're talking about before hitting that and then dropping down $6 or $7. So very, very violent opens for Tesla. But if you can get it right and the day will carry, then I think I like the stock. To be more safe with this play, though, if you really want to get it, because 203 is not here now. That was a play that I thought we could hit during the pre-market. Doesn't look like it wants to get there. So if you want to be right on this, you could just get a lot more aggressive and take this area right here, 201. I think a 201 pre-market break now, I think, is in play for Tesla. And then you could use a 199 bottom. So it's $2 worth of risk. So if your risk is $300, you take 100 shares or so, risk it with some slippage, judge it like that. Because I think $2 upside comes easier than $2 downside for Tesla if we break 201.
We're never going to go bankrupt. So.
Yeah, good point.
Robinhood, guys, back to the upside here this morning. I just saw a note here. Jeff Pinner just announced as new Chief Technology Officer at Hood. So a little bit of a volume alert just went off there for Hood, gapping higher this morning. Pretty good week last week for Robinhood across the board, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let's talk some crypto, as we said early on. Trying to get back higher here for some of these ETFs. Bitcoin already back to the upside. Big week last week gets it back to around that 60K mark.
Yeah, Brendo, there was a net outflows, as I mentioned at the top of the show on Friday for both the BTC spot ETF and ETH. BTC saw about $90 million flow out of that, with the most coming out of the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, likely because of fees. ETFs for ETH losing about 15 and $750,000 million. There was increased open interest in BTC, so I have to keep an eye on that. It's likely a precursor for volatility, but there is this headline too, Fabian. Marathon Digital looking to raise about $250 million in a private note sale. If you look at them right now, they're down about 4 2/3%. So the market not liking this look, Brendo.
Yeah, I mean, if you run through some actual stocks here, just noticing NVIDIA popping up here in front of me as well. But if you run through some actual stocks right now, these are looking pretty strong relatively.
I'm looking at CleanSpark and MAR in particular for some of those crypto names here. And CleanSpark, it looks very, very similar to the relative weakness I'm seeing in MAR. So if you don't gain that 60,000, you got the gap from like last week. Everything to me started with where did they close on Friday on that dump, and were you able to fill in the gap all the way? This is a name that didn't. You can see what happened at $13 there. You look over at Mara. And Mara is a similar story. Like Mara gets to 18, actually breaks above Friday's high, and then the second it's trying to hold above it, then fail the same level. So that's an 18, almost like a sell zone. And I look over at the Coinbase, which is why I keep coming back to Coin. Like Coin, while getting to 200, and I'm not saying it dumps every time it got there. There was one dump and a couple of pullbacks, just a little bit stronger in terms of holding the higher low. Like this is more of let's hold a consolidation, then let's consolidate even higher into the top. So if one of these looks primed in the crypto space for a breakout, it just seems like Coinbase, it's a little more clear. It's the same high all week long. It's higher lows going into it, as opposed to this like jump around mess that I see in Mara and CleanSpark as well. And then when you look over at Bitcoin, this is a 15-minute. I can go to get rid of that, and let's go to a 1 hour on BTC. Like it's been pretty clean structure. Like last week, the recovery, 60,000 support and a dip, and then it breaks, and then you got resistance. So if we break out the 60,000, I'm going to want some long ideas, and it's got to be Coinbase through that $200 level. It just sticks out like a sore thumb as relatively strong. And if we fail underneath, I mean, any of those mining names look relatively weak to join a trend.
All right, I'm going to keep it as simple as possible here. We're talking about Robinhood at the beginning. I like it again. This is a name that's on the sticky note. I really like this breakout here. It's holding higher. It's up 2%. I think it goes. I thought their quarter was great. Huge opportunity. Like I didn't, looking back at the charts, it's nice to sit back here and look at the charts, at your proper spot. And it's just like, this was just, to me, one of the better buys. We'll see if we can get back down there. There's a lot of names that could still move. I mean, I don't think, like I said, the NASDAQ is not healthy right now. Neither is the market. So I feel like this could come back into play here at some point, but I really like that 16 for a play if we can get long back in there. But for me, for right now, I like this 1850 breakout here. So up and back in, right? Trending the last 3 days, straight upside here, looking to break this level. And I think if it does, I don't know what stops it until 19. So that's 50 cents for sure. And then there's 1950, and then there's 20 is your next level. So for me, I'm pretty aggressive. I actually already have the order in to take it. So I don't want to take it in the pre-market, and I'd rather not get filled right at 9:30. But if I do, I do. And I'll probably hold it back to this 50-period moving average, which is 18 flat or so. So I really like Robinhood here. I don't know, Neil was mentioning last week how the trading was. I don't know how it went, or if it was long holds or quick scalps or whatever. But I'm back and I'm doing what I've been doing, and that's going to be hopefully making calls. And this is one right here, 1850 for the long. This is not if this happens, when that happens. This is a trade that I'm taking. So you want to take it with me? That's fine. 1850, I like that long break. I like the talk. I like the quarter. I like the upgrade. And even better, I like that we've got Brendan and Sharif ready to rock and roll over there again. So let's go over Disney. Is it a long? I mean, if I keep somehow paying this ridiculous amount of every month. Oh, I'm watching The Bear, by the way. So Ramin, look, I like the Bear and everything like that, but I really feel like season 1 and season 2 is a little better than this season 3. Is there season 4? Because right now we're on season 3. There's a lot of personal stuff happening in there, which is great. But let's get back to the restaurant. I mean, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. So I don't know how many seasons there are, but the Bears slow down a little bit for me right now. And Disney, they're upping their price as well. So so Fabian's got the agree on that one as well. So all right, we'll go talk about Disney, but let's hear from the pros.
Yeah, they need to pay for this. Came out over the weekend. Plans for billions of dollars in theme park expansion specifically, and also some cruise line action going to be a part of this as well. I mean, not a huge reaction here this morning as far as the stock is concerned. It's basically flat. Did pop up initially this morning, but interesting concept coming off their last earnings report.
Yeah, it is interesting, Brendo, because their parks experiences actually did poorly this time around. It had been doing very well the last couple of years as people were stuck at home with the pandemic and wanted to get out. And so that outperformed now. I guess the money's drying up and there's not as many people going, so they're looking to expand into that. Separately, Deadpool and Wolverine, surpasses $1 billion worldwide over the weekend. Apparently a good movie. Macquarie, though, not impressed, cutting the price target down from 107 to 94. But
I haven't seen it yet, have you?
No.
Yeah.
I heard it's really good, though.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it looks hilarious.
Oh, I guess I don't like it.
Well, I'm excited to watch it.
What looks?
I was talking about Deadpool versus
Deadpool versus Wolverine or whatever.
Wolverine. I'm excited to see. I think they're doing a smart thing in terms of getting some guaranteed coin by making a bunch of, sequels, because they've announced that you're already getting Moana 2, and then they're going to do Toy Story 5 and Frozen 3. So those are the kind of things that'll actually get them some cash. At the end of the day, it doesn't look the best, but remember, there was this fail breakdown on Thursday on Thursday on Disney that managed to hold out. So you made another bottom. So you had the Monday bottom, and then you had the Thursday bottom, and it's holding this higher low. It's pretty clear. If it can get back above the Wednesday lows, that's right here, and hold maybe above the 87, it would look a little bit more healthy. That said, if it pops back to 89, that was that previous support level. So it needs to hold above 87 to get bullish, but then right when you get to 89, that's a bit of a top. I like a few other names that are going to be better. I got Palantir on the mind. I got Tesla, Coinbase on the mind. I got Nvidia, which we haven't talked about, and Apple on the mind there. But Disney, I think it's pretty key if it can hold 87 today after making a bit of a double bottom last week. It hasn't been a good looking trend. Just looking for indications of a long, and unless it's above 87, I'm not that bullish on it.
I'm not bullish at all on Disney. We'd actually talked about this and got out. We were getting out on the way up, and every day it seemed like we were getting the worst price, because then it just kept opening up higher and higher and higher. And then eventually we did get something around 122 and change, but we're still holding some of this as it comes all the way back down. I mean, as the long-term position, I don't hate it because of the levels that we're at. I mean, you can pull up a chart here on Disney and see that, these levels are sort of in the right pocket here, but this is not a name that I like. Too political for me. Spending billions of dollars on a theme park, I don't like that. It's already way too expensive to go there, in my opinion. But again, flat on the day. You get into $85 again, maybe a buy. But you can't buy things you're not confident in buying. The thing is, we have written on here Amazon. We won't even get to Amazon. Amazon break. I really like that one with some credit card talk. Everything is Amazon. This whole freaking world is Amazon, it seems like these days. And now I feel like you're going to take this 170 and just blast higher on AMZN right here. I can get into buying this name. I could get into buying dips on Amazon down into here, 166, 167. So, if this drops $1, I'd much rather buy a $170 name that drops $1 than an $86 name that's dropping $1 that I have no confidence in. So I'm going to pass on Disney right now. I'm going to let it settle down. I'm not going to trade it. I'm not going to buy this dip or nothing. I'm going to wait for Disney probably to get above 90 where we were talking about, and then that could be a play at that point. But for me right now, hands off. Many more fish to fry, I feel like, today.
Starbucks just broke downside here this morning. There was that note after the close on Friday activist investor action. I was just trying to see if there was anything new here, but I'm not finding anything. 77 was acting as a bit of a pivot there, just broke down to 76.50. I mean, volume is not impressive on this so far this morning, but huge move after the close on Friday.
Yeah, Starboard kind of with the same idea here as Elliott Management. They want to take an activist role and looking basically to invest in that. So the size of the stake here by Starboard remains undisclosed. We know that Elliott took a big position in July. They're seeking a board seat. We're going to have to see if they have to fight for that. Specifically, it's the China sales and the world sales here that are of concern to these guys. So we'll have to see how it goes here.
It just popped up in front of me. So CNBC is reporting Elliott talking settlement, citing sources. Again, that's from CNBC. So that was that break downside. So Elliott talking settlement from CNBC, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Starbucks feels just like last week. I don't know. We'll see what we get with Starbucks. I'm looking at it, and it might have been set up for a breakout, but as you just mentioned, it's suddenly pulling right back into 76 on that Elliott headline. So it was setting up like you could go right back and break out a 78 level. You look at it on the daily chart, that's 78 in there. It's trying to break a trend, and now you're failing right back under it. So that doesn't look all that great. And let the volume come into this, and let's see how it settles down. Because, yeah, it did just make a bit of a move down like 70, 80 pennies, but on relatively light volume on Starbucks. So it looked all the world like this could have been like a 78 breakout at some point today. But with that drop, I'd say those bets are off for me.
All right. Yeah, we heard from Starbucks there. It was not Standpoint. There's another activist position there on Friday as well. Look, I mean, Again, up 2%. I'm trying to play relative strength versus weakness. This is a strong name here today, but you could see this little gap down there, down to 76 and change. Let's see if it can hold 75. That's the next play for me. I bought Starbucks there at $72. We bought it live on the show when we were talking with, not live on the show, but, or no, this one must have been, this was 74. Must have been Nike 72. What is Nike at right now? But anyways, both these stocks roughly the same price. Anyways, I like this name down here in and around this area. It hasn't really performed that well though. It's bouncing off the 50-period moving average, looking lower. So I almost feel like it might be worth taking some profit up here near $80. So what goes up must come down, and it looks like Starbucks right now still haven't got it figured out. All these activists, Elliott, Starboard, all this kind of stuff, taking positions in it because management's just not doing their job, and they want to get in there and see if they can correct some of these mistakes, right? Losing at the stores, not opening as many right now. China, obviously, a little bit of a problem for Starbucks. So let's wait to see what can happen. I mean, it's still a staple. I think people will buy this name at some point, but I don't know if that point is right now. So down to $72 again. I think Starbucks probably gets down there. So yeah, maybe not the greatest dip buy opportunity yet.
All right, let's go on to Eli Lilly. We mentioned it early on. I was just counting here. There's probably 4 or 5 different positive notes from analysts this morning, 2 days in a row to the upside to end last week, trying to make it 3 here, now at $909.
Yeah, Deutsche Bank analyst James Shinbrendo upgrading this one from a hold to a buy. You wonder why he had it as a hold. For a nice price target increase too, quite aggressive, from $725 to $1,025, citing Q2 strong earnings, exceeding expectation, boosted confidence, obviously, in a volatile market, the company's high growth potential, and apparently low stock price relative to earnings is very attractive to this analyst, so I have to keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, still waiting for the reverse split announcement here for LLY.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point you're going to get a reverse split. Is that the
rumor is?
I mean, if it gets to like $1,000, I think it's kind of low-hanging fruit, and it seems like it's on its way there. Like, as we keep saying, it's not always the most obvious day trading stock because of the spread, the way that it opens up. But if you are trading this name, the 850 level and the way it did this at even dollar levels was unbelievable. And I know we were talking about this with Ryan Faluna, and he was all smiles over the 850 in both directions on Thursday and Friday, like 850 shorted underneath and then a breakout up and above that key price. Looks obvious. So maybe it's almost as obvious. High, low, that's 880 change. So that high turns into the low again. That seems like a pretty good level there for Eli Lilly. But I'm not likely to be trading it, and we only have 5 minutes to go here, so I just wanted to quickly make a note about it. We didn't talk any chips here. Just very quickly on NVIDIA. NVIDIA 108.80 or 109, take your preference as to that level. It's a Friday high, last Friday around the close, and then double top here last week, Monday, and then midweek. That's 108.80. If we break 109, I think this one has a gap fill. 112 is a key level. First things first, I mean, it's probably a pop and fade for me early, just because we haven't actually broken that level, and we'll see what happens here. But NVIDIA, that 108.80 to 109 zone has been a big wall of resistance. If we're able to climb through it today, I don't mind reversing through the 109, but we waited all week for it, and then the short was the way to go off that level. Only got it we got it twice, but should have had it every time.
So for me, we've talked about this a little bit here today. Amazon, with only 5 minutes to go, we can check out these imbalances that just dropped through. So let's just have a quick look here. Yeah, there's NVIDIA with a buy, so it's probably, Neil just talked about it. So Palantir's there as well with a little bit of a buy. There goes NVIDIA 106.50, taking out day's high right now and looking to push those levels with only 4 minutes to go now. AMD, on the other hand, is a sell. I didn't really look at these two names for levels, but definitely, I told you last month, number one stock was TQQ. Number two stock was NVIDIA. So we'll be looking over there. And I think AMD might have been up there as well. One stock that we didn't do that well on, because there was one day I think we got crushed, was our worst day, I think, was on Amazon. But that's fine. That was earlier on in the month. And I'm going to have these days. But this is the thing. It's holding higher, trying to go. Now up 1%. Now breaking a little bit, now higher. So we don't have to worry about too many of these imbalances coming through. I like this 170 break. I already have this trade in. So if this breaks 170, I'm pretty excited to grab that long. Obviously, I don't want to see it break immediately. But if it does, then it does, and we'll try it. It could be a risky share size thing, so we'll see about that one. And then Apple. So Apple's kind of pulling back in. I wrote down 215 because I was really impressed with Apple here over the last couple of days. Looking at the 20-minute chart, just starting to inch its way up. Here's the 50-period moving average on the 20, and it's resting around 214.50. So I thought if we can get a dip buy in into 215, and I even wrote down on here on the sticky note, you can go find it at Trader TV, Sean, that Apple could go lower than this 215 area. And that's kind of the stuff I'm talking about, down into here to 214, 214.50. So those are some levels that I'm looking at right here early. The trades I have through is going to be, let's see where Robinhood is right now. I like 1850, so that didn't break yet. But that could be a volume issue on Robinhood early. Could be a lot of volume going through there. And I know Neil was mentioning Palantir as well. And what a week that name had, taking out 52-week highs, made that move down to $22 when the world was completely falling apart, apparently. And then, boom, just blasted right back up. Like, that's $8. Like, that's 30% or so. Like, I guess depending on what exactly that bottom was there. But nice move upside right now. All right, let's go. We have an education spot every single day at the midday show. And let's go find out from Sharif what that's all about.
We're continuing with our earnings lesson this week, Sean. Today, specifically, we'll talk about trading earnings after hours. If you're into that kind of thing, make sure to check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
All right. I remember, and Sharif will know this, he was trading earnings after hours when we started here. So,
it's true. It's true.
Good opportunity for that.
You mentioned Palantir. Just very quickly, I mean, Palantir was a great continuation play on earnings. This seems like it's consolidating 30. It's a monster level on the daily and the weekly if you go really far back. And that's why we were trading long into the 30. The break was only okay. It eventually got to $30.30. You have the same high in the aftermarket that you did on Friday. If it gets to 30.50, looking just continuation breakout. But if we can't hold the 30 level, that's that first line in the sand. You got to wait for 29 even. I think we just had the imbalances just must have come out.
The NASDAQ just got hit there.
I didn't see anything big. Palantir's a small buy out there. And then Key, Scotiabank with a stake in Key, there is small buy as well. So, yeah, the NASDAQ just turned a little bit going back into 18.6, but not because of the imbalances, it doesn't look like. So we're watching Palantir off the open. Apple, 214. That was the breakout price on Friday, where it cleared out and went all the way up to 16. That's where I'd be looking to jump on the bid for a bit of a dip buy. Coinbase 200 doesn't seem to want to get there just yet. But it's a wild start to the week. Trying to figure out what the culprit was to turn that market. It was right at 928, so usually you think there's going to be an imbalance that did it. But absolutely nothing. There isn't a single big cap tech name on this imbalance list so far, with only 1 minute to go until the Monday open. Yeah, Palantir is dropping back into the 30 right away. Even NVIDIA just came in off of its highs.
Some profit
So it looks like
taking
there's going to be some dip buying, it seems, going into this
short
open.
ideas. Yeah, Tesla's down to 198 right now. So remember, Tesla was weak, and we were thinking like, okay, if it was going to be opening near that 203 level, that would be a good break and maybe choose 201. But it actually went the other way and broke through the pre-market low right here of 199. So you're still in that pocket for a trade. But for right now, Tesla is definitely not as big as we think. And then we had the carryover trade in the yen. We didn't even talk about that. TQ's coming back in. It looks like the market could turn red right off the open. So we will keep an eye on Tesla. But we still like the long, looking for some short ideas. With only a couple seconds to go. Here we go with Dara, 2 and 1. All righty then. Welcome everybody to the show. It's glad to be back and glad to be here with everybody trading one more time. I do want to watch out for Robinhood. We did talk about liking that stock. We're actually now into something. We just got hit on Amazon on the bid. So Robinhood looks like it wants to take 1850. We'll check that out. Nice little dip down in Amazon. Let's just see what happens now. We are long AMZN here.
Wow, NVIDIA just ripped up to 107 and Palantir with a huge breakout move to the upside. So here's NVIDIA ripping, but Palantir just went to 3060 in a single shot to the upside. Wow, that was a pretty big reversal. Apple's not doing much of anything just yet, but let's get over to Palantir. Just realize we're still on the NVIDIA chart there. That's the spike on Palantir, absolutely clearing out that 3050. I thought we were going dip buy. The way the market was coming in there, and then all of a sudden you get that crazy candle. We'll have to let this one settle down a little bit. Palantir already starting to go.
All right, so we have a position on right now. It'll be a good one. It's Amazon. We like the long, so we're long right now at 44s. It's at 74. 30 cents in the money. Here it goes. Higher, higher, higher right now for Amazon. We do not have any outs yet. We're waiting at 89s right now. You know what? We have enough shares. We'll get a piece out here if we can get it into the 70s. Oh, a little bit of a fade back there on Amazon. So that was nice. It was 30 cents in the money. Now we're back to flat. Let's see if it can hold that as Amazon coming back in. Look at the NASDAQ though. Nice move up, right back in again for Amazon and the NASDAQ. So we'll have to pay attention to see if there's anything else moving around right now. We did like our Robinhood trade. That is right here, right now. I still like an 1850 break. Let's see if that one will work out for us. You know, hopefully it doesn't hit and take it out. But right now it's 932. So I feel, although, you know, many of you might be laughing at 932, it's still really early, and it is. But let's just wait to see what happens there with Robinhood. Now we've dug into Amazon. This may not work again, so we're going to wait for 166.50 or so. If we drop into this area, I'm going to get out. I just would rather regroup on this one and not sit in something and just let it bleed all the way down. We're long right now. It's 27s. So just flat here on Amazon. Let's see if we can work it out. We just took some out there at 20. Let's go Amazon back up to the upside here.
Yeah, it's absolutely flying on PLTR. Wasn't able to get the bids that we wanted. It is what it is, man. You saw those sell imbalances come through. Well, it wasn't sell imbalances. Check that. It was a lack of sell imbalances, but it was just a huge move down in the NASDAQ, or a small one at least. I thought we'd get a 30 dip buy instead. We just went flying through. I was able to get picked up on the bid at 50. I was sitting back in here to try and grab some 30, 35s. Got absolutely nothing there on Palantir. Now we're going to 31. We're going to be on VWAP, I think, on Palantir Hunt. So if we get anything back into VWAP, wherever that happens to lie, just look for that trend. This thing is absolutely flying. And then here comes NVIDIA already at 108. So this is not taking very long. 108.80 was the high last week. That's what we're looking for on NVDA. If it breaks through 9s, I like a long, but 108.80 is the first place where I'm looking for a curl. Adara.
Watch out for Genius Group here, GNS. This one is a penny stock trading on the Amex. The name might be familiar because it did have that pending news halt on Friday before opening back up. They announced a reverse stock split, 1-to-10 split, and also CEO and founder Roger James Hamilton announced that the board has approved up to 10 million shares here for repurchase by the CEO. Some social media attention as well for GNS, so Genius Group. Another day of this one on watch, guys.
All right, man. Thank you, Adara, for that one. Okay, so we just went for a ride on Amazon, man. I mean, that was really, really nice. 167.80 we just got filled. So, I mean, we're putting some damage back on the board here today. We're back in the seat, back in charge. Let's see what winds up happening right now with Amazon. Trying to dip by some of this. But again, the market is not going I like that 108. There goes NVIDIA through 108 right now. We'll have to watch out for that one. I did dip by Robinhood a little bit there. It did come in, trying to watch out for that 50 period moving average. Not sure if I like that or not. I was going to give it around 1820 or so if this was a fail spot. So if we do fall back in, we'll buy some more 1820s. But for now, we're long down here in 32, looking to see if Robinhood wants to extend out just a little bit more. Apple's at 218, or sorry, just fell off 218.
Yeah.
You know, it was there. It was, and it just came back. Oh, sorry, on its way. 217.50 right now. The name I was actually looking at was NVIDIA at that 108. So there goes NVIDIA. And here goes Robinhood. Let's go. Put that money on the board. I mean, we're back, baby. This is what we do every single day here on Trader TV Live. And now we are longer on Robinhood as well. So, all right, let's start to get something out here. Robinhood starting to go for your boy.
We're all the way through 31.11, 31.12 here. It's absolutely flying up there on Palantir. We're not going to get VWAP for a while. Let it calm down. It just failed a 31 break. I got out at the 90 level, and it looks like it's just absolutely hammering to the upside. So got to let this one calm. The $30.50 level. I don't know if we get back there again the way this is going. And NVIDIA, as you say, through that 108 level. I got Palantir on the brain. That's why I just said 30. But all right, don't chase. NVIDIA getting very close to that 108.80. So you're getting to the $0.50. This is the only thing I liked for a fade was right in front of that 109 here on NVIDIA. So we're getting pretty close. Just have to be patient. It's not there, but the way this market is screaming, let it get to the price. Feel like you do not want to compromise if you're going against the grain here. Palantir, we just have to let that sucker calm down, because I'm not buying any of those highs. Already up 4 points.
$4 or 4%? Points is dollars or percent?
Percent.
Okay, yeah, okay. Wow. All right, well, we got $1 right now on Amazon as it just rips up there. Huge trade, man. It is going to be my trade of the day. But what's not falling out, or what's coming back in a little bit there, we were able to get something out upside for Robinhood, but that is falling back in. So all of the money that we've made here on Amazon is kind of disappearing here with Robinhood. But right now, it's a great trade for me on Amazon. Let's get some more out here as we continue to ride. So there it goes. 167 dip by, all the way up there to 168. It goes all the way to the 200 period moving average. Now remember, just like we said, man, I mean, we could put on big shares, take big hits, but we're not going to take huge hits. So we're going to watch out here for a Robinhood fall back in breaking through 18.15 or so. We'll probably get out of Robinhood. So let's wait to see what happens. Good couple outs there on the top for Amazon, but the whole market's pulling right back in. So, you know, pretty muted morning. Damn it, I knew I should have stayed on vacation. My bad, guys. What's up, Adara?
Be aware of B. Riley Financial here, RILY. This one just opened up after a halt, falling pretty swiftly here off the open. They announced their preliminary Q2 financial results, seeing a net loss here of $435 million to $475 million. We also have Bloomberg reporting that the company is continuing to face this probe from the U.S. with regards to their risk disclosure, so some ongoing issues, sending RILY down more than 50% right now, guys.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. B. Riley is in a little bit of trouble. That's not the first time we've heard those guys be in a little bit of pain. So 108.5, we just tagged on, or it just tagged on NVIDIA. On the way back in, got some 33s. Wow. Palantir is still, my goodness, Palantir. Anyways, if we get 108s and VWAP here at 107.5, so we're in our first salvo at NVIDIA. It got pretty close to that 108.80, getting to the 50s, and then pulling back for now. Palantir, and again, and I hate to harp on the name, but it's so strong right now. It just gave you a little bit of a test of the 31. So this is the first real red candle. I mean,
find some shorts.
8 minutes in. So this is the first real chance to trade off of VWAP and see how it reacts. It's about $30.85 that we're looking at here. So I do want to play off this if we get a VWAP bounce, but NVIDIA got to the short level, so we had to get into that one. Let's go back over to NVIDIA. If it gets to VWAP, look for the out there, and then a retrade back up at that high. 108.5 to 109. That's where we want the short on NVDA. So Palantir coming to the downside. The market is starting to fade a little bit here. I didn't like outside of this NVIDIA level, I didn't really have many short ideas. And I'm starting to look for them. And I do the same thing I did last week when I'm like, I'm looking for something short. And that was pull up Intel. See if it's still giving you the $20 level. Answer is yes. It's still giving you the $20 level, and I mean on the other side. The sellers are still under 20 here on Intel for now.
Yeah, look. Oh, wow. Okay, so we was able to get some more out of Amazon, but we just got a 28 fill there. Okay, now it's up to 38 again. I'm getting a little nervous. I think the right move is down right now, so we are going to try to piece some out here. I'm actually at 47s. I don't know why we keep stopping at 46 here on Robinhood. I'm just trying to get, honestly, get a little piece. We'll take a 45 if we can get it. Just trying to get some outs here, as it feels heavy, right? I mean, the market definitely doesn't want to go. We were up 0.3 or 0.4 at one point, then the market started to fall down in. So we have less than half of our Amazon position left, but that spike up there to 50s, we should have got some more out. So let's see about VWAP, 56 or so on Amazon. It's just, we could be here and the market could rip. And if it does, great. We'll still be holding some of these longs. But if you start to get some of those feels like, hey, man, I've had a great day or something, and I need not see all this disappear, then, yeah, maybe it's time to rethink what your overall thought about the market is, right? And so if Amazon comes back up, I thought I was waiting at 38 or so, 39, so we just missed that fill there. As it comes back up, we'll start to get a little piece out here. There it is. There's our 39 out. Let's see if it now wants to go back up, but starting to piece some out. It's a positive day here. It's almost a trophy day. We just need something to happen with Hood. Right now, we'll get back up to the upside there. Give me those 47s. Did we get it? Yes, we did. Okay, so we got a little more pressure off right now. So again, a week off, pretty tired here, but still putting up the numbers. 35 cents in the money for Amazon. Flat on Robinhood, but up on the day on Robinhood. Up on the day on this stock. We just 2 for 2 so far today. And trying to go. I like that. Again, I know Neil's on NVIDIA there, so we'll have a look at that as well. And then Apple, right now, a stock that I thought we liked long is at a long spot right now. Just the market is not giving me those feels, as we just talked about that. So trying to get out of some Amazon so it doesn't turn into a disaster, and watching out for Robinhood, because right now, I mean, the market, I really like that NVIDIA short. I think
the market's losing this 18.
I haven't even looked at NVIDIA, but if the market's going down, I assume that is too.
Yeah, it's starting to come down, but it's holding out the 107. Look, NVIDIA is still up 3% even with this pullback, but this is a NASDAQ just turning red as we speak, breaking this 18.62, an overnight low. We haven't broken 18.6 yet, but it is a green to red story there on the NASDAQ. Palantir just popped back into VWAP and is trying to bounce off of it. So 3080 has been this landing spot twice, first on the fail of 31, and now trying to hold on to VWAP here is Palantir. If it resists 31 even, I do want to scalp some out in front of it. Yeah, it was just sellers at 95 that just went to 94, that just went to 93 a little bit. So I'm going to play this bounce back into the high on Palantir. Maybe not as strong as it was. I mean, the dip, obviously not, maybe not. The dip not nearly as strong as that breakout, as we can see. The market getting very heavy here. So we got one fill there at 93. Feel like we need to be getting something else short. Intel might not get that $20 level. I might have to step down to the pre-market lows on this if I want to be able to grab it. This market is really starting to go into this downside. Palantir making a decent bounce off VWAP, but I want something else that sets up for a short trade, and I'm not really seeing much that I'm in love with. Oh, NVIDIA must have tagged that 107. There's NVIDIA off 107. I just got out. It's into that breakout price. I'm kind of bullish on this rounding move into NVIDIA, so I'm getting out in front of the breakout level, and then we'll move on to the next. I'd rather be shorting something that was already weak. I'll look for confirmation on NVIDIA. We didn't quite get to that 109 zone, but we'll take the money and not look a gift horse in the mouth as the market is coming down. So NVIDIA worked short, Palantir right back up to 31. The stock was so strong. Should have a look at Shopify as well. Oh, yeah. That was the other super strong continuation play on earnings.
Yeah, Shopify is good, man. Up almost 1% right now. Okay, so look, we're still in these two longs. I don't want to be getting into too many other names right now. We're still in Robinhood. We didn't dip by anything, although it's right here at VWAP. We probably should have got something. Let's put a little something here. In and around VWAP, just in case we're right. And it does want to bounce back up a little bit. So we did average in some more Amazon down there. But again, our average price on Amazon is 89s. So we are out of the money just a little bit right now, 10 cents. Let's see if it can, 10 cents seems so silly on Amazon. But if we're not feeling that great about the market, which we're not, as we talked about, then sometimes getting out of a little bit. I'm going to take 5% out here at 80s. Shopify is very, very strong. So let's see if Shopify and Amazon, maybe, get some of that retail love back here. So let's get going on some Amazon. We're waiting for 166.50, that drop zone there. It's not really anything. Whoops. Oh, that's right. Our charts don't do that. Okay, there it goes. It just came out. I was going to say it's just breaking through the 50-period moving average, right? We want to give it a little bit of love there. But there goes Amazon. So we will slap the fail on that long. We still have a little piece of it, but not that much, just to see. Okay, there it goes. So good thing we were able to get out of that one. But there goes Amazon falling back in a little bit more here to the downside as AMZN. So yeah, that one did not work. The market is... There we go. So again, we weren't here last week, but you're not going to sit on this knife and just watch it fall down. You got to get out of your trades. So right there, that's an out. We'll watch out for Robinhood, and then we got to flip over to some kind of short. Right now, the market does appear to be falling apart. It might just be the NASDAQ you got to go over to.
Yeah, the way the market is going here, you got to find something. I'm trying to pick up the first available bounce on Intel, but I said I would go to Shopify. So very quickly, Shopify broke that big 70 level on the daily and is pulling back in, no hold on the way back. So it just flushed right through VWAP, right through 70 even, and back into Friday's high. So Friday's highs look like the spot here. I still like, Palantir's holding on to 31 for now, and Shop was so strong. I want to give it a chance to hold 69.5 here for some kind of a continuation play. These were really good last week. Just biding your time and trying to ride that trend. As mentioned, I want Intel short, but this is going, yeah, it's really starting to accelerate to the downside without us. Apple's looking okay. That's catching a bit of a bid, but you still have a false breakout with lower highs. I'm going to cancel my 214. I mean, if we get 214, that's $2 from here. There wasn't a dip that far on the open. And NVIDIA bouncing off 107 as we speak. So still looking at that 108 level as being 108 half to 109 being the short zone, but it's holding the breakout price. So I get out because this feels like a bullish stock to me. Well, at least it did. And if we're wrong about that, then maybe we have to find ourselves a different short idea there in NVIDIA, or at least wait to get the same one over again. Palantir just lost the bid. So we just got out. Oh, no. It just lost that 30.80 level. The original break at 30.50, good. The dip buy into VWAP, we're able to get a couple of legs out there in front of 31 even, but that's only about 15 pennies. And then you just lost that 30.80 level. So thank goodness we're able to just get out of that one. Like I said, I need to find something short, and I'm not finding anything that I absolutely love. I should just double check what's going on in ARM, because I feel like that 120 already gone. Yeah, I said feel like that 120 on Friday, it double tapped 120. Like if you were late to ARM on Friday, it double tapped 120. This time it was a single headshot, and we're right back to 116.
All right, we're going to go over to the TQQs a little bit here and try along, but again, like we were saying, it looks like there's a bunch of headshots everywhere in this market right now. We're long right here at 34.35. We've just been testing it here. Let's wait to see. It could dip out against us. If it breaks this 25 marker, sort of that bottom, we've been getting in and out right now, but if this breaks, we'll be ready. Okay, here it goes. So the market is, it's kind of in this free-for-all territory right now, isn't it? As we continue to fall down in 0.38, and the reason why we say kind of free-falling, I mean, there's not a green candle today, really. I mean, this is back and forth, like that's like trying to figure itself out. But once we got a direction, I mean, that very, very bottom right there, maybe. But this candle's not over yet, as you can see. So you're starting to bounce back and forth here with the NASDAQ. We'll just try this. Again, you're at the 200 period, the 50 period right now. Could be a bouncing spot for the NASDAQ. We'll have to zoom out. If this doesn't work, we'll have to start zooming out and looking for maybe something a little more serious right now. But here we go. Let's just start to ease out a little bit of this if we can, back to the upside. We still have some shares on board. So if we're at 48 right now too. Did we just get filled there at 48? I do not think we did. Oh, we did. Okay, good. So there's a couple fills now happening for us on the TQQs. Let's see if we get something out now at 54s. And then we'll go from there. So hopefully the market does find a little bit of a spot there to rebound, and good out for us right there. We are sort of dipping and dodging and diving with Amazon right now. We'll see if that can go somewhere, as that's trying to make a bottom here too at 166. So more shares now. We are finally officially reloaded, and we have our full position now in Robinhood. So let's see what this goes up to. Let's start to get a little pieces out here, especially if this market does climb. But there it is, man, falls right back in. So we did get some outs to the top side for TQQs, but then here's the fall right back in. So yeah.
Apple's holding VWAP.
You got to find a strong name or a really weak one right now.
I mean, Apple's holding VWAP up 0.5%. NVIDIA's holding. NVIDIA was holding 107, and I was looking for that one to maybe bounce. I don't know if we should have got out of that one. And so if Apple holds VWAP, I want to be long this. It's a couple of higher lows on the stock. It's but the only thing that's staying green and holding on to VWAP as we see. Intel, we're not going to get that short trade in there. And I wanted to go over to Rivian. Okay, so Rivian did that. Obviously, we wanted to short a pop in Rivian this morning. There wasn't one. VWAP looks like it could be holding. Rivian down 3%, not looking fantastic. VWAP sits at 1360. We got locates on this. It's not like we have to pay for shorts, but I'm just going to sit, see if we can't pick up something on the 60 level, and then give it to that other local high on RIVN. A lot of times, like the only two trades I got have both worked, but didn't have short ideas outside of the pop and fade on NVIDIA. And I wanted pop and fade on Rivian. Like Rivian, as you can see, all you can do is try to join the trend here if we even get an opportunity. I feel the same way about Intel. Apple's still holding on to VWAP as I look up here. Not that bad. I'd love to see maybe a test underneath and then reclaim it because you're getting some lower highs here on AAPL. This needs to settle down a bit, and then we can get a long over VWAP.
Yeah, we actually got stopped out there of our TQs, but that's okay because the market's trying to rally back upside a little bit for us here. We have a big winner now on Amazon. So that sucks about that TQs trade, guys. Look at that. We're going to be very, look where we got stopped out right at the bottom of that trade. That's insane. Okay. Diamond hands don't have. I told you where we were getting stopped out 40 cents ago. I mean, I think that was a pretty decent call, but you know what, man? No worries. Amazon is in the building right now. So we'll see about this Amazon trade. We just bought those dips. We talked about that, trying to watch out for Amazon. So we'll turn our frown completely upside down. But man, oh man, were we right there, on that one for that. That was a money-making opportunity right there for the TQs. Man, did we have it. But we don't anymore. So if you don't got it, you don't got it. But let's just make sure that we take 60 cents here, at least on Amazon. And there it goes, right back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go. All right. Don't talk to me about Ford Hamster. I'm trying to be in a good mood right now. We'll look at Ford in a minute.
You don't want to look at that.
No, that's why. Just playing around. That's in the long-term portfolios. Every time I look at that thing, I was like, what are we even thinking about? Okay, so there it goes. Wow, we got saved there pretty nicely by Amazon, but this was too bad. We had this trade. We had it. We got stopped out by a couple pennies. This is not a wick out. This is a stop out. We get stopped out when we put on the prices and they hit. So that's a stop out right there. But it was the bottom, and it was kind of random. I just didn't want to be stuck in this name. And, based on what I've lost on that stock, very happy with it because didn't want to die with this, right? It's the market. So, all right. Looks like Robinhood, though, will be a death of me here. 18:15 break. We'll be out on Robinhood. That just wants to keep coming back in. There's the 200 period. So watch out now. Robinhood coming in. Adara at the desk.
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
All right, we're starting to retest back down here. There was a hold just now of VWAP on Apple. It was looking pretty good to break out the top. We got a 17 long, and now you're getting that quick reversal. So we went for a dip buy, not looking like the bid is holding just yet. I want us holding above VWAP and then joining the trend. I do not want to be fighting anything this morning. We'll see what happens next. I'm going to go over back into Palantir just for a second. I still going to have Apple up if it can reclaim that VWAP in there. Palantir, all the way back to that breakout price, it just double tapped 30.50. So 30.5 last week was those highs, held out underneath that pretty much on that 30 break. It was a clean breakout, but the retracement is now starting to lose it. If it can get back and hold this level, it would still be a strong stock. Otherwise, I'm waiting for 30 even when it comes to Palantir. We've already mentioned Rivian to you guys, and then Intel is now pulling back into VWAP as well. VWAP for Intel, it's now 1975. So looking for that play. Apple getting close to back above VWAP. And of course, Palantir, as I just mentioned, this 30.50, already twice it's managed to dip into here. The second it gets back above, I'm looking for the retracement back into VWAP. A little bit of a bounce play. The market's trying to bounce out here, looking for things to start to hold some bids.
Yeah, so we got back in. It looks like we'll try to be, well, we were just positive there again on the TQs. We bought some of those dips as it did fall back in, and we got some out in the 60s there. But let's get some more out here at 57, 58 as we're trying to drop in here a little bit and see what's going on with these TQs. Get going now back up to the upside. So we do have a decent size on right now for that. So we'll wait and see if we can get it to work for us. That is, of course, this TQQ position. All right, and then Amazon, again, into this level. We'll take some more out up here, again, like this level, for an out if we can get it. So we'll take some more outside. I mean, 166.80, 166.70, pretty good for me, man. We're long at 17s right now. So that's going to be a good trade for us there. And we're just sort of, like, we're not putting anything huge, not doing like too much damage here anywhere. This could be a good trade. Again, bought that dip in the NASDAQ there, trying to see if that will work. We do have Robinhood. We've already lost. We got dumped out a little bit on that, but bought some more. I just didn't want to be completely washed out on that dip. You know, we were washed out of the TQQ trade. We didn't want to do that. We were able to basically get flat now on Amazon by holding some and buying the dip, again, back up to the upside and buying dips. I feel very responsible about this kind of trading today. And it's pretty simple. I can justify and explain it. We didn't take enough shares that we would get run over if something early like this happened. It allowed us to do what we're doing now, and that is to have, you know, enough risk in our account to be able to do this. Buy these dips, wait for something to happen, and then go, right? We were talking about it when this NASDAQ was in free fall, and it was like, I didn't want to be in something, so we did stop out. We stopped out of Amazon, we stopped out of the TQs. But guess what? The TQs is now positive for us right there. So, you know, you can make a bad trade, or not even a bad trade. That was a bad call on the out. That's all that was. So get back in and trust thyself, and trust thy neighbor that they bring you coffees all the time. And that is for damn sure.
Rivian
this man, Randy.
Rivian's
right
having
here.
some problems right now, Randy. Well, we're not,
every car company.
We're not talking about Ford. Everyone's like, Ford stinks. I'm like, we know Ford is stinking right now. But Rivian, never mind. We'll cancel the short at VWAP on Rivian because Rivian just made another fresh low. It wants 13 even today.
Yuck.
So it's bad, it's ugly, all of that stuff. You throw adjectives out there. I mean, you say what you want. That chart is absolutely speaking for itself and is what it is. But we got Intel off of VWAP. That's churning down to the lows. 19.5 looks like it's going to be in play. We got some 70s or 1969 on Intel as that continues to bleed after its bad earnings play. So the market is still trending into the downside. Went back over to Apple. It held VWAP the first time. We got in. Immediately, the sellers came right back. Then you got this little higher low flowing. So you're actually holding a trend now. So we're going to get right back over to it. You're holding a bit of a trend, steep one, albeit, but if this holds on, I do like the long on Apple as it's been a relatively strong name. So we're going to give this one a little bit of a chance to cook to the upside. With the market bleeding, at least this doesn't look as bad. It's up 0.5%. It's above VWAP. We'll look to see if we can find somewhere to add. We'll scalp the first 40 pennies, and then when we can get something off the bid or VWAP start to hold, we'll mosey on back over to the bid. But tread lightly. The market is absolutely tanking. I shouldn't say tanking, but the market is absolutely falling, and the can't get Rivian short. Probably should have been more aggressive in terms of finding another chip name to be short before going to Intel, because we missed ARM, and the ARM 120 has been a big, big level. Gonna have to pay for locate, see if we can't get VWAP on this one.
All right, so the market is, really starting to turn downside a little bit right here. So it's a good thing that we were able to get out of that TQQ to the upside. But let's try it one more time here, get a little bit more with this 58.30, just a nice little drop down in there. We're trying to play some of the volatility, so if we can scalp it out, we will try to do some of that. We've been doing that as well over here with Amazon. Every time it comes up, we're getting some out. We talked about that. But in this market, now we'll turn red now on these TQs, and again, try to find something. Is there a bouncing spot here at all before we start to really get involved here and just flip over to the short at some point? This is probably a good level, man, 58.80. Like if we can get anywhere back up to there, that's going to be a decent level to get out. I mean, that's 58.40. We already have some orders to get out as we come back up to the upside in and around there. So, oopsies. Just making sure that we don't get filled there. And looking at that. So, yeah, I don't really see... I mean, that little wick bottom there, I mean, I wasn't here for any of this, so I don't know, but it was just midday, so it's not a big deal. That's 57.90. I feel like that would be an area into here, but if you go lower than that, I mean, I feel like we're just sort of picking at levels.
Palantir's at 30 already.
Palantir 57.50. I might just play off this break, man. If we break lower than now, let's just tap out like 57.90. Yeah, let's get out of the way if this breaks 57. And we were nowhere. I shouldn't say we're nowhere near there. We're not there right now. But yeah, TQ's down 7 cents. Robinhood keeps on dancing there. What is this price? We're long at 13s. That keeps on hitting 25s. So let's put an offer there to get something out if we can. We are at 28, so we'll put a 23 at 28 and then a 35 and see if we can get out of that one. As the TQs are trying to battle here.
Yeah, speaking of battle, $30 even already happening here on Palantir. So that was a huge retracement off of VWAP right back into that key price on Friday. We closed at 30.01 on Palantir. So I just grabbed 6s. If it can hold the line at that 30 level, we'll see if we can catch some on the way up. Let's go to Adara. What's happening now?
Both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ going from slightly green on the day to both red by about 0.33% to start, which should be a pretty interesting week with regards to economic data. We do have PPI prints coming through on Tuesday and CPI coming through on Wednesday. In terms of names moving today, a lot of it's going to be some smaller names making some larger moves. One name to be aware of here with that in mind is going to be B. Riley Financial, RILY. They did release their preliminary Q2 financial results, seeing a net loss here of $435 to $475 million for the quarter, with Bloomberg reporting that they are continuing to face this U.S. probe with regards to their risk disclosures. We also have here Hawaiian Electric down about 20% on the day. They actually reported their earnings on Friday after the close, missing EPS estimates, but having an increase in sales year over year, and saying that they see roughly $1.7 billion loss with regards to charges from the Maui wildfires. Last but not least, one Mag 7 name to be aware of here, Tesla, TSLA, down about 2.5%. Their non-foundation Cybertruck being removed or not able to be ordered from the website right now, though there is a lead engineer confirming that it has not been canceled. It's just not currently available and will be available to order later. So TSLA on watch with the Cybertruck catalyst, guys.
All righty.
Suffice to say, Tesla didn't make that breakout that everyone was looking for. And
oh, yeah, it's down to 195, someone just said?
Yeah, forget about that 04. Like I said, the new position was a 30 trying to hold on Palantir. It's doing its best. I got 06s. Local bottom is 98 currently. So consolidation breakout was about here at 30.25. Want to make sure we're getting some out there. I like Rivian short. I can't pretend that we like Tesla to the south side. Yeah, but it's absolutely tanking. You do have some levels coming in here for Tesla. Load. As you're about to get to, check that. You are already at Friday's bottom, that 195. If we lose this, you got to wait till 190 before you find any significant price levels. Apple, still but the only thing that's holding on to the strength that I want to see is Apple holding on to VWAP. We did get out the first time, but now you're churning to the upside here on Apple, trying to get back to highs on Apple. Like Apple, the only thing that looking like is trying to get back to highs. Everything else, just a bleeding story here in the overall market. If it can get up to that 218, I think it's got room to 220 today. But got to be concerned with the thing that we're long that's at the bottom. And that's Palantir at that $30 level. Lots of selling going on here on PLTR. Back into this 30.
Boom.
There we go.
Oh, man. All right. Yeah.
Hold it.
Let's hold Palantir. Let's hold. Right now, $1.20 we just took, or $1.10 right now on Amazon, as Amazon rips all the way back up to 167.20. So that'll be a positive stock. The other thing too is the TQs just went for a run, man. Went for a run. We just got 56s there, 54s, whatever that price. Well, right here, 54s. And we're coming in right now to a level that I thought, if we got up to here and we mentioned it, maybe we should start to empty said clip. So let's do some of that now at 60s if we can get there. I mean, this would be a fine level for us. Obviously, 67, 68 would be the best, but trying to pick tops, bottoms, and exact levels has been a nightmare today for me anyways. But there it goes. Nice move to the upside. Been a real tough day around here. And I want to say, again, thank you to Adam, who I talked to. He was really talking about appreciating sort of that kind of talk when we tell about how traders are doing and things like that. It hasn't been a banger day, but we're going to be here right now. We're right where we need to be for our trading here. We're going to be red because we're holding on to some of these names. We did take a hit on Robinhood. We did take some shares there and got dropped out once it broke that low right there. We were able to buy some back, and it's really nice where this name's going now. But unless, who knows? I'm offering 35s right now. If this gets going, then great. But I'm going to start to take some out and probably just bite the bullet a little bit here on Robinhood. Don't necessarily need to get this back to green, but really fought this down low. We missed again the stop by pennies. We said 18.15. That's where the 200 period is. The low of the day is 18.12. So we got stopped out of the big boy. We bought back about half of that, which is what we're starting to now take out. So, so far so good here as we continue to go. I took a little bit out of Robinhood there at the top. Still have this. Amazon is Amazon is this. Amazon goes. I know Neil's talking about Palantir as well, but this one's really starting to go. What's up? Hey, Davis. Yeah, it is. You can hashtag real. That's why we're here. But there it is. A nice move to the upside right now as we keep on going, man. Keep on going. Amazon $1.30 now in the money and going, right? And so a positive name here. We'll watch out to see where Amazon goes. What about 167, 65-ish? Let's put an offer there. Let's go, Amazon. Oh, my. Turn that frown upside down today with this stock alone right there. Sometimes, Neil, it just takes, one trade. You get right back in. GameStop is strong? I don't know.
There were some squeeze names last week, and I think there was like Beyond Meat did some pretty stupid things on no news, so there were some squeezes. I haven't looked at this GameStop at all. I haven't looked at DJT. I know there was news over the weekend. Well, they had their earnings on Friday.
Yeah.
But there's a big attempt here to pressure this Palantir into 30. I can tell you it got up to 30.20, got a couple of legs out, was sitting right here for one more fill in front of the 20 level, and the sellers are starting to get control again of this stock. So we're able to get half out on that bounce. It was just a breakout trade, a VWAP trade, and now down around that 30. And it looks like it wants to lose that $30 level. Apple did not quite get to the highs yet, but it is now churning off of VWAP. So there's another hold of VWAP. If we can get any kind of dip back in underneath that 17, we're looking for the reload on Apple. Probably got to be at least a little bit. There we go. NVIDIA's getting right back up to the top as well. So NVIDIA going right back into this 108.5. Looking pretty strong. NVIDIA looks like it's an absolute rocket ship to the upside that I want to respect. And we had the one short when it got to our level, but that's a bullish-looking stock, relatively speaking. And the market made those lows. This held on to that breakout price. I want to be buying dips in NVIDIA. You got to be able to switch it up here. And clearly it belongs in the strong bucket, not the weak one. So we'll see if we can get some VWAP like we did on Apple.
Oh, man, here we go. Yeah, good calls on there. Now $1.50 in the money on Amazon. Now 70 cents in the money on the TQQ. So we'll say, Canada, glad to be back after a great, great week. And, today's my daughter's birthday. It's been fantastic. So we'll do some stuff.
Happy
We had
birthday,
some great
Gia.
dinner yesterday. Go check out my Instagram and my Twitter for those pictures. Yeah, thank you for that. I'll tell her that. So we're kind of flying high right now. Look at this trade here. We talked about the TQs, right? We talked about this, that this was going to be a stock that I wanted to attack when we came back. We knew that with trading the futures. And again, this goes back, I keep saying this, but I don't know if Adam's even in the chat, but he was telling me, he's like, Sean, just trade more futures. You're absolutely killing them. And that means a lot coming from viewers, right? It means you guys are watching, you're listening, and hopefully you're maybe taking some of these trades with. So right there, let's go. Thanks, Adam, for those kind words as well. So here it goes, man, right back up to the upside as we go. So nice movement there for that name. It's too bad that we dumped out on some of this name, but Robinhood right now, yeah, buddy, let's just keep on climbing to the upside now on Robinhood. Wow, what a recovery right there. What's up, Adam? There he is. But what a recovery here today on the market. Look at the NASDAQ, bounce, bounce, bounce. Man, Adam, truth, right? When we talked about this, the guy goes, trade these. Look, we have one out there that was literally the bottom before we spiked 70 cents. That we said, nah, boom, right there, back up to the upside as we work our little magic one more time right now. And Adam, that was a great patio, man. We went over there. Adam got a couple rounds. We got a round there, had the Aperol for the wife. I forget what beer we were drinking, but it was really nice there. In Covent Garden, Covent Garden on a nice patio. Thanks, Adam. It was really, we'll look forward to him coming here. And the one thing that I had to tell him was, you better bring not that much money. Because if you bring the same amount of money that you think you're going to spend in London here in Toronto, you may be the mayor of Toronto very, very soon.
You'll be living like a king. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's like, literally half price everything. So when we go to Rodney's, dinner's on Neil, but after that, drinks are on you, Adam. So, all right, here we go. It should be fun. I said we could all invite our significant others.
I had no issues with that.
Brenda.
If you want to go to Rodney's, I'm always in a good mood when I'm eating oysters. But NVIDIA's breaking 109 very quickly. So it doesn't matter how many shares are on the offer. I could try to count it for you. It's completely irrelevant. Maybe a few 100,000. Let's just call it. So there is the break. It's still trying to chew through those orders. Still some stickiness going on in NVIDIA there. Get to the quarter, get to the quarter, get to the quarter, get to the half. That's what you want to see on a breakout there. So NVIDIA's through. Apple just tested the high without actually breaking. So Apple's trying to go as well. Both NVIDIA and Apple have been holding out the entire way back into the upside. But there's some supply here at the 109. And why does NVIDIA 109 matter? Hey, last week's highs. Now you're through them. It's that simple. So if we hold above this, it's like the Apple 214. As long as we're above, got to be looking for the long. So first stop quarters, halves, evens, and then we'll go from there. 112 looks like the high. I don't mind dip buys either in this name. But if this break doesn't hold, VWAP is all the way down at 108. And I'd be a buyer at VWAP. So I'm not holding on to 109 all the way into the 108. That's not the way I want to play breakout trades. We got one scalp out there. Would like to see how much more we can get. Apple, as I said, tagged its high of the day and didn't quite push through. So Apple's been so strong relative to everything else that we're seeing in the market. Well, most of everything else, at least that I'm seeing in the market. I think we want to stay long in Apple. And now you're starting to see NVIDIA get in the party as well. Those two want to go. This market is likely to follow. Palantir, thankfully, as I said, we're able to get those couple of fills out there in front of 20s because it lost 30 even. So we're long at 06s. We got half out at 15 and 16, and then it broke 30, and we're out of that. Palantir now red on the day.
What?
Go figure. I mean, this was so strong all last week, but that 30 level was it was a monster if you pull out the daily and the weekly chart. Looks like there's some profit taking happening on Palantir when it had a little bit of a hiccup for the first time in a few days. Let's go to Adara.
Beware of Starbucks, still really strong here, up almost 4% near highs of day. We did have that report from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that Starboard Value, this activist investor, has a stake in the company. But also worth noting here, right before the open, David Faber of CNBC said that Starbucks is reportedly in talks to settle, with settlement talks here with Elliott, its other activist investor, which Starbucks has confirmed Elliott has a stake in the company. So potential settlement talks as well with Elliott on watch here for SBUX as it continues to push higher, guys.
Oh, Elliot. All right, we'll be 2 for 3. We have one losing stock today. It will be Robinhood. So 2 for 3. Put that on the board right there. And Robinhood, we're trying our best, man. We just got out at 45s right there on Robinhood. So we did okay. We made a lot of money back there, but this is our worst stock. And we talked about why that was. We put a little bit too much faith in that early, but we're back into it right now late, so it's all good. And then there's your first dollar right there. Not first dollar. We just dollar club right now. But there it is right there on the TQs. So that's pretty good, man. We talked about wanting to trade the futures more and more. We're $1.50. You want the bangers? Here we are. They're $1.50 in the money on Amazon. That's, again, a green stock today. The TQQ is a green stock today. And that's $1 in the money. The only one that we were fighting was Robinhood. And then I looked down on here and it was like, what did we like? We liked Robinhood long, Amazon long. So that's good. We'll go 1 for 1 on that. And the other one was Apple. So, and I know that Apple's been holding out pretty strong. I know Neil's been looking at that as well. But there it is. I think that this was, again, a really good look on Apple being one of the stronger names there today. But you'd had to have looked at it and it didn't really get to my 215 level. You could have just used the opening print as sort of your look there. That little wick down there to 215.60, that was definitely something. We were getting filled on Amazon there, which I wish we weren't, wish we were getting filled on Apple, but I like them both long. So can't really hate on that idea initially. But yeah, I can't hate on anything that we have right now. Multiple dollars in right now on the account. So far, so good. The one name that I liked long was Uber. But this one today, meh.
Another good continuation last week, Uber.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was added to Morgan Stanley's conviction list or something. So a good little level there, 68.70. Coming through for Uber. Look, man, I mean, we have $2 on right now, both in TQs and Amazon, and then Robinhood's trying to figure itself out. So for right now, pretty happy now as the market turns green again.
Yes.
Nice.
The market just went, I mean, it didn't just go green. I mean, it was going green for the last minute or two. But as we said, NVIDIA just broke the high. Apple broke the high. I'll look at other Mag 7 names as we come into play, but try to keep it clean. We're talking about this patience all last week. Be patient. If you have a level, let it get there. We wanted to short in front of 108.80 on NVIDIA. We got it. It held out the breakout price and then put in higher lows, so it's strong. Take the breakout at 109. It broke out 109. We dipped in after scalping some. Now we're going to get the 110 level testing, so that long is working. Apple, willing to take it a couple times off that bottom. We got stopped out once. It held VWAP, so we got back in. I can cancel any hopes of getting back in at VWAP again, I think are out the window. 220 certainly in play. Want to be buying dips on Apple. If we lose this high, I think I want to get out and wait for VWAP. But yeah, you've had to pick your spots here. This is one of those days, just like almost every single day last week was very similar. You had to be patient, waiting for your levels to come in. And when the market was absolutely tanking, try to identify some things that are weak and some that are strong. So Apple's strong. We're back in on VWAP on Intel. Like, it's held twice now. This is the only two times we've even tagged VWAP on the way back in. So we're back into this one off of VWAP. If Intel wants to stay weak, great. Everything else cresting to set upside. So Apple, NVIDIA, we got long. Palantir is trying to hold back above 30. I don't know how much I like that long, the way that that came back. It was at 31.20. Now we're at like 29.95. That's a wild move down to try to force any longs in Palantir. Just be happy that the early ones worked and we're able to get some wins there, because bleeding back is our friend Palantir. So if we break about 1973, that'll be my out here on Intel. Just going to make sure I have my stop locked and loaded. And when I get scalps in front of the low of the day.
By the way, this futures trading, again, you know, we talk about it. This is why we talk about those things. This is why it's very, very important to understand which stocks you trade the best, you know, and put the risk in the right spots. You know, my number one stock here today is going to be these futures. And we actually got hit there and we were red on it. Remember, I was like, okay, we're slightly red on it. Let's just see what winds up happening right now. Let's go Robinhood. Let's go, man. You are robbing from the poor. Let's go. But no, we're going to give it to the rich, hopefully, here, as whoever owns shares now reaping the benefits. And if you're short, I guess you could be a rich short seller for sure. But there it goes. Nicely done to the upside as Robinhood comes right back in. Ooh, yeah, we are really cruising right now. Can't wipe this smile off this guy's face. $1.50 now in the money on Amazon. $1.50 now in the money on the TQQs. We just put this one on right now. So let's go market green. Yeah, Neil hit this key before. Let's hit it again. There it goes. Shopify, a new entrant into the building right now, my friend. So there goes Shopify up to $69.40. So we'll take a quick 12 cents there. We are now in the money 15 cents. Hey, why not? Let's put an offer at 50 and see if we can get that as we put that in our pipe and smoke that one as well. 3 for 4 here today. So far, so good, man. We're going to be happy with it, and we're going to see if our luck will run out soon. But there goes Shopify. We're out of 40% there for that 15 cents. Let's see if it pulls back. I'm going to try to give this one, I mean, that low is 69.10s. I feel like we want to buy some more in and around the 20s if we can get that. That's where the 200 period is or so. So we'll see if we can buy that. And then just watch out for a drop through 69. I mean, I think it looks pretty obvious, right? I mean, if we don't hold this level, then yeah, whoosh, we'll probably fall down. And that's 68.60s or so. So that could be a level of some sort of concern for us if that does come out. And again, do not rest on your winning trades. Like, you got to get out of them. Like, there goes Robinhood right back to that 50 level that we talked about. So it actually round tripped. It went right to where we got stopped out. That 18.15 was the level that we had talked about. All right. And then it goes right back up to our punch-in level right there at 1850. So, yeah, so far so good. Yeah, SMCI, I heard it was a dumpster fire.
Yeah, I'm going to go over to SMCI in a second. Thank you for everyone in the chat pointing out the names that maybe we're not looking at. We said this last week too often. You got to trade what's in your plan of action or the stocks that you're looking at. For chip names, it's usually like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, and then not always SMCI. But First, NVIDIA did this at the 110. Bit of a reversal candle when the NASDAQ went to the high. So NASDAQ was tracking highs. I'm always thinking trails on longs when we get to resistance like this. So what happened is you broke the 110. I put the trail in. It broke back underneath. I got like 97s, I think, on the way back out. So the 109 break worked all the way back into 110. We'll look for some kind of a higher low to jump back into this. We're short once. We're long a couple of times here in NVIDIA. Apple's still looking pretty good. It's just going to cover Intel. Look, we cannot seem to get back to the lows on Intel, which is, I mean, that's saying something for the stock because it just fell off VWAP again. So if it breaks out this high, I'm not reversing long. I'm just getting out. That's the local high. And now SMCI, I think, look, the 500 level on SMCI is going to be a crowded one if we ever see it. But the way that this is rallied off of 500 has been pretty spectacular. I just want to point out this 550. You had the dump last week. You had a clear 550 high. If this goes, it's not really a squeeze name, but rest in peace to the shorts. If the 550 level gets taken out at SMCI, I'll be looking for a place to get back in to NVIDIA because that's the one I want to trade. So I'm buying the next available dip. Breakout price was 109. We get back into 109. I want to look for a long. Otherwise, just be patient for it. Allow it to make the next opportunity present itself. It could be VWAP, could be 09, could be anywhere, but we're ready to be on that bid.
All right, good call on that one. $1.70 now in the money on Amazon, $1.40 on TQs. Just looking right here, you know, like the NASDAQ's all the way back to its highs of the day, right? Which is the pre-market. So we've got the bottom of the day and hopefully the top of the day if we punch out right now. Not hopefully, I mean, hopefully it continues to run. But we could get out right now. So I'm debating a little bit of this. We only have a piece left. We talk about that all the time and trying to get better at holding. But we'll be right where we need to be today. It's too bad. It's too bad that Robinhood got stopped out there, or else this would have been an absolutely monstrous day. But for right now, 59.70 potentially just to get out of the TQs and call that one a day. You don't need this to sort of turn around on you too fast because it will do that. And then Amazon right here as well is at the 200 period moving average. So at some point you want to hold these and really until the cows come home. But we've done real good to bring these names all the way back upside. So far, so good there. We just got a reload in Shopify and we got some out. So right now we are long at 20s, as you can see, 22s with Shopify coming in right now, 269 flat. So although the market continues to go, wow, here we go, man. These futures right now, guys, we are now, if we're going to talk about 18,540, 18,670, 140 handles right now in the money on this NASDAQ futures call. So 140 handles to the upside right there on the NASDAQ. That ain't too bad, I don't think. But right now, we're going to go over to the desk with Adara.
Russell 2000 a bit weaker here, especially when compared to the strength of the futures. Both the S&P 500 and NASDAQ positive, but we have the IWM here down about 0.7% on the day. A little bit of resistance coming in here around that 205.50 area for the Russell 2000. A couple small cap names to keep an eye on, including SXTP. This is this company here does some biopharma. They do have a float here of around 820,000 shares, so pretty small float, announcing that they're providing the University of Kentucky with this right of reference for their malaria drug. So if this treatment does go to the FDA, they can use the study as part of that. So interesting look there. We also have LODE. This company is Comstock getting a upgrade to outperform by Noble Capital. And last but not least, here we have PSIG. This one up more than 100% on the day. No news on this one. We do have a 4.13 million share float for PS International Group. So quite a few runners on watch today, guys.
Yeah, the runners to watch are 18.7 and absolute highs here on the NASDAQ. I mean, the ES, actually the ES is not at its high. I was about to point, I thought they were both at the same high, but the S&P 500 is lagging by about 10 points to its high, but the NASDAQ just tagged it and wicked it. Apple, I threw my trail in, and when the 18 broke, that just came back out. When you get this top heavy again, everyone's going to have, I like the station to station. Obviously, you're going to have a pretty big level here at the 18.7, which is held. It was overnight highs as well. So I'm dipping out, looking for a place to either find a weak stock to fade at those highs. If we continue to break out, look for a consolidation on something new. So NVIDIA's now 5.5%. That's gone. Apple's only up 1%, but it's still very, very strong relative to the overall market. So a couple of long plays. I'm now out of both of them, and I hate to tell you, but as the market took out the high, Intel failed VWAP again. The only thing I'd say that's remotely bullish about this is it's trying to put in a higher low and not doing a bad job of it, to be honest with you. So it's able to hold out here at 19.6. I'm going to probably try to get something in the mid to high 70s or 50s to get out, because the way this market's going, I mean, at some point the market should be able to even drag this thing up if we continue to break out those highs. So far, so good. I mean, everything has pretty much worked out. The only thing that was baffling to me, baffling is not the right word, surprising to me was how much Palantir came back in, and that dip off 30 doesn't even remotely hold. We just saw 29.60s as the bottom on Palantir, but we got out of that one when it looked as bad as it did.
Oh, man. What a run. What a run today. All right, we made back a lot. Like, this has been a really good second half, for sure. The first half wasn't even that bad. It was just we lost on that Amazon trade, and then we made it back, and now we're well up on Amazon right now, and the TQs just continue. I mean, that NASDAQ bottom call, we are now 100, we're almost 200 handles in the money right now on this. So, I mean, I cannot complain when we have days like that. And then right now, we just got a 33 fill also on Shopify off of our long of 21. So right now, man, I mean, it is just straight fire right now, this market. I love trading these markets. This is why I was saying, like, wow, what an opportunity missed last week. Glad to be on vacation, but wow. All right, here goes NVIDIA right now. Look at this stock. The best price we were able to buy was, I didn't buy anything last week when we were on vacay. Should have hopped in there. But we bought NVIDIA at 103 and changed the week before that. So this is a nice little bounce today for NVIDIA. Nice move back up there to the upside there. Obviously did not get anything sub 100, as I was saying, was not here for that. But nice move up there for NVIDIA. What's Tesla doing off of its bottom as well? Wow, it's 10.25. Okay, still so much more time to go, man. We could put up some serious numbers here today, man. Good. Really happy for this. All right, 195, 197. I mean, there's the take there. I'm trying to go longer on things. I mean, there it is, Neil. We'd have our first, for me, $2 winner right now today on Amazon, as this one, again, bottom picked, man, right there to the top side goes AMZN, and making dreams come true is this name. I have an offer right here at 40s. So if we get filled, and then that is it. That's a wrap on that one. That's your first hot dog cannon of the day, man. Amazon, monster trade right there back up to the upside. I hope you guys are able to have found some of that trade in you as well. And hopefully you have this as well. This is another $2 right now winner as we put some slaps back and forth into this market one more time. And then just a ho-hum 20 cents in the money right now on Shopify as that's trying to get back there to the upside. There you go, bang on that one. 50 cents now in the money on Robinhood. Wow, what a day so far here today, guys. We better take something out though on Robinhood before we get too excited here. We'll have to punch some 51s out there, but wow, what a battle back here today. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you hit the like, the subscribe, all of that. We're back where we belong right now in this seat, putting up the numbers, entertaining. Hopefully you guys like that. Yeah, what's up, Jonathan, right there. We've returned to our proper throne, and we're happy to sit here all day for you guys. But on the midday, we got earnings and trading them after hours, which I do not recommend, but you will hear more about that at 11 o'clock with Adara and Sharif. But we're back, baby.
Yeah, it's very, very different earnings before market and after market. And we've talked about that before, man. In the morning, you have the looming open, you have liquidity, you have all that stuff after market. My hands are off. And we saw some last week on the aftermarket show. I want to say 75% of major earnings faked you out and destroyed you the other way. I'm talking about it would go up and then it would flush down, or it would flush down and would go up. Be very, very careful with that. I think this is the kind of day that you gotta have your plan of action and try to stick to it. And it was a question, Mr. Long Shorts. I wanted to get to this. Want to engage with the questions that we get to the best of our abilities in the chat. And if you want to be in the chat, make sure you hit that subscribe, because it is a subs only chat. For everybody out there. You have 8 of your $30 MPP left, so that means to me you're at real trading. Any recommendations for managing the rest of the day, or should I call it quits? If you're in a trading account and you're learning to trade, I would say no, you don't call it quits. at the end of the day, like you're here to try to work ideas. So if you've got some of it left, just be patient. Wait for a good setup and only one that makes sense to you. And if you see something that's good, that is a normal setup for you to take, then just take it and stick to your out. Be disciplined. There's nothing wrong with when you're a trainee or starting out getting shut down. It's just a matter of putting on those trades when they set themselves up. So I know people are saying, look at AMD. I'm looking mostly at NVIDIA. AMD, 138, lower high turn. If this had been at 140 this morning or anywhere adjacent to it, I'd be talking about a breakout on AMD. But the difference between AMD and NVIDIA is that high, and NVIDIA's, which is above that 109. So NVIDIA broke out above that high of last week, and AMD hasn't. And so this is what I sort of mean. Like, if you have a plan of action, just wait for it. We wanted one short on NVIDIA. We wanted one long if it broke. And that's the only two things we've done with this stock. And now I'll wait to see if we can get a dip buy on it. Try to keep it as clean as possible to the best of your abilities, everybody. Apple, feel like we did just get out. It made another wick high and trying to pull back in there. VWAP is so far away at this point that we're just going to be patient and let it come back to us. And the only thing that came nowhere within our plan was any of the crypto names. So there was you're still underneath, well underneath $200 here on Coinbase. As Bitcoin has had no love getting above 60,000. So unfortunately, that part of the plan might not come into effect. But that's fine. You don't have to force any trades if they're not there. And speaking of crypto, let's go to Adara.
We're going to start the crypto update with a quick recap of CleanSpark earnings CLSK. In case you missed it, they actually reported after the market closed on Friday. They were supposed to report after the close on Thursday, but postponed it at the last minute. To summarize these earnings, they did report adjusted earnings per share of negative 0.1 cents. They lost 1 cent compared to estimates of losing 4 cents per share. So that was a beat. They did, however, miss on sales, 104.11 million versus estimates of almost 111 million. They also announced, though, that they have a partnership with Coinbase, COIN, which involves CleanSpark acquiring a $50 million revolving line of credit. So that's an interesting note here, just to highlight these CLSK earnings we got on Friday after the close. Bitcoin, after falling below that 60,000 level over the weekend, trying to get back into the level right now. Little bit of a candle forming here, though definitely a bit weaker than where we saw on Friday, as we were actually nicely above that 60,000 level when we left here on Friday. Bitcoin down about 1.75%, but Ethereum actually, though, down in the day earlier today, now holding on to this 2,600 level and pushing towards 2,700. The rest of these names are going to be a little bit more mixed to weak. We've got this Ton coin here, slightly up on the day, but slight weakness here in BNB, Solana, Dogecoin, Cardano. Overall, a little bit more of a mixed day for these cryptocurrencies to start out, which should be a pretty interesting week, guys.
All righty then. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Adara, for that one. All right, so Shopify is coming right back in. I mean, this market's trying to give it up for sure. So we're going to have to watch out for Shopify. We are long at 14s right now. So let's try to see if we can get something out like around 20s if we're able to. But there goes Shopify, nicely dipped back in. And I just want to, you talked about real trading there. There's 11, just so you guys know, there's 11 traders on our floor, 3 positive today, 8 red. So that's not a bad little ratio, but if you are with real trading, that's, sort of par for the course there, as it's pretty tough, right? I think 20% would be a great success rate if you are a trader. So, just keep your head up there. And I think that's good advice by Neil. Stay in the positive, as positive as you can for as long as you can, but do not get discouraged. This is not very easy. We talked about that before, before I left. There's only a couple accounts positive all of July. So I don't know how August is going. I can double check later. But for right now, we're in these trades today. So let's think about how we can get better today. All right, here's Amazon right now. Good trade on that one. I mean, let's props up that fact that we got out. And again, being smart about it, right into the day's high again for Amazon. We went top, bottom to top. But we had lost early right there on Amazon, but we stuck with it, got back in, and then got out right there at the top, able to turn Amazon from what was a red name, pretty red too, actually, into a positive name. So that's why we're talking like this, man. I look over at the clock. It's like, boom, lots of time left. You can still find your trades. All right, so TQs. So another name here. I'm going to get out if we break below this little shelf right here. I know it doesn't look like that much, but what a great day it's for the TQs. I did not get out at the day's high for this. Thought that we could hold on to the futures a little bit more than we can on equities, only because there's that running potential. Nothing's going to stop the futures unless we get some sort of economic news coming out today, which there's none expected. So let's wait to see if this can get going again. We're about 200, 190 handles now in the money here on this trade. Man, oh man, are we just we're getting better and better every day here, I feel like. And I'm just glad that you guys are here to join me on this journey, because there's Shopify. Again, a nice bottom pick right there. We're back, baby. TQs, boom. Shopify, boom. Robinhood, Amazon, boom. So right now we'll go 3 for 4 today, and we'll just lick our wounds with this Robinhood that just doesn't seem to want to go up. But we found other trades, man. We're not just resting on what trades we've had been. We're looking for more opportunities, and I feel like we got a good one here with Shopify against 69. But hopefully the market will go. But right there, that's 68.50. That would be the ultimate bottom. But I'm going to get out if we break this shelf of 69 again, and that's you'll see me trade again, as we keep saying, different styles here all the time. But 10 cents in the money on 1,000 shares is different than 10 cents in the money on 100 shares, right? And so it's the same 10 cents, but for me, I trade here for money, and I'm trying to figure out how to most capitalize on that. So we'll wait to see if this can go upside. Let's see now if Shopify continues to go. So 12 cents in on this one, $1.70 now. Oh, we just got some more Shopify up there. $1.70 in right here. And Robinhood's not doing much. So we'll look for some more, man. We'll look for some more trades to go right now. But the big one for me would be Shopify. So this is where I have more shares on Shopify than anything else. Double the shares on Shopify right now than Robinhood. So that's what I'm looking at right now. So go as it goes upside. Oh yeah, baby. It's going to be a good day here. Hopefully we can get back to where we need to be.
Yeah, it's been a solid morning. Just kind of go station to station here. I wanted to get back into NVIDIA here. Thought we'd get 9s. Thought we'd maybe get VWAP, because the market continued higher and NVIDIA was pulling back. So the market actually held the highs while NVIDIA was pulling back, so that felt like we'd get back into the 109. Instead, you're going to see it get to 110, a bit of a higher low. It's still holding the trend pretty nicely. 112, I think, is the resistance level that I got marked off. So as long as we're still churning toward that level, we'll give it a chance. I want to give this back into 109.85 or so. As I said, we're going to go long in front of 10s. Want to give it back to this local high, or bottom, I should say. If we pull back into VWAP, make that a separate trade. I want to try to keep these as clean as possible. And then we go back over to Rivian, has been Deadsville. So one of the names that we didn't get short this morning that I liked for a short, as you can see, it just fell apart, was Rivian. Just a clean break at 14 when we thought it'd be a pop and fade. So it's at VWAP as we speak, but I got this opening range high, 1365, and then a lower high. As long as it bounces up here and puts another lower high in, I want to be short Rivian. I'm not too concerned about VWAP. I care about where they were selling before. So sellers were here, sellers were here. If they sell it again, then I want to be on the offer of this relatively weak name. Intel, I feel a little bit different about. Still can't seem to get back into the low of the day. We got VWAP twice. Feel like the third time, you need to prove it to me that it's going to be a good short again here on Intel. Down when the market is up, that's all well and good. But as I said about half an hour ago, if we just keep pressing highs, even this thing can go squeezing. I think it was Thursday when it just trended. When this reversed on Thursday, it just trended the entire day to the upsides. Even Intel's capable of that when it catches a bit of a bit. So we're back into the long in NVIDIA. We're still looking to short Rivian if we get a chance at it. And Apple doesn't seem to want to let us back in at any reasonable level as well. But that's okay. We can be patient with it. Apple with a good move to the upside, and Tesla's about to break out. We just quickly go over to Tesla. Tesla has this breakout right here, 198.35.
Here we fucking go.
I'm probably going to go break at the even, so I'm going to wait for 50s. I mean, it's kind of a random price at 35, but looking very strong. Tesla joining the party.
All right, shout out to all my real traders out there right now. Props it up, because there goes Shopify. Bang, right there. A nice little 3-to-1 winner right now for us on Shopify. I mean, up to 69.50. I mean, there's that level, right? There's the buys, there's the dip buys. There it is right there. This is can't be any more real than what we're showing you right here today, Neil and I, because this is a trade that I had on, got out, put on more, getting out more right now. And then how about this Robinhood trade? Let's go right now. Hit those cash registers, man. Robinhood starting to get huge right now, back up there to the upside. I mean, we just tweeted this one out. These are the sticky note bandit names today, baby. We've got Amazon long, we've got Hood long, we've got Apple long, and we've got a trade where we should have taken that just dropped in. Let's go Robinhood. Wow, what a great trade that turned out to be. Again, right there. I'm still gonna, I mean, we could maybe change. No, that's still 70s right there. 95s. I mean, I don't know. This TQ's trade is now, guess what, $1 and $2, Sharif. Sharif, we are 200 handles in the money. That's it. I mean, that's it for right now. All right, 59.84. We'll get out right now on the TQs as we go. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Hasn't been much talk about the future today other than TQs, but we'll wait to see where it goes. I haven't looked at the SPY again right there, but that's why you got to sort of stick in your zone there and trade what you're trading. But wow, Robinhood really exploding there. Now to the top side. What a fun day it's been here. It's only 10:40 right now. Any other names? I mean, we talked about, I could look at DraftKings. I mean, Bitcoin right now busted through 60. I was
about to say.
We talked about Bitcoin going through 60. That seems to have been working out for people. Just congratulations and thanks for watching, man. I know I'm having a blast.
Yeah, that MSTR is gone. Since the split, I thought maybe we trade a little bit more, but when you have the ability to trade like Coinbase, Bitcoin directly, IBITs out there, MSTR still it's a spready stock still. So it hasn't been that great since the split, but I do like this one to the upside if we can hold above 60,000. I just thought it would be Coinbase and Ccoin. It's only now making a high break as we speak. So on the way to that $200 level, maybe we'll join it. I think we could still get a 200 breakout today on Coinbase. We just have to cross that bridge when we get there. I am short Rivian because it's a bad stock. It's a weak stock. It's at VWAP, but I don't care about VWAP. I'm shorting it back into these local highs on RIVN. The coin's going to be on the radar if we get to that $200 level, but it's been a good morning that I do not want to force anything that isn't setting up. Sticking to the plan and waiting for stocks to get to levels is what had worked for me all last week and then again today. So I want to make sure we stick exactly to that. I see a lot of names being thrown out in the chat that I haven't looked at. NVAX, the Piper, that was a good stock to trade continuation as well, an earnings play. So I think you're looking in the right spot. Those earnings continuations have been good. Shopify is another one and a good example of that. Palantir, unfortunately, can't seem to catch much of a bid. I'm looking for this to calm itself down. It cannot seem to break this downtrend at this point. It's looking like it's got one at 29.50. The second I start seeing a rounded bottom and some higher lows, if the market's still going, I'm going to go right back over to Palantir, but just need to calm this one down. It was such a big pullback on Palantir and still looking relatively weak. So we can be patient for it. We still have the rest of the day here.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we are really, really happy putting on some nice moves here today coming through. There goes the TQs, now $2. Hood is now, Robinhood is, the stink face required to this stock is unbelievable. I appreciate Sharif, man. He came over and said it wasn't the same last week without me. So that means a lot. So basically, I heard that a lot in the chat, and that means a lot coming from Sharif as well. So I definitely appreciate that, and I'm glad to be here entertaining and putting up some of these winners. And again, it took some feedback from the viewers and have really changed the style here to be more entertaining, as transparent as possible, as we've always been here right now. So we definitely appreciate all of that, man. What a good show and good vibes here, and we're glad to have been part of that since the jump. And hopefully, like I said, I need more vacations to give you guys more opportunity in the market, but glad to be back today. Lots of opportunities today, man. We are now so here's the dip buy in the TQs happened at 9. We're still in it, right? We still got 10% left. 58.26. That time was 9.57. So if you're going over here, yeah, I got it. A 9.57. That's 18.533. So you're now over 200 handles in the money on this TQQ trade. So we'll continue to watch out for that. It's Shopify that's giving me some kind of worries now, because this is the move that's happening back in right now for Shopify. We do have a stop out for the TQQs coming through. If this breaks, I just put 85s. So it breaks little, kind of through here, these wicks, and we're going to get out of that one. But right now it's Shopify on watch, and it's Dara at the screens.
Despite that strength we have right now coming through in the TQ or the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, we do have quite a few segments or sectors here that are not going to be outstandingly strong or weak. Quite a few flat sectors, including this technology services, health technology, a bit mixed as well, despite some early strength from Eli Lilly post earnings. We've got finance sector a little bit weaker, consumer services with the exception of Starbucks on this activist investor news, producer manufacturing. But that being said, there are some sectors with some outstanding strength as well. Retail trade, we've got Amazon, Walmart, and Costco all to the upside today. Walmart reporting before the open on Thursday, and Home Depot reporting before the open tomorrow. So that sector definitely on watch here. Also some strength coming through in energy minerals as oil prices rise for a fifth straight day, or they're on track to rise for a fifth straight day. Also, of course, some strength here in electronic technology led by these chip names once again, NVIDIA and AMD chief among them. The Broadcom pretty strong here as well. One exception is Qualcomm getting a downgrade this morning, so QCOM weaker, but other than that, the sector generally pretty strong. In terms of sectors that are like weaker on the day, we do have consumer durables led to the downside here by Tesla, and consumer non-durables as well. PG and KO leading this group to the downside, guys.
Yeah, they've been a little bit weak, but that's not the only thing that's weak, those durables. I mean, the EV names have been weak as well. We've been talking about this for quite some time in the penalty box. Usually it'd be VWAP for retrace. As I said, don't care about that. We're just going to go with this line here. Sellers at 1365 on Rivian. We just put this one on when it broke VWAP. We got 58s in. It's falling back in toward the low of the day here on Rivian. Just try to keep it simple. It's trending down. Go short. If a stock is trending up, try to go long to the upside there. So we'll sit back. I do like, again, I'm going to go back over. I said I wouldn't reload a third time, but I'm starting to like it a little bit better here on Intel. The market did try to break out those highs one more time, and you're still cresting off of VWAP here. So a couple of names, and these were the two names I liked short in the pre-market show, was Intel and Rivian. So we're going to try and stick, well, I mean, Intel every day last week, but Rivian this morning with a bit of a dump fest. So let's go to the south side on those two. We'll see if we pick something up on Apple on a dip, but it's got to set itself back to the upside. Don't want to be fighting anything in this market.
All right, so just real quickly, we also had XOM written on here. This is why you never lose faith. XOM, we just put it on, it turns to P&L number 1 right there. So a little bit of a face slap there for XOM as we get out of 2/3 of that right there back to the upside. So a good trade there on XOM coming in. Now it's coming back in, so we're out of 2/3. Let's wait to see if that does turn around. All right, Shopify, man, near extinction. Honestly, it just came back up through 69. We're going to give this about 10 more cents as it's breaking through 69 right now. It went as low as, we were trying to find out where that wick was going to go. Stops at 90, so let's use that as our out. Hey, man, maybe we can bump back up right now on that name. You're probably watching Robinhood fall out. We actually... So again, we have a little bit more than 10% of, no, a little bit less actually than what we would have had down here, as most of our outs, as you can see, are sub 50s. So we got a lot out up here because that was the level that we had written down on the sticky note today. So we definitely wanted to watch out for that 50 level. And yeah, it failed us early, which wound up taking the hit there. We'll have one red stock today. That's going to be Robinhood. But other than that, man, I mean, $2 on Amazon, $2. Oh, our TQs just came out as it does break that 85 level. We actually get, I'll tell you what price we got actually, 83, some 83s, some 84s right there. So we did get stopped out on that trade, and that's the level got hit. You know, our level got hit, we're out. So that's going to happen. We'll make those calls all the time. Welcome to the jungle, man. We got fun and games. Here's XOM. We're going to wait for 85s. I mean, right here, it's at the 50-period moving average. I like this name today. I like the long. It does fall back into this area. I thought worth protecting. We did do that. Goes to PL1. We talked about that. Although the TQs is actually PL1 now that I'm flat on it. But XOM is right beside it right now as they battle. And that's what I mean. You know, like you could take this in, but then if you take more shares and get out quicker, sometimes it can really elevate where your net is. You can turn into a scalper, right? Instead of trying to hold something. So, like I said, have the ability to go station to station, which clearly we have, and then also have the ability to hold it for longer moves. So that's really been the difference. We talked about what kind of a month July was, and a lot of it was to do with that kind of mentality. So, yeah, let's just keep on going here. Try to hold the winners as long as you possibly can. But, you know, if you are going to take few shots, like 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents, just do it on more shares so you can make sure to scalp out a decent little profit there. But here we go, man. Only 13 minutes left, and then you'll be with the professor and Adara. Oh, yeah, first of all, join me tonight, actually, on the live daily market recap show with Michael Noss. I'm going to talk to him all about Bitcoin and some crypto and things like that. So we'll be doing that. And then what I was going to say is we do have the midday show that's coming up right now, talking about, and I said the story about how when I first turned around, I said, who the hell is this monster sitting behind me? And it was Sharif, and he was wearing Dallas Cowboy jersey, so I was kind of fond of him, but not really. And then, no, just playing around. Then he was wearing all these football jerseys, which would be soccer, of course. And I was like, what's going on? I turned over, I was like, what? He's like, man, don't talk to me, I'm trading post-market earnings. He was not like that at all, but then he was trading earnings. I go, dude, stop immediately from trading those. They are too tough to trade, but now he's got a lesson ready to go. So we'll learn from Sharif. And the one thing I could say is it's from experience. He's going to tell you firsthand about some of the moves that he's had trading in the post-market, plus some lessons from doing all of that. Not only am I a trader, but a salesman as well.
And you know what? He's not the only trader on this floor that's tried and has some lessons to learn. I think the best thing about the floor is that you can crowdsource ideas and experiences. So, you know, you have multiple traders that can tell you what those earnings look like after market. And you know what? I'll be the first to tell you, I've not always looked at the VIX, but just very quickly, we have about 10 minutes to go here. You're trending down. We talked about this last week. You're still holding this downward trend in volatility here. So there was a little press up early, and then now we're rolling back over until this catches a bid, which you have to zoom way in. Until this catches a bid, I think the market's still looking strong. So long, strong stocks is going to make a little bit of sense there on a day like today. Speaking of strong stocks, Apple seems to want 220 without coming back into the levels that I want. So Apple absolutely churning. 220 is the spot where I'd even think about a short on Apple. Not that I really am, but it just broke 219. Going to look for a pullback into some prior highs here on Apple as we go to Adara or Money Talks.
Despite a slight uptick right now in the daily chart for the DXY, you can still see an ongoing downtrend for the US dollar here on this daily chart, currently just above that 103 level. No major economic data prints to talk about today, though we do have the US federal budget balance coming out at 2 p.m. But it's worth noting we do have some economic data on watch the rest of the week, mainly the PPI data on Tuesday and the more heavily watched CPI data coming through Wednesday. Both of those expected at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time on their respective days. We're noting as well, we did have Fed's Bowman making some comments on Sunday night, saying, generally known for being a little bit more hawkish, but saying that actually there's been some, quote, welcome progress on inflation and that it would make sense to gradually lower the rates should this progress continue. However, the Fed should not be lowering rates based on one specific economic data point. So noting no overreaction should be happening based on specific points, but general slowdown, if that occurs, could see some rate lowering here. So interesting note here as we wait not only for the September Fed meeting, but also the Jackson Hole Symposium next week, guys.
Oh, yeah, Jackson.
Yeah,
Jackson Hole.
What's up with Jackson?
Yeah, we'll see what happens, Ms. Jackson. But we're sorry, Ms. Jackson. Today, you just got to be worried about the market in front of you. Unless you're a swing trader and all that kind of stuff, but we're here day trading. The newest position for me is and has been this Rivian. You just caught another lower high, so I'm looking at this low of the day. If it is able to hold 13 1/3, I want to zoom out and show you guys it's not random. Rivian held this line last week. It held that line like a month ago or so. So a bounce off 1330 would be major support here on Rivian. If we get to that price, I'm looking to take it all out on the next available bounce if we get it on Rivian. Big support level at that $13. Still a weak stock and all that good stuff. Apple just wicked the 219. So there's 219. When I say wicked, it broke and pulled back in. So you might get a move like it did here at 218.5. Look for the next consolidation. It hasn't really consolidated since I got out in a clean fashion. It was very whippy around to the upside here. As you can tell, it's going back and forth instead of in a tight range and a wide one. We'll see if we can get something back into this 218.25. Apple strong, want to only be long. That one, I did mention briefly that ARM, I like to short at the 120 level. That was early. Now you're trending to the upside. That's the thing. If you like a stock at a certain price, Once it starts showing strength in the other direction, you don't have to fight this one. So ARM holding on to what was resistance and turning it into a little bit of support here at VWAP. If it can break back and hold the 120, I might look for that long. But first things first, Palantir, I keep looking for, like, I'm trying to be patient with it. I keep looking for it to make that rounded bottom, and it's not happening here on Palantir. And if I ever regret, like, I haven't had, like, every stock has been solid this morning, but Palantir somehow feels like I should have reversed it short at some point. But I'm only really looking for that continuation long, and as long as it's above 29, I want to give it a chance. This 29.5 is now a double bottom, maybe even a triple bottom. So things have calmed down a little bit. If we do a false break of 50s, I'm going to look for the reversal back to VWAP here on PLTR. Had to be able to pick your spots with this and not fight it. Just get out when the getting's good, get out when the getting's good. We'll see if we can get a bounce off this 29.50 on Palantir. One of the few things that's a red stock on the day.
Yeah, strange about that one. We do have right now Robinhood will take another out right there, face slapper as it comes back up to 70 and take another piece out. We did reverse into the short. So Shopify gave it up. We're flat on it now. Well, we're in position, so we'll wait to see what happens. But Shopify gave it up, breaking that. And then I'm flipping over to the short, just trying to see about these tops. It is weaker. If the market does want to pull back, I am pretty confident that Shopify will be one of those names that pulls back. But it's content time because we want to know what's for lunch. All right, and this is going to be pretty good for me because I'm going to test it out. I went to a 152-year-old, one of the most famous fish and chip shops in London, and that was fantastic. So that's today for lunch is fish and chips. So we're going to find out about that. Obviously, we'll be having a salad here.
Obviously
probably will be tuna, and obviously not as good. So
no
that's
chance.
no
chance.
It's not made fresh right in front of you. You know, I mean, a little different there. We also went to St. John in Smithfield. That was fantastic. That's Michelin star award winning. Our friend, that's like number one on his bucket list.
Yeah.
He has yet to have been. And so he was all about that. That was wonderful, lovely. Some saffron halibut was had there with a pea mash there. It was really, really good. All right. So anyways, end of the day here. By the way, number one in your heart, maybe not, XOM right there. What a trade for me here on ExxonMobil, man. I mean, again, look what names are on the sticky note. XOM, 1 for 1. Amazon, 2 for 2. Robinhood, 2 for 3. Apple, we don't have it, but I think good trades over there. And then the TQs. I'm going to equate the TQs to Apple. I mean, strong market, strong Apple. But there it goes right now for XOM, man. I mean, this is a 40-cent winner, and we're just ho-humming this trade. So it's a nice little trade there for XOM. Again, we looked at these bottoms. This is when I trade the best. Be able to find where levels are and just attack them. And hopefully they work out. So right there, that was a good little opportunity for us as we get some more out right there for that. It is another one right there on XOM as it continues to go higher and higher. So yeah, mushy peas. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and then we had also at the Rock and Soul there was where we went for the fish place. Those of you in London will know about that. A great gravy there as well. And it was really, really, really great. And thank God we not get the large portion, man. I couldn't even finish the medium portion right there. All right, now,
Put that work in, man.
Yeah, it was.
You just take your time.
It's funny, you don't eat as much, man. Even though we're walking around, I did 20 to 25,000 steps.
I was going to say, usually you're hungry when you walk.
I don't know. Maybe it was the alcohol, you know what I'm saying? No, but here we go. Nice move back in. Let's see where Shopify rests his head with only a few minutes left. It's good to be back, and thank you for all the positive comments there in the chat. We're back to make some money.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it's been about this morning. No questions asked. Pretty much looking very clean. I know I just got a question in the chat about CrowdStrike. Why aren't you trading CrowdStrike? You got to trade what sets up. We trade CrowdStrike after earnings. I haven't looked at it since last week, but you've got to be able to be careful on anything that's a short right now, even if it's relatively weak. But here, right back into that high is Rivian. I said if it bounced off that low, it's a good support level because it's on the daily, that 13.3 and a third. If we get one more wick and one more chance at this, looking for on the other end, don't necessarily want to be standing in front of the freight train, but if it's going to roll back over, look for the short back here at that 60 level if it wants to set me up. Apple's looking about as weak as it's been since that late break. So I think the test of this support here at 218.25 is about to happen when we throw you guys over to the midday show. So I think we're probably going to pull back into this previous high. That's where I trailed out of the long on Apple. If the same buyers are there at the quarters, I'll try to jump back in. If it fails, wait for VWAP. It's got a good trend to the upside. VWAP was a bit messy the second time through clean. The first time we had to take that hit, and we'll see what happens. I don't know if we're going to get to VWAP on Apple. If we do, I want to be long on this name. And then I want to go over to AMD only because we've kind of only talked about NVIDIA today. AMD, not nearly as strong in my books as NVIDIA. NVIDIA's up twice as much. They're both, but here's the thing. Percentages is just a percentage. NVIDIA is close to VWAP and pulling back in as we speak, lower highs, whereas AMD is holding this higher low and nowhere close to VWAP. So now all of a sudden AMD's on my radar. Forget about that percentage. It's just a number. This is looking a little stronger at these levels than what I'm seeing in NVIDIA. So I'm going to draw myself my breakout trend line on AMD, and if it holds this, I want to look for some bounce. So there's your breakout, there's your dip, there's your hold. It just connected the third time here. So as long as AMD holds this line, I want to be long. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. I know it's a 4.5% move versus 2.1, but the way I look at it, right now, AMD looking a little bit stronger. So I'm going to connect those dots and buy the dip on this trend.
We just went 50 cents in the money and hopefully 60 cents. We're 50 cents now. We just got 2 VWAP and I didn't have an order there, so now we do. Right there for XOM. Again, very special moment today because here it is yesterday. Here's my daughter. It's her 10th birthday, so happy and sad. I wrote down right there. So she's funny, this one. What a talent. What a bright spot for me and Marissa. So again, happy birthday to the loved one in my family, Gia, my last daughter, coming through right there. And last, yeah, I have to say the last.
Wow.
I'd like to have more. But I don't got the cash. So anyways, happy birthday, Gia, there as well, as that means everything to me. So, all right, Robinhood, 50 cents in the money, XO1, 55 cents, and Shopify just went in the money, and we took a piece out there at 92. So we are short 98. Let's see if Shopify dips again. We're bidding 91s. We'll see if we get it again. But yeah, a huge day again here right now. And thank you so much for watching. The show, I promise, will be just as good, if not better, coming up right now. And then following that, me and Neil will be back at 2 p.m.
Yes,
so for Neil, Brendo in the back there, Sharif Adair about to kill it over there. We've got Ramin back. We've got Fabian in the building as well.
Full
Thank
house.
you to our good friend Randy for filling us up with, I had 2 coffees this morning, and this one's actually, one's half full, one's pretty much done, so not bad. Full, yeah, and I got to get on some more of this water. All right, let's get down Shopify. Here we go. Oh, yeah, Shopify filled. There we go, baby. Shopify back into the Greensville now. P&L-wise, let's see if this market collapses all over itself.
And thanks for the super chat there, Samuel Patlick in the chat there. Appreciate the super chat as we had you on over. We want to make sure we got that one in there, and thank you for that. But let's go over to the professor and Dara. Go get him.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other chat. There we go. We got Big Smile or Big Spile or whatever you want to call him. Burdette, what's up to you, my man? Good to see you. Bright and early. We got Easy Trader and Matthew Booth. We got Hamster1 dancing up a storm and late Day Trader cut. LF, a different letter. TH, we got Adam Duluce. I saw you and the Katina Man hitting it up in London. Good to see that. Can't wait to see you in October, brother. Bob Dub, MB3, Pedro Khan, Cesar Sandoval. We got Tammy B. We got Nate. We got Big Asian. Okay. We got Chuck Fuller, Fiddlebeck, Ron John, Andrew Chow, The Piper, Michelle Meir. We got Brandon Townsend and Blind Leader, Day Trader Cut, as I mentioned, joining us as well. The Sankofa. Okay, there's a square named after you now. Hog Rider, Alex Diaz. We got Mark L. And we got Adrian Fox, or 4XAU, I should say, there, Adara. And we got Mike Walter as well. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing this fine? Is it a Monday? It's a Monday. How are you doing today, Sharif?
Can't complain. Everything is good. Weekend was chill and nice and relaxing. Weather was good. How was your weekend?
My weekend was good. I know you had your fun, exciting festival, so I heard you were telling me that was fun. I'm happy to hear it. My weekend, I cleaned my room, which was nice, did some writing, actually was a nice productive weekend, and I also slept because we always know that is kind of part and parcel for me, living my life. So good times there. Honestly, no complaints and zero regrets. To shout out, we're the Millers / I know Obi's kind of taking that mantra as well. But nice look there. I'm just in this Apple trade right now. I know I put in the chat, Apple bro, what are you doing? Because I wasn't getting filled at that time. But then Apple was like, oh, Adara, you actually can get this beautiful dip buy at 218.16. You know what? I'll let you add as well. So very happy here. I have just, thank you, I appreciate that. I've got I mathed this position very oddly. I have a scintilla of shares left. I have one out left here. If we keep bouncing here off 218.90s, I'm tempted to add. If not, if we get below 80s, I'll get out. I was risking here into 30s, so I've already risk to reward for me. That's fine if I got in at 60s. Please just punch. And I didn't chase. I didn't think I'd get 60s, but I waited. We have this wick down into 60s, then we come back up. So I said, thank you, Apple. Come again. And so this happened here. If we keep bouncing off 218.90s, I love what we're doing on the book at 218.90s. I will get involved. But as I posted on my Instagram, I'm also looking here at IWM and Eli Lilly. So check out the Insta story. Trader TV Adara, shameless self-plug there. If you want to take a look at some names I'm looking at today that are not the Apple one. How are you
Love
doing?
it. Yes, I was looking at the exact same trade as Apple as you. I love how you executed on that. This is a former area of resistance that became the support. I'm assuming you're looking at that 218.50, 218.60-ish area. And then, you clear it by some distance. You dance with 219. You come into an obvious consolidation area and take the long. I love it. I hope you print up a storm on that. The Fuge is printing at the high of day 18,758. I haven't looked at the NQ quite yet, but it's a good day right now for the Mag 7, for the chips. Keeping an eye on those bad boys. SPCE is up almost 10%. Wow. Okay, so SMCI really recovering off that bathroom visit that it had last week, so we'll keep an eye on that. I'm involved in BBAI. almost got printed at 39s, but it's coming down into my area over here. Very small position just to kind of keep things interesting. Let's get started. The lesson du jour. Guys, I'm sorry I'm low on energy today, so you're going to have to forgive me. I will do my best to keep things exciting, but the energy is of very little amounts. So much so, Adara, I forgot to load up my lesson, but here it is. Good stuff. That was quick. All right, we're talking about trading earnings today after hours, so let's get right to it, as the title there suggests. I don't know where the hell my lesson keeps going. I'm going to have to do this one more time. All right, here we go. One more time. Lesson. There we go. It loaded it up. Good job, computer.
Good job, computer.
All right, trading after hours markets is a unique trading environment. It's characterized by increased volatility and the potential for significant price swings and movement. So right off the bat, we need to be careful with that. Understanding the dynamics of this market can unlock opportunities, though, for savvy traders. So let's get right to it. After hours trading, what are we talking about here? Why is this important? Well, number one, as I prefaced there right off the top, it has increased volatility. So earnings announcements, which typically come either pre-market or aftermarket, in fact, they only come pre-market and aftermarket, they often trigger sharp price fluctuations, which can lead to larger profit opportunities, of course, easily larger losses as well, when you compare that to the regular trading hours. And the opportunity for larger price moves here is also quite operative. The reduced number of participants in the after hours markets can amplify price movements. When you drop the liquidity, then basically what you're looking at here is more aggressive price movements, because there's not that, big order in your way, whether to the high side or the downside. So this can create chances for significant gains and or losses, right? And you also have the first mover advantage here. Oftentimes when big money is moving into a name, the hedge funds, they got to go through these buying and selling committees. So they either, get it the next day or whatever, the next week. If you get in right when the earnings come into play, you get that first mover advantage. The first mover advantage comes with this pros and cons. Traders who can quickly react to earnings news can potentially capitalize on price trends before they become widely known. They're pretty much known, but they're not acted upon at that time, okay? But there is also plenty of risk to talk about here in the after hours trading. There's lower liquidity, as we very much explained. So the reduced trading volume can result in wider bid-ask spreads. The spread essentially is the difference between how much the highest price someone's willing to pay and the lowest price someone's willing to offer. If there's a difference between those two prices, often there is. That's the cost of doing business just by getting in and out of the position at the same price, assuming the price doesn't move, okay? So you need to be apprised of the spread, which is typically wider in the aftermarkets, okay? What this does is it leads to slippage. The example I gave you there of the cost of doing business at the same price, getting in and getting out, and there being a difference between the bid and the ask, this will increase the, number one, the slippage. Number two, the transaction cost sometimes may be a little bit different after market, so you need to check with your broker on that. Market manipulation as well, due to the increase or decreased amount of volume, the potential for manipulation is higher as a result of the lower trading volume. False rumors, for example, or misleading information can absolutely distort prices as the fog of war, so to speak, dissipates. And there's also, I mentioned this, increased volatility. While volatility offers opportunities, and we love volatility as day traders, it also increases the risk of rapid and unpredictable price swings. So what are some strategies that you can employ here for after-hours trading? Scalping. So we mentioned this last week with respect to gaps. We'll mention it here as well. Taking advantage of rapid price fluctuations by entering and exiting trades quickly. This strategy requires precise market timing and a high tolerance of risk. But there is something called the equity straddle, and this is a dangerous play, and I used to do this one. I don't do it anymore. I'm going to show you how to do it, but it's incumbent on you to figure out whether or not it works under your style. So this essentially here involves placing a buy order slightly above the market price and a sell order slightly below the current market price, okay? The strategy aims to profit from a price movement after the earnings in either direction following the earnings release. The pros for this, and I'll show you in a second how to do it. The pros for this type of order is there's potential obviously for high returns if the stock price moves significantly in either direction and you get triggered. The cons obviously requires some maybe bigger amount of money if you want to have bigger share size. If the price stock remains relatively unchanged, you can lose on both sides, or if it zigs and zags. So let me explain exactly what I'm talking about here. So here is the chart. Let's go Apple, and we're going to go to the 4 hour. I think it'll be easy here on Apple. Okay, so this is that 220 level on Apple. So let's just say this is after hours earnings, okay? So then I'm going to place a buy order if it triggers anything above 225. So I'm expecting, let's just say, 10% plus or minus in volatility. We know that because we go and we get that data from Market Chameleon or any other type of service that gives us the implied volatility after earnings. So I straddle it. I have a buy order to go long on Apple if it breaches 225 because I like that level because it's a consolidation zone. At the same time, I'll have a sell order for a break of 200. So I'm straddling the price action. And basically what I'm looking for is a direction, basically a one singular direction. So oftentimes what ends up happening when you have an earnings release is that it zigs and zags. It'll dip before it pops, or it'll pop before it dips. That's not always what happens. So what you need to do is you need to take some risk, essentially. If you're going to take this type of trade, you're going to have to be willing to get punched in on the wrong side. So what ends up happening is you get the earnings release like right at 405, 410, the price spikes, you get filled. Now, I'm going to show you a little bit of a trick because I'm going to get to this in a second, but your market order will not fill after hours, okay? So if you think you're going to get a market order on the trigger up, you're not. It's going to blow through your order. So what you need to do is you need to use a stop limit order on both the buy and the sell. So you're going to go to stop limit. You're going to say my order, I want it triggered. My stop price is $225.25. But because I know that there is ample amount of illiquidity in the aftermarket, I know that it can blow through my order and not fill me at all. In fact, it's incumbent upon you to figure out how illiquid the stock is after hours because that will dictate the spread between your trigger price and your limit price. You're going to have to enter two data points here. So for example, I'll give it $1, okay? $225 is going to be the triggering price. The limit price will be $226. So what I'm telling the computer is here, if the price crosses $225 after the earnings come out to the long side, go long and pay up to $226.25. Now, there's another thing I need to tell you here. There's an exchange rule that prevents you from having the trigger price and the limit price be more than 3% of each other. So if you're going to do this trick, you got to make sure that your stop price and your limit price are not farther than 3% of one another. If you do, the exchange will not fill you. Okay? So that's what I'm doing here. I'm entering two prices because of the illiquidity. My triggering price, which is the stop price, and my limit price, which is how much I'm willing to pay. If I enter a market order, it will not trigger in the aftermarket. All right? So that's how you do that. One order to the high side, one order to the low side, and you're waiting for it to trigger. Now, what I talked about earlier about the zig and zag is that sometimes you'll get a drop in price before it goes long or a pop in price before it goes low. And what they're doing, the algos are trying to trigger you into getting in so they can take your money. So what I end up doing is I end up researching to see whether or not this particular equity has a history of bamboozlement. And if it doesn't have a history of bamboozlement, then I'll put it in there. If it does, I won't trade it. And I'll show you what I mean in a second. So your order types. Let's talk about these because I just finished talking about ones that won't work in the aftermarket. Limit orders. You need to be using limit orders in the aftermarket. Market orders won't work. So specify the price at which you want to buy or sell. These are generally the most common types of orders in the aftermarket. Market orders will not work. Stop orders, if you're going to use stop orders, they have to be stop limit orders. Stop market orders will not work. So if you're going to use stop limit orders, there's going to be two prices. The triggering price, as I showed you, and the limit price, the maximum you want to pay. So you need to be very apprised of the order types and what works and what doesn't in the aftermarket. Tips for successful trading after hours, though. Let's talk about this. Technology. Your brokerage has to allow you to trade in the pre and in the aftermarket. I gave the example last week when I was with TD. Before I moved to my current broker, I was allowed to trade after 8:30. So that was of no use to me because what I wanted to do was trade these small cap gappers at 6 and 7 a.m. when 2020, when that was the hot thing to do. So I moved to my brokerage right now. I'm on the screen, guys. Risk management. Implement strict stop loss controls and position sizing to protect your capital. That's very important to do in the aftermarket when there's a lot of volatility. Your market research as well. You research the earnings play. What time did they report? What happened on the prior earnings release if you're going to use it? Did it spike in one direction or did it zig and zag? Emotional control as well. Because of the amount of volatility that there is in the aftermarket, the price action, the after hours can be extremely volatile. Avoid impulsive decisions based on fear or greed and stick to your trading plan. Sticking to your trading plan here requires you, by definition, to go and to do your homework on that earnings play before you use the equity straddle option. So make sure it's all good there. And I hope everybody who ends up trading earnings does quite well on them there.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving us that insight. And I like as well what Sean alluded to, because you have the experience, because you've traded and you've looked into these aftermarket earnings plays. I think it's, lots of insight there. So shout out to Sharif. Thank you so much for preparing these lessons. I'm going to get out the rest of my SPY scalp here. Basically, the plan for this short scalp, and I want to talk about it because I'm decently happy with how this is, although I know if you look at the chart, it might look a little ow. So why I liked the SPY scalp is because the SPY book and the Tesla book are the two order books that, without a doubt, I have on my screen at all times. Without a doubt. I've got Tesla right above me. Hi, say hi, Tesla. Say hi to the camera. And then I have the SPY right next to me. So I have my eyes on both of them at all times. And I was noticing the SPY would do this little thing in the book where we'd get to early 535s, say 535 teens to 535 40s, and then we'd come back down. So then I noticed we were holding 40s. So then we hold 40s, we get up to 60s, and it's kind of weak. I'm seeing on the daily chart some topping tail candles, even though we are still up, obviously in an uptrend. So I said, hey, Adara, you like that 535 40s? If we see anything break below 40s, get in, risk into that level near the 60s. That's about 20 pennies risk. You want to make minimum 20 pennies if you're looking for that 20-cent level. So I got involved here in the SPY with that in mind. Took the scalp short because I trusted myself. I had the confidence based on what I saw in the book. And it ended up working out. I took my 20 pennies for 2/3 of the position, held the final third for a piece for the dream. And I was actually willing to add at 535s when we broke below that area, but the break was kind of, to use a Sharif, as anemic, so I didn't want to add to the position there. That being said, we're still seeing lower highs. You guys know, if you see the show, you know I like talking about this. My favorite way to scalp the market is going to be through whole dollar breakdowns. So if we get that 535 breakdown, that's where I'm going to be breaking into the trade to the downside. Also, IWM, I like this downtrend. My best level on it was 205.50s. I mentioned that on my Instagram story this morning. Trader TV Dara, shameless self-plug. But yeah,
Nothing
so
wrong with that. I like it. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The other entry, though, would have been getting in at 205.30s and risking into 205.50s. The reason I didn't was because I was a little preoccupied with my S&P 500 trade. So that, you win some, you lose some. If we come to that 205 area and reject, maybe I can have some risk opportunities there. But right now, that no trade for me on either of those. Apple, though, this is going to be the one I want to talk about because I mentioned I took my last slice out of that apple pie when we got to that 219.03s. I obviously got out early, but I stand by getting out where I did because we were seeing lower highs on the book. I got out one piece at 219.09, so we kind of came down below 219s. We wicked above 219s. I said, Adara, just get out here. You're not feeling great about it anymore. We obviously pushed higher, but I stand by. It was the right time to exit for me, for my purposes. So if we keep bouncing off 80s, that's not a bad level. And then you risk into 218, 50s, and 60s, as Sharif mentioned. I think he and I have kind of similar levels on Apple as it currently stands. So let's see if we can Tim Cook with this one again. But I'm going to shake Apple's hand because I enjoyed that trade. If there are any stocks you're looking at that you have any reads on, that you want to know what Sean and Neil have to say about it, get into that chat and go ! Join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Also, oh my gosh, Stacks saying something amazing. Tesla, you little psycho bunny. I've never heard Tesla described in that way, but honestly, is there maybe a more apt description for Tesla? I'm not really sure. Make sure, though, that you get involved. Thank you. I appreciate that. With that peak. Also, Chris, I was just in a couple trades there, so I'm a little bit more of a scalper. If you don't see positions on my board, it's because I'm kind of in and out of stuff.
Yep.
Shout out to the Californian burger franchise, but it does not. Oh, Tesla, are you ranging on the 5-minute chart? Tesla, you little psycho bunny. You know what I mean? Shout out to Stacks. I don't. The higher lows make me a little bit hesitant about a range. But man, I like this VWAP bounce. If we get back to 197, I have some ideas there. And oh my gosh, I might bunny bounce into that stock. Shout out again to Stacks. I have never seen a more entertaining description for the Cybertruck one.
That is pretty good.
You're also looking at Apple here.
I am. Yeah, Apple's in an uptrend, obviously, so I need to put some respect on its name and have a look at it today. But I just want to talk quickly about the first trade that I had here, which was BBAI. I tried to get in at the volume-weighted average price at $1.35. We could have taken multiple outs here, but I left this one to do its thing while I was doing the lesson, and I did get stopped out here as it broke down below $1.30. So we'll lose 5 quick pennies to start the day like that. But I'm looking at a different name here, and it goes by the name of Hood. And this is a nice area flipped from resistance to support. So this 1855 area was an obvious level of resistance right at the opening bell. We cleared by some distance, and now it looks like we're going to leave that. So I'm a little bit late to the party over here for Hood. Should have been in around 1855, 1856 area. This area flips from support to resistance. So good luck there for Hood. They got an upgrade today from Piper Sandler, by the way. Liking what they see in terms of the amount of money coming in. I don't want to call it asset under management because they're not a hedge fund, but they've got a lot of deposits, about over $13 billion now in deposits. Net interest income as well, down because of the possible interest rate cuts. That they don't worry about that. Saying crypto volume, options volume, still paying the bills, keeping the lights on there. So Hood, good day, 3.88%. in the clear at the moment. The Apple trade, I'm going to continue to watch, see how this resolves. We're at this 219 area, generally a little bit below, a little bit above, unsure. Here are the side charts. Look, they're an anemic bunch today. There isn't that much GNLN obviously is up there with 220% gains, but well off the highs, about almost $2.50 now below the highs. 1043 HOD, we're printing 788, and we're below the volume weighted average price, so I'm not interested in it at the moment. PSIG, though, is a possible one here, but I was looking to see what this one was going to do, whether it was going to zig and zag at $2.25, and it looks like that's what it's doing for now. But what's operative here is the higher lows and this flat top at 235. So we're going to let this one resolve, and then we'll figure it out when it does. WHLR and SXTP are both interesting, but the volume really falling off a cliff on both. They're both below the volume weighted average price, so I'm not inclined to trade either of them at the moment. It's really going to come down to Hood, which is not really a small cap gapper, or this PSIG. We'll have to see if any of these bad boys wake up. No read right now on the Mag 7, though, as we get a big move down here on the Fuge. About a 65-point move from the top. We're breaching 700. We're on our way down now to this 50-period moving average on the 5-minute, 18.675. We've just breached 18.7 here, Dara, so a bit of a move down here on the How to Trade midday show.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Forex AU mentioning Tesla, saying days high for Tesla, but please consider it's about lunchtime. Yeah, I'm happy I didn't get into Tesla. I liked the idea that if it bounced off 198, it would be a nice little long here, because that was, if not a range, it was like the breakout top, right? So we had that support at 197 with these higher highs. That being said, 197.50s, if we hold this as support, I wouldn't mind scalping that into 198, but the market's too weak right now, regardless of what Tesla's doing, for me to be involved. The one thing I'm really sad, though, I missed was this AMD short. Shout out to, I think it's Trader Forever in the chat, saying AMD doesn't look like a long right now. I said that a while ago. I agreed. I literally liked AMD as a short from the moment I sat down. For whatever reason, I have AMD in the 3-minute on my side chart. I don't know why that is, because I generally chart off the 5. But the 3-minute, you see that rounded top better than you see it in any other time frames. And also, look at that support we have at 136.80. I said to Dara, we break below 136.80 violently, you get short. So we get to 136.85, we bounce back up to 137s, we come crashing back down to 136.80, and before I can blink, before I can breathe, we sell right off. So shout out to anybody who had that short. I totally missed it. I like AMD as a short, but I wouldn't be interested again until we come to a level that I like. That being said, hey, if you're going to drop, you guys know my go-to for when the market drops like this, and it's seeing what the SPY's up to. What can I spy here on the SPY? Wow, I got out of my short early. In my defense, though, we were not prepared for that huge move to the downside. So I want to see what we do if we break below 50. Okay, there we go. We got that break below 50s. I'm interested in taking a bit of a scalp short here on the S&P 500, getting in at 47s. Let's see what we can do here. If we break down back below into 532s, I'll be okay with that. If we get back up into like 60s, 70s, that was an area I was watching in the book. That'll be helpful. And I want to say, too, the reason I'm more comfortable taking some of these SPY scalps as the market falls as opposed to the Qs is I don't have the book necessarily for the Qs up at all times. I have, like I said, the book for the SPY. I'm always reading the S&P 500 order book. That is for sure. So I know what I'm supposed to be looking for, right? Took a quick 50 pennies on that SPY scalp. So the point I'm trying to make is I can, if I have it on my mind and in my eyes at all times, reverse the way I said that, that sounded kind of creepy, then I know what movements I'm supposed to be looking for, right? So if I see that move down, I have a way to take it. So shout out to the S&P 500. I'm happy I got it where I did, because you're getting a bit trampoline-ish at 532. Wow, says Daryl Flinch. I mean, you summed it up pretty well. Look at these market down. That's a big red. News says be free. I'm going to look here. I don't see anything. I'm not seeing anything. We know we sometimes do get that midday dump for whatever reason. Sad that we're always stuck with it. Right. I'm looking here into this. Is there anything?
Neil says Donald Trump's back on X, but that's not where we're dumping. We know that there's that interview tonight with Elon Musk.
Yeah. Shout out. Yeah, I know. Sharif was mentioning that, where Elon Musk and Donald Trump at 8 p.m. on X. So that's interesting. Yeah, I'm not seeing any reason for that move down. Right now, the only thing I have in terms of levels are scalps. AMD way out of my range of interest. Eli Lilly. So I'm not getting involved in Eli Lilly as the market dumps, because no. But if we come to that 884, look at this. This was a huge area that we found some support earlier today. We bounced a little bit here on Lilly. And if you actually go back a few days, I'm going to zoom out to show you guys this. 884 was kind of a level on Thursday, as we had a little bit of support there on Thursday. And it was also a level, that's Friday. But if you go back to Thursday, Eli Lilly, that 884 was that level we wicked into in the before selling off. So I really like Eli Lilly around this 884. If it comes back to form as strong support, I'd have to risk a lot to get involved in this, so I'm not getting involved right away. But that 884, 887 baby range gives me some risk to reward opportunities. How are you doing?
Good. I don't have anything at the moment. Just looking at the future, 18.6. We breached 18.6 quite aggressively. We got down into 18.575. No real account for this. Now we're negative, barely though, on the NQ. The break-even point is 18.615, so we're zigging and zagging there. We'll keep an eye on that. Lots of red, as you can see here on the market. NVIDIA faring the best, though. on that little move down, still up over 4%, and it did hold the volume-weighted average price at this little move down. So I'm going to keep my eye on 108.50 because that was kind of the line in the sand there on NVDA. Tesla right at that 196 area, Apple at 217 and change, trying to work into 218, Amazon at 166, Meta at 510, and Microsoft finding support at that 404.5 where it had found support earlier. It looks like the weakest of the bunch right now is going to be Google, down 0.75. Meta also the one of the weakest of the bunch, 1 1/3. The Fuge just barely negative, so you can compare these two to the Fuge, obviously much weaker at the moment. So keeping an eye on that. No small caps I have at the moment over here. I don't really have anything. If you guys want me to look at anything for you, just throw it in the chat. I'd be more than willing to have a look at it. I personally don't have anything to trade at the moment, so I'm going to stay clear of these markets, and when I find something that I like for my setup, I will get into it. Mary says NVIDIA seems to be the strongest stock today. I would have to echo that sentiment, especially with that little drop that we had right there. And by little, I'm talking about 200 points in about 1 or 2 minutes on the Fuge. You didn't see that kind of weakness, though. 10 2/3 was the consolidation area top over here on NVIDIA. The worst we could do was drop into 108 and 2/3. So about a $2 drop there, but still much better than the overall market. Nick Dubb, can you check out TER and DocUN? Sure, let's have a look at TER and DOCN. Here we go, TER. This is the 4-hour look on TER. Good day over here. Looks like it found its bottom at that 107.5. Since that level, it was able to bounce up into 125-ish area. So a good recovery on the 4-hour. Let's have a look at the 5-minute over here. Yeah, the volume on the day, though, to be quite honest with you, is a little bit low. So I'm going to stay personally away from it. There's no 5-minute candle here with even 25,000 shares. All these 5-minute candles have about 2,000 or 3,000 shares, so that's not something I can trade in good conscience, given the liquidity. Let's look at DOCN for you, though. DocuSign. That one's a little bit better. Good direction here on DOCN. Looks like it started out its life today at 31 3/4, up to 33.5. Trying to hold above the 20 exponential. Look for that 33. Looks like we bounced off that 33 at about 10:20. Manuel Palma, SOUN. Yeah, let's have a look at SOUN quickly over here. Yeah, kind of the same look as DOCN, up and to the right, trying to hold above the 20 or VWAP. 515 is where VWAP is, 536 high a day. Low, I mean, we're not really moving here. Kind of almost ensconced within yesterday's price action, guys. So keep them coming. I'll have a look at them as you throw them in, Adair.
Yeah, I'm also willing to look at some stuff for some people because I'm also waiting for levels to come in. I had another SPY scalp at that 532.
Sorry, I have to mention the super chat.
Please do, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Adam DeLuz. By the way, £2. Hit the like and subscribe, guys. Great show. Always appreciate Adam's support, Adair.
Yes, thank you so much to Adam. Cannot deluge there, to win there. So thank you very much for that super chat. Much appreciated. S&P 500, I think, is trying to break a little bit higher. Like you guys know, I'm always watching the book for levels of support and resistance. I tried to get involved in another short here, same level as the first, more or less. You can see these little purple triangles at 532, just shy of 50s. We were about like 10 pennies in the money, then we bounced back up. I got out and we got above 532.70s as planned. That was the level I liked as a stop for both of those shorts. However, I don't think I'd short this again until I have really strong conviction because that 532.30 is now kind of forming a little bit of support, mayhaps, perchance. As I say that, we're trying to break back lower. But unless or until we break below 532 viciously and decisively, I'm going to stay away for my purposes for SPY scalp shorts, just the way that I trade and the style with which I trade. But I want to look at some names for some people as well as we have this time here as we wait for levels to kind of soup. I don't know what that was. Palantir, though, I really like as this rejection of 29.50. Someone in the chat mentioned PLTR in all caps. So let's take a look at this. And what I like about Palantir, we get our first pushback of the day for PLTR. That 30, or I guess this is just shy of 30 here, 29.90s. We get this stutter step to the downside, right? We come back, we curl up here, then we get that big drop at 11. Look where we fall from. 29.90s. So support resistance flip to the downside. Then we get some chop and turn and look where we're rejecting at. That's right, the bottom of the smiley face here at 29.50. 50s-ish on a wick basis. So I think this Palantir is forming some interesting levels. Someone was also asking about B. Riley, which B. Riley, I guess, is probably wanting to be profitable. No, I'm joking. They did project a Q2 preliminary earnings, net loss of over $435 million. Big ouch here for BRLY. There are two levels I like on this. I don't think we're going to hit either of them, and I saw them on the 3-minute chart. One of them was this $11 level because that was a bit of an area of support on the way down. I thought if we wick higher into that could be a nice level because we are clearly short SSR because, look, we're down more than 50%, so we're good there. Then this level sort of hit, and it's going to be that 9:30 level, $9.30, not 9:30 a.m. We get it in the pre, we kind of drift lower. We try to break above it here, right again in the pre-market, come lower. We push up above it here right after the open around 9, and then we don't really get it. So those are my only levels on B. Riley. Like I would usually do for these downward trend names or upward trends, just look for any levels of support resistance coming up. The last one I want to look at for people here that was being mentioned was the House of Mouse, aka Disney. Apparently they had Billy Crystal come in for their D23 Expo because he did the voice of Mike Wazowski in Monsters, Inc. They're going to do new Monsters, Inc. world. So apparently he sang a song. Seems like it was quite the event. Disney in 86. 86 was a level I kind of liked on DIS last week. But Disney, the thing you have to remember with Disney is it's moved pretty anemically. As someone who tried to trade on Friday, I think like the most I saw at one point was just moving like in and out of 10 pennies. Obviously, things changed later in the day, so things moved higher. But Disney has been a little bit of a chilled out, subdued name. I've noticed since its earnings. So not on earnings day though. Earnings day it sold right off. But 86, we get a little bit of support in the pre. We come here, we drop lower, bounce beautifully on VWAP, might I add, here to 85.60. Then we come back to 86, bit of a bounce, and come back down. Now we're trying to bounce off again here. So maybe higher highs. I would say if we hold 86 and clear that 86.20 level, I would not necessarily play it as a range because Disney's been a little iffy for range plays, but if we break above that level, there could be a little bit of strength on DIS, which is flat on the day. Decent volume here, just under 4 million shares traded. Mademoiselle here, also on watch for me, trying to continue to make lower highs, lower lows. I said I liked that 887 level because that was a bit of a level we had some stuff with here on the 5-minute chart on Friday. So I like 887, but my big level here is 884. If we break below that 884 support, oh boy, I will probably be interested in on this level. I am not shorting from NVIDIA from 121, James Jones. I do not know if that shows anything, but I am not short NVIDIA. 121 cannot do something for me, nor going to do anything for anyone right now in NVIDIA because it's not up. So I apologize if that shows that I am not short NVIDIA right now, nor have I traded it all day.
All right, I just saw INDO make a big move here. Indonesia Energy, it's a $41 million market cap. It's up at $4. 403 is a high of day, guys, right there on the chart. 403 HOD, it's at $41 million market cap, 4.4 million shares traded today, 4.7 million share float. And let's check out the short float over here, INDO. So 2.5% of it is shorted, not really much. I was looking for a 4 rejection. So this one looks like it's strong. So I'm going to keep an eye on INDO here and look for something off possibly 4. Let's set up for something maybe at 401. We'll try to defend that $4 level to see what it does. So small cap gapper, du jour, making a big move. No real explanation why this is moving. Keeping an eye here. Well, it could possibly do something with oil. Did oil just spike? Okay, so oil's up 2 1/5. It's at the high of the day right now, which could be why INDO is pumping. Not really 100% sure, but the CL September contract is at 78.55, the high of the day. So we'll see if this has anything to do with that pump. Separately, Oxy's still at that 58.75 level. Here we go. So we just got filled on INDO. I'll give this to 390, so we'll risk like 10 pennies or whatever to see if we can get something out of this. But INDO spiking up here, looking for a hold at 411 HOD. We just wet our beak there. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more here. I also see BBAI on my side chart is coming in to the volume weighted average price at $1.35. So that one we got stopped out of earlier. Let's see if we can weasel up into lucky number 14 here on INDO. We just printed 13s there on the ask. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more. 27%, nothing to sneeze at. for this name. Here comes 14, and there is 14. So we'll take a good profitable trade on INDO here, up 27%. It's still going. Jay Lee says it dumped last week. INDO, same level. Short it if these tops, in my humble opinion. We'll see what it does with 4 first, Jay. If it gives up 4, I'll look over to Neil and see if he can hook me up with some shorts on this bad boy. Still unsure about how much it's going to cost me. Let's find out first if it's a pay for short type situation. It is. So can't get short on this one unless I secure them. But I know Real Trading always hooks me up no matter what. The best dang prop firm around in these parts over here. I almost sometimes pay nothing for these shorts, and I really mean it. Like, it'll cost me like a penny for 100 shares or something like that. So I really do mean it when I say that. That's not tongue in cheek. So INDO, good look here. Let's see if it can turn back around. I know about the Hindenburg piece today about the Adani Group, guys. I know all about that. It's not really tradable. Here we don't trade, anything connected to that, and possibly like the Indian market. So I don't know if you're in the Indian market, if you're in the Nifty. What that situation is. I haven't had an opportunity to take a look, but I know all about it. All right, INDO still going, guys. Here we go. Here comes 4 and a fifth. We just actually, I believe we did print 20s. Yeah, we printed 20s there over the ask. So lots of strength coming into Indo over here. Energy name, CL contract, high a day, 2 1/4 right now. It's up over 2 1/5. So keeps printing higher and higher. And I'm not sure what's going on in oil world, but I'm willing to bet it has something to do. Thank you, Neil. I appreciate that. I'll take them. I'll take them, Neil. Thank you. Oh, I got them. Thank you. 37 cents it cost me to get 100 shares for INDO short.
Wow.
Best dang prop trading firm around these parts of there.
And shout out, I remember when Lucy, that one, you might remember that penny stock Lucy. I was getting shorts for the left, right, and center, and they were very inexpensive. I don't think I used any of them, but I didn't feel like I needed to because the prices are so nice. It looks like someone is reloaded on his trades.
Get it, Katina, man.
I was reloaded here in the SPY. What are you trading right now, Sean?
Shopify.
Short Shopify. Pardon?
He's still short.
Oh, still short Shopify. Thank you. Sorry, I only heard like part of that. S&P 500. I tried to go long here around 532.80s because you guys know I like that 532.70 area as a little bit of a resistance and support area. When we started holding that as support, it was beautiful. We get to 532.71s, bounce. 532.70s, bounce. I was like, wow, right? This trampoline action. So I get long 81s, risk it into 70s, we break below 70s, I get out. Now SPY's like, oh, Adara, did you miss me? Because I'm still kind of holding this level now. So yeah, had a bit of a fake out breakdown there for the SPY, but it looks like it still wants to push higher. I'm not getting back involved in this till I see us break above that 533 because we just skirted away from it. We had to test that 533, couldn't get above it. Still watching the SPY for scallops, but there's one name that I actually already had in my side chart that someone's asking about here in the chat that I have some opinions on. And that name is going to be CrowdStrike. Shout out here to, who is this in the chat asking about CrowdStrike? Peterman07. So shout out to you, saying, Adara, please look at crowd. Weakness, I feel. So I also felt weakness, but I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if I'd short this here. And the reason I say that is because A, we pushed above VWAP here. B, we're pushing above 240s. And C, the spread here is pretty wide, so it's pretty easy to get chopped up. Now, CrowdStrike generally is a bit of a wider spread, but it's not always going to be like 30 cents. This is not a spread, okay? This is not a Lily. This one is like, it has a wider spread, but it's not, I would say, characterized by its wider spread. As someone who, oddly enough, tends to trade spreadier names. The thing I'd be aware of, though, with regards to a larger thesis here for CrowdStrike in terms of weakness or strength, look at that support we had at this 238.30s after that drop down. And this was also a bit of an area that we had here. Slight resistance right off the open here around 945. So I like that 238 and some change as support. I think if that holds a support, I would watch out. The area I would have considered CrowdStrike for a short is when we tried to wick into this 240s and failed. You know what I mean? Like we had that wick there into that previous 240 area, whole dollar level, bit of resistance here. But now we're seeing something that to me, although it looks like I'm going to have to eat my words because now CrowdStrike's dropping, is generally a bit more bullish on the book. And that's when you see high, like with a spreadier name, mind you, higher lows on the book. So let's say we were holding that 240 10s on the ask side, and then the bid, we get like 238.70s, or sorry, 239.70s, 239.80s. So that slow uptrend on the bid side shows we're trying to push to something higher generally, right? That being said, if we continue to reject this 240 on a wick basis, that could maybe be a bit of a short case for CrowdStrike. You see this on the wider time frame as well, these wicks into 240, but You also see on all these time frames, all these bottoming tail candles. So be aware there is some support at 238. This is the spread of your name, so try to trade it accordingly. As someone who's definitely got chopped up by trading for a while, almost exclusively deeply spready names. So speaking of spready names, I think I owe Eli Lilly a little how do you do? And that's because Eli Lilly's been holding up so nicely at this level. I like this. 887. Look at you, Lilly. Look at you with your lower highs. Look at you with your lower lows. Look at you around that 887 level that you've stayed at for the past 10 minutes. I like that 887 level. Look at you with your under $1 spread. Small victories, guys. Small victories. So Eli Lilly, like I said, I'm not going to get involved in this till we see like hard evidence. I don't want to get involved here with a flimsy case. I don't want to, be misusing my prosecutorial discretion over here, okay? I want to be making sure I'm making trades that make sense. That being said, with how well we're holding this 887, 888, the other theory, if we break above this 90 MA into 890s, is use this as support, risk into 887s, and go for long. Now, would I have a profit taker here? Yes, I would. 894, because 894 was a level I liked on Lilly last week. It was that VWAP area that we kept holding as support, and also 894 right below VWAP. So not a bad area. I like Lilly as a long or a short, depending on what we do, but I'm not getting involved in either way until I have some more balance of the evidence. And again, if there's any stocks you're looking at, get into that chat. Exclamation point, join to the space. Tell the $sign to whatever ticker you're looking at here. SPY still below 533s. What are you doing?
I just wet my beak here on Tesla. I'm looking for a double bottom, possibly during this 195. I'm going to we're going to give this one the old community college try where we already wet our beak. Now we're out of the money. I'm going to get out if it breaks 195. It's already broken 195, so I don't want to sit there and watch it break 195 again. But here we go, moving around that $0.50 again here on TSLA. It's been zigging and zagging, and this is the reason why I liked it. There we go, so we'll take that out. So we'll just wet our beak a little bit there, but this one looks good. This could be heading up a little bit more here. Let's see what it does towards 196. So the 10 exponential for me on the 5 is at 196.25. We're about 75 pennies off that. So we've got ways away here from really encountering that, for at least what I see to be the first area of resistance on Tesla. This is setting up like a good double bottom. It doesn't have to manifest into a double bottom. It could just be, momentary time where we hold up generally in that 195 area and then we print lower. But right now we're moving up into 2/3 of a dollar. Let's see if we can weasel our way into 3/4. I'm looking for possible first area of resistance. It just moved down again because the 10 exponential and all moving averages are dynamic. They're not static. As the price action changes, so will the moving averages. So it was at $0.25. Now it's at the mid-teens. 196.14 is where the 10 exponential on the 5 is. These are, when I say these prices, I don't actually mean the exact price. With moving averages, much like the implied balance high and low, they're zones. So you should be looking for that specific area. And when I say VWAP, VWAP specifically on Tesla is at 196, low 90s. But it's so close to 197 that's a zone. It's a 197 VWAP whole dollar level zone. That's how I look at things, especially something as volatile and as liquid and as pricey. I mean, it's not a $1,000 stock anymore, but that's Tesla. So when we talk about these areas, we talk about zones. There is not much in the way of direction at the market right now, guys. We had a nice move up. Now we got a nice move down. We've been holding generally 18.6 here on the future quite well. There's obviously a flat top brewing here at 18.6 1/3. For whatever reason, we've been holding up above that Friday closing print, which is the border between red and green on the day. 18.615 is the closing print on Friday. As you can see, these candles all bottoming, tailing through that white horizontal line, but closing above it. Most notably though, and this is what I see from this last little bit here, that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, almost half an hour after that huadunk that we got on the market, each successive low is higher than its predecessor. However, that is not the case with the tops. The tops are the same, very much near the same. So we could see a flat top breakout if we really get a move here midday. We'll have to wait for that to manifest. You're not going to see me jumping into that trade. So beautiful look right now, holding this general area. But while it's holding, it's forcing the Mag 7 to do nothing. So you're not getting decided break through 195 or clearing on Tesla. You're zigging and zagging here in the high 217s on AAPL. And if I had to make an observation here, Apple and the futures charts are very similar. Almost very similar. Yeah, so today we see different there. Sometimes it's NVIDIA leading, or the similarities between the futures and NVIDIA are more noticeable. Today, I would say it's Apple and the futures contract. So something to be aware of, not saying to trade them the exact same way, but just something to have there in the back of your mind. And if you had to look, we are higher lows on the future and higher lows on Apple. You're not necessarily seeing that on the other names. Meta, you got a lower low. Microsoft, you got a double bottom. Goggles, you got a lower low. Amazon, barely a higher low. It was more like the same thing as Microsoft, where equidistant lows. And Tesla, the same thing. It's really NVIDIA, Apple right now are the strongest of the bunch, if I had to guess. Meta now is red after being green on the day. Meta just quadrupled aggressively there off that 5-6. Well, sorry, Meta was always. Where the hell's Meta's closing print? Meta was the only Mag 7 stock green last week, says the Katina man, and I have to agree with that, because we were talking about how this one was just unusually strong, and how the Trade Central part of my platform every day, for whatever reason, had a bias green Meta. So maybe that's why they were doing that, right? So Willis Addison still holding Indo 241 trend trade conflict. Let's have a look. Thank you very much, Willis Addison, for that. Let's have a look at INDO. We were in that one. He's holding it from 241. I wet my beak there at 4. So good for you, Willis. We're rejecting here 413. I'd say look for a hold of 4. 4 was a nice hold, but it looks like you're holding from way before that. So your plan might be a little bit different than mine, Adara.
Yeah, I just pumped my fist a little bit because I want to say this too. I want to preface this with, I said a lot on Friday. I got shut down on Friday, and it actually was not Eli Lilly. It was the fact that I was trading names that weren't Eli Lilly. None of the trades that I had on Friday, I would say were bad trades. I had levels on them all. I liked all of them, but I didn't love any of them the way I loved that Eli Lilly 900 breakdown. I'm not going to continue to wax poetic about that. I waxed poetic about it to people who likely did not care all weekend and also on the show on Friday, so we're done with that. But the point is, I wanted to use that experience to learn. I'm not going to take trades unless I am obsessed with them. Obviously, you always want to know that, right? But it's like, if you have a name you're eyeing and you can't get involved, don't revenge trade, don't get in other things because you didn't get involved in that. Just wait and watch. That being said, I actually had, I don't want to call it my consolation prize because I liked it as much, but I used my opportunity, a silver lining, if you will. I couldn't get involved in that Lilly breakup. You guys know I like that 888 support. I wanted 889s. My dip buy never came. Sad face, but it's all good. I do feel very proud of my read on this because we are rejecting the 894. If you come back and bounce, I'm going long. But I used that opportunity. I was watching Lilly and I was like, hey, SPY, where are you at? Because you guys know I love that support there at the SPY at 532. And someone in the chat was saying, like, what makes you think the SPY is going to push any higher, given the fact that we do have, given the fact that we just generally, like, you know, we're down in the day. And the thing for me was the book. It was the book that made me think the SPY could push higher because we kept bouncing off that 532.70. I was talking about that little baby range there on the SPY from 532.70 to like just above 533s. Tried to get that long once, got out immediately after, small size, whatever, took a hit. That's okay, you bounce back, you keep going. Shout out to Big Sean with bounce back. I got back in there at 532.70s, and the plan was to get out at 533s, which I did, and then add back in if we got back to support at 533s. We didn't bounce off 533s, we kept trekking, got out at 533.25. So please, this punch obviously could have had more in that trade, but you execute the trade accordingly. My plan was to leave, so I left. I want to see what we do if we bounce off 534s. You guys know I like hold dollar levels. I shall get long involved there, but I'm not chasing any waterfalls here. No waterfalls for me. If the trades need TLC, that means you should not be chasing waterfalls, just taking the trades how you want to take them. I love your Apple long here, though. Looks like you're munching on some profits there. Tim cooking up some profits. I can't believe, you know, we know that when September comes, there's usually some new Apple iPhone announcement. So that should be pretty exciting there for A to the A to the P to the L. Watching Microsoft, says Trader Forever, failure at 408 wouldn't be good. Oh, Microsoft, are you rangy? Microsoft gets, I accidentally pushed back my chair into this desk. Sorry there, Sharif.
Oh, yeah, good.
I like this Microsoft pseudo range here, and I say pseudo because I have my 5 minute, pseudo, what am I talking about? This is a range. Look at that support 460s. Definitely, and I see what you mean there, that 408 area, because that's actually not really the top of the range of the 5 minute. The proper top here, the topper, is going to be 407.80 with some wicks into 408 both times. You get that in the pre-market, right before the open. Then we get it again when we come in here at 11:05. So I really like that 408 level here. And that, who said this? That was a trader forever. I like that 408 level. If that fails, I like this kind of downtrend. I don't know if Microsoft is a short I want to hop into, because Microsoft is not one I'm really comfortable trading as much unless I have insane levels, and I've watched the book extensively. I want to shout out Sharif because I find you definitely very comfortable with Microsoft. I find it one to be harder to trade, so shout out to you on that. But also I want to hear about you mentioned on some profits in that here Apple trade.
Yeah, well, they broke through 218. I got to tell you the truth, I don't really have a great price here, dear, but the strength on Apple was a little bit eye-opening. So got long at around the $0.25, wet my beak through the break of 40s, looking for the move up into 50s. We'll see what we get over here on AAPL. I do see a bit of a resistance level inching into the area that we're at now, this third of $1. It seems as if there is a bit of a consolidation zone in and around here. I've de-risked, so I'll be looking to add into 218. So I've taken out the majority of the position so we can hold this one against us without worrying all that often and allowing it to come into a better level to see if we can basically to re-up at that area. There wasn't a whole lot of consolidation, if I can be honest, at the 218 level, but it was the decided break through that level that kind of caught my attention. The consolidation was all south of that 90 penny area. If I really had to guess, it was like mid 80s or generally around that area. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's also look at the futures to see if we're encountering any areas of resistance right now on the future. And there is this area of consolidation, or not consolidation, area crests from the pre-market. They were all approximately, in an attempt, I should say, to breach 18.7, all of which failed in the pre. This area at 3:50 a.m. to about 4:30 a.m. attempted and it failed. We had this double top there at around 8:30. When we first got onto the air, that failed as well. So we're possibly at a level here on the future, but we'll see. All right, Apple weaseling its way back into 40s. I'll look to see what it does at around the $0.50. Packing my patience and also keeping an eye on 18.7. We really dropped, guys. I mean, we printed 18.765, and in less than 5 minutes, we dropped to 18.575. So we almost dropped 200 points in the same time that it took us. I mean, it was a lot longer to move up than it was to move down. Isn't that always the case, though, right? Trader CL, Jumia looks fun. JMIA. Let me have a look at that.
Oh, this one loves to run every once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Jumia.
What are we doing on volume today, Dare? About 3 million shares. Not the biggest amount of volume we got, but we'll look at it for Trader CL because he likes trading CL. Contracting. That's good. All right. Here, let's load it up. GMIA. Let me give you the details on this one first, okay? So it's a $500 million market cap, so it's not a small cap gapper. It's about 3.1 million shares on the day. The float says about 13.5 million. And let's find out what the short float is. JMIA. Oh, I put MIA. That's not it. JMIA. 6.5% of that 100 some odd million shares, according to Trade Ideas, 13.5 million shares on IBKR. So we'll see which one is right there. But JMIA, yeah, it's that high a day, man. 495. There is this area here in the. This is the IB high from 9 a.m. Keep an eye out for this 492 area. That's as good as we could do right there in the morning. So we're about 20 pennies in the money now on Apple. But here's the $0.50. So we said we would take it out in front of the $0.50. Let's just wait a little bit to see if we can get a breach. Looks like we're getting selling at that. There's the $0.50, and we'll just wet our beak there. So happy with this trade. 218.50 gets breached here on Apple. 1 1/5 in the green right now on the day for AAPL. We'll see what happens, though, when we get into 219, right? Because look at this area here on 219. We danced. We
boogied.
You see the breakdancing on...
Oh, the Australian woman? Yeah, they were... She was having a good time, okay?
Exactly.
Rachel was having a great time.
Look, do I think she's the best breakdancer ever? No. as someone who used to breakdance in high school.
I did not know
I got
that.
videos of Dara.
That's
I was
weirdly
actually
in
pretty
character.
good.
This does not surprise me, actually.
I'll actually show you videos
Please
maybe
do.
in a little bit.
It's very of the era as well.
Oh, it was so.
Yeah, I was
we
gonna
had
say,
like
makes
this
sense.
area under the. Well, I'm gonna play them on the show.
Sure, we'll see them.
So I think you were gonna see them anyway. But Ramram wanted to know if she could see them. So I don't think she's the best, but I wouldn't sit there and just
She
on
tried.
her all day. Like
tried.
everybody was bad wording her.
Yeah, and they weren't on the Olympics.
Like, leave her
In the
alone.
Olympics. She made it to the Olympics.
Yeah.
So she's clearly, in Australia's mind, one of the better breakdancers.
See the Canadian guy from Vancouver
I
won
did
gold,
not.
baby. Oh yeah.
I need to see
Canadian
that.
love for breakdancing.
There's some good Canadian breakdancers.
Oh yeah, fantastic. So yeah, that was a tough part there. But yeah, anyway, Apple 219, guys, it was doing the dance with breakdancing or no pants, whatever you want to talk about there. It breached 219 by about $0.50, but it was a topping tail, ugly candle on the 5-minute for AAPL. So I'm all eyes and ears and everything else at 219. I want to see if we're going to be met with the wall of selling that we were met with earlier. That was an 11-10 rejection. So you're not going to make the case to me that was an IB high, volatility, this, that, and the other. No. This was an 11-10 print. So it shouldn't, unless there was a wall of selling, it shouldn't have reacted like that. Moving into the $0.75 is the dead one, Apple, as it breaches the $0.50 right now. Let's see if it can work its way into that 219. I'm going to be all eyes there for the possible short. I'm not going to have a resting order to take me short there and then get beat up because it'll squeeze. I need proof that 219 is a level on the day, and then if it's not, I'll take it long. I don't care. Eddie R, come on, Grandpa, show us those videos. Wow, this Grandpa can run circles around you, boys. So be quiet. Pretty Panda GNLN is blasting. Let's have a look at GNLN. Let's load up this bad boy. Here, GNLN. Sorry, guys, allow me a minute. I had this one on my side chart. There it is. Yes, good look. Thank you very much for bringing this to my attention. This was south of VWAP, and that's why I didn't really care much about it when we had it on the side chart. Here comes $9, though. We know 10.43, 10.5 is the high of the day. What I want to see, though, is whether we hold that volume-weighted average price on a closing basis. Look what we did when we breached it to the downside. We had a couple of candles over here, 940 and this 955 candle on the 5, which rejected the volume-weighted average price. We've been below it for a hot minute now. So I want to see, can we reclaim it on a closing basis? If we can, this becomes all of a sudden tradable, because I'm not the only person that says, I don't trade small cap gappers below VWAP. I didn't make that up. You know what I mean? I'm taking that from somebody else. So if I'm thinking it, there's probably other people who are thinking it as well. So if we can stay above VWAP here, I think we'll have more market participation in this name. And if we do, then that obviously equals some trading opportunities. So GNLN, thank you very much for pointing that out. I had kind of lost sight of these small cap gappers today, Dara, as I had started focusing on the Meg 7.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, the Meg 7, they were doing their thing 21. Shout out to your Apple trade there. The 219 level on Apple, that was when I was involved in that first long. And that thing was capital bamboozlement nation, population 1, population Apple. Also, Eli Lilly, I had an order here. Happy I canceled it because I saw some stuff in the book I didn't like. I was trying to get involved in the 890s because at that moment, forget the Mona Lisa. I was looking at the Mona Lily over here, okay? She's gradually climbing higher. Beautiful support at 889. And hey, girl, if you hold support here, if you keep support at 889, I will go long. But I was basically looking to get long at 890s with using 889 as a stop because 890s were holding gorgeous, just beautifully. And the thing that I like about these spready names, I just talked about it on CrowdStrike, and if I ever trade Meta, it's something I look for as well. When you have a spready name, what I like to see is if we have on the bid side, if you're looking for a long, slight cent upticks, especially if it's a more spready name like Lilly. So what I was seeing was 890s, 62 on the bid, 890, 63. These slight gradual upticks is just beautiful. It's the type of thing you want to see. And Eli Lilly just got to 889, but look who's bouncing. Miss Lilly. I'm going to get involved at 889.50. I'm going to risk into mid 888s. Again, this is all based on levels I saw on the book. But also, you know what else you're going to be seeing here in just a second is going to be Neil with his lesson du jour. Let's go.
Get it, Neil.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Now, I'm not necessarily talking about a fight or anything like that, But in trading terms, one of the things you can think about is the bigger a price level might be, then the greater the price action you'd expect off of it. Now, a lot of times we're like, oh, this stock is at a huge monster level on the daily or the weekly, and everybody wants to take a breakout because if it gets above this price, it's going to absolutely fly. But I think that works in both ways. And you got to consider that sometimes when you have a monster level where there is a breakout attempt that doesn't work, or that retraces back through, like the harder it can fall because there's so many eyeballs on it. And the example, you might have been able to guess it if you were watching last week, $30 on Palantir was just an absolute monster level. I got a weekly chart up so you can see here. There's 30. This is September of 2021 when it was at $30. You then had a test just underneath here in March, and then a double top going into 30. On Friday, it was breached. It was a strong upward move post earnings into that $30 level. It made the breakout. It didn't lose. If you took that break on Friday, no question about it, you were in a winning trade. And I don't think at any point you should have done poorly. It was a trend up all day long on Palantir. And when it finally made the break, it was relatively clean. Like you have the break here, it's able to get up to like the 20s or so, but it just retraces. So the initial scalp good. It never goes underneath like 29.90, so not much of a pullback. Then it trends up again. It closed exactly at that $30 level. Now this, you could say, hey, that's a warning sign, but it held that 30. So a lot of traders, and myself included, thinking continuation if it's just gonna hold out the high. It ends up breaking out the top and everything's looking exactly like it did the week before. But it's what happened when it failed the break that I think is instructive here. Now, I don't have any short sells on it. That's why I think it was valuable for it to be the lesson of the day. Super strong move, tries to hold on to VWAP in a higher low, fails 31. This is it turning on VWAP. And this is the thing. If it was crowded on the 30 break on Friday, it was just trend up, trend up, trend up. What's it going to look like when it's clearing the high on that weekly and now you're opening above that for a secondary push? You got a lot of swing longs probably looking for that next step up. You got a lot of day trade longs that are going to be in there. Just so much activity and strength going into the name that when it lost VWAP, it was an explosive move to the downside. I mean, if you caught this, and I'm not saying I did, again, but if you caught that, it was a huge reversal. And I think one of the things you want to consider when you get false breakouts in these situations, I'm not telling you every single out is going to be a turn, but the reversion trade on a massive level break on a multiple time frame level is going to be explosive. In this particular case, it ended up trending down the entire morning into an up market. Like this turned around, the market was trending higher the whole time that this was coming down. And it's not alone. You know, there's another name out here, and just to prove that I'm not saying this because I was trading Palantir and I saw that bit of a curl. You also have something like a Shopify. Now, it's not the same in terms of necessarily the significance of the level on a weekly or on a weekly chart. But if you pop up the daily, this was just as popular a post-earnings name on monster strength last week. If you were just every single day playing the continuation strong earnings longs, every day there was an opportunity somewhere to be long after the earnings on Shopify. But it goes into a very, very distinct top. There's $70. There's $70. You have big support that it gapped through that turned immediately into resistance on retest and then to almost a penny there, holding again that 70 level. So again, the story becomes when you fail a breakout. This time, it wasn't a continuation break. It was a straight break at the open through the $70 level. And then look what happens when it fails the 70 level. There's your fail 70. There's your consolidation. And then as the market's trending up, it's trending into the downside. So it's not necessarily about, oh, every single failed break is going to be huge. But the bigger and more popular the level might be, so super bullish, both those names post earnings. So you had a clear trend going into this after earnings on both of them. They were longs almost every day last week for all the traders that were trading on a daily basis since the earnings. going into a monster level on the higher time frame that a lot of eyeballs might be looking for swing entry. So day traders, swing traders, everybody is aligned that this is starting to go. And you had that big market reversal last Monday. When a level like that fails, the sellers came in droves. And that was key because I look over at the relatively weak names that started with breakouts, and they both fit this exact pattern, Shopify and Palantir. So there are going to be times, and I'm not saying you got to be in the reversal right away, but once it was clear they lost those breakouts and the market was still going up, they're going down, you had to be able to flip it. Thank goodness, get out of the long is the least you can do, but if you can flip it short, that's even better. Be careful for those massive, massive failed breakouts. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and you guys know what I'm going to say? Awesome as always, Neil Roberts, baby. Every day around that noon hour, he's dropping hot lines. We call it Neilage around these parts. So if you like some Neilage, you're going to join us around that afternoon session. Sorry, I was just talking to BPI, Big Patty Ice. Him and I always discussing the different aspects of the market, psychology included, and he was letting me know some stuff right there. So sorry, I was just not a little bit ready for that. All right, let's have a look at what is moving on these markets. We got that almost 218 touch, 218.80 touch there, Ram. And then we came back down into about $0.01. There is an interesting level of possible support at 218.25, 218.5. We saw it initially on our move up as we got into that 80 area, came back and tested 20 a couple of times over here, putting in higher lows. We come back right into that 20 again, 218.20. And yet we're finding more support. That's why I got involved last time at around over here for that exact reason, because of that 218.20 support, and it did move up a nice 60 pennies there. But the market zigging and zagging right now as we topping tail 18.725 on the futures contract, and we're right back down below 18.7 again. So lots of weakness coming in right now midday. And most of the Mag 7, I should say. Are most of them red? Yeah, 3 of the 7. So, sorry, I stand corrected. We got Meta red, Google is red, and Tesla is red. Amazon's green, Apple's green, Microsoft green, and Nvidia is just up huge, 4 1/3%. So it's the number one performing Mag 7 stock on the day, but it's been very tightly bound here to the volume weighted average price for the better part of an hour, 11:20, almost an hour, I should say, ever since we got that midday Huadunk, bringing Nvidia down from that 1060 print that it was hanging out around at. The lowest we could print there was at 108.50, holding the 50 exponential on the 5. NVDA, the number one performing Mag 7 name on the day. I'm sure we'll have more to say about that bad boy. But don't forget, the afternoon rundown is nothing without you guys. If you don't vote, we don't have material with which to bring you at 2 o'clock. So get into the chat right now. Bully your friends. Do what you need to do in order to get your ticker made up onto the board. Only the top 5 tickers make it up there. So get into the chat. Exclamation point, the word join, space, $, and your ticker of choice. Shout out. I guess to Fabian, who made that animation. Was it Fabian? It was Fabian. Shout out to Fabian over there. Yeah, absolutely doing the most in a really good way, Dara.
I love Ramin dying. You got Ramin with the Fabian.
Because it's an inside joke.
It is an inside joke.
He knows where it's from.
The way you say it is very good. Like, you say it very accurately.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you shout out to Ramin and Fabian. But I can't say it properly. So Eli Lilly, I'm happy I tried this trade, though it was not fruitful, but I managed it appropriately. And I think one thing too, why I've liked hiding the P&L is because then you're trading less on P&L. You're more trading like, would I take this trade? Do I like this trade? Because that can help you, I would like to say, build good habits. So I got long exactly where I wanted to, mid 889s. Didn't work out. We got into that mid 880s level, dropped. I got out. Again, happy with how I managed it. All good there. Now, of course, we're continuing to hold this level. But the reason I'm not getting back in is because when I go on the 10-minute chart, and I said this earlier, I initially liked it as a short before flipping to a long thesis. I think this could be a flat bottom break. And if we get decisively below 887s, I'm willing to take another stab at the old Eli Lilly, another jab of Eli Lilly there.
That's a really
Because this
good
looks
one.
like a beautiful flat bottom break. And I know what levels I would take profit at. I would take profit at 884 because I love that level going back last week. Now we wicked below that, came quite steadily. I'm not rushing into this, but I have eyes on it. That being said, I'm not clearly the correct way to take this was that first move up above 890. Not disappointed I missed it though, because that not taking that trade allowed me to take the SPY trade. So you always have to have silver linings. Stay positive. Do not revenge trade and look for opportunities. But while I wait for Lilly to set up, there are some other things I like. PLTR, for example. Though I like it a lot less now that we're below the 90 MA. I like that we were kind of trying to scoop back up here in the 90 on the 90 MA. That being said, lower highs and lower lows for this one worth noting here. What else people looking at here? Lots of mentions here of join BITO, join Penn. Is mustache still valid for this date? Said Hans Beer. Unfortunately, Stash is still not a ticker, though at one point it actually was one of the top voted tickers to the point where Brendan would include it when he was sending us the list of tickers with the top votes because it was getting votes. QQQs, I'm playing puts to Friday, says Jay. QQQs are actually kind of rangy right now in a way that I don't dislike. I mean, I never dislike a range. Let's be really real with ourselves. She's always joking. Every time he mentions a range, I'm like, oh, who that? Oh. But the Qs here, okay, so a little bit less rangy than they maybe seem to be on my 5-minute, which is a bit more zoomed out perhaps. But I do like these higher lows here. I think if we bounce off that 452-ish area where we had a little bit of pre-market support, or where is this? This is like 10-15, a little bit of resistance in the pre-market. This could be interesting. But like I said, I find for whatever reason, if I want to trade a futures or a futures derivative, I feel way more comfy trading the S&P 500 than I do trading the Qs. So we'll see what I do there. Good times, though. Make sure you guys vote for your tickers of choice. Amazon, are you rangy? I have to hit you up, maybe. How are you doing?
I'm seeing topping tails come into Tesla. And that's having me not concerned, but paying attention. So we talked about this double bottom. I paper handed a really good possible trade here. I was in at 195. This thing went up to 197.25. This double bottom was really staring at me. But look how we don't breach the neckline, that 198 area. We don't even weasel up to it. We're putting topping tails through VWAP. So we're not really clearing VWAP with any vigor. We're behind that. We're lower than that 198 obvious area of resistance. Look how many topping tails we had through 198, and we couldn't take it on a closing basis at all. So here's the look. We started doing this dance right at 9:35. 198's elusive whatever price on Tesla on the day, and I don't know why, and I quite frankly do not care. As long as it comes into play and it respects the level one way or another. We're gonna have to see what it does if it weasels up into 198. But what it's doing now, it's putting in these multiple candles of indecision. So if we get that anemic VWAP break and we start putting in doji candles a little bit above the volume weighted average price and that future is right at 19.7 and it gives way, I'm taking this bad boy short. So Tesla smells like a short to me. If it can't clear VWAP at this level and it can't get into that 198, I like it. I don't have to be first. And we know how volatile this can be, especially now we've tested this 195 area, high 194s twice today with a lower high now, right? We didn't even get to 198. So if we get back into 194, high 194, 195 area, we could give way. We'll wait and see. I mean, we don't have to be first again. So please pack in my patience on this trade. I've also wet my beak here on some profits on INDO. This came right into my entry or my last beak wetter right in front of 4, and lo and behold, as per usual, it doesn't cross. And as a result of not crossing, and by that means the bid is printing at my price, not the ask, I didn't get filled. So right now, break even or 1 penny in the money. A whole 1 penny in the money, but I'm going to wait for a possible move back into 4. Now, I've got shorts for this, right? Neil was able to hook me up with short. Thank you very much, Neil. Always doing the absolute most in a good way. So if this comes into 4 and I get my beak wet there and it doesn't breach 4 or it breaches it, but it's an anemic breach, I'm hitting short, okay? But I need to see what I want to see before I actually do it. I'm not going to have resting orders. You know how I roll. So looking at INDO, for that $4 touch and reject, I'd like to wet my beak there on some profits on the long first before I get it short. We'll keep eyes on that. Apple coming down as it breaches that 218 area on the day. We were waxing poetic, to use an Adara term, about that 218 and a fifth, 218 and a quarter being a local area of resistance. Well, we're going to have to put that whole theory into question at the moment, as we did get a breach of that 218 level. So we'll keep an eye on AAPL. Keep an eye on this 219 level, because number one, we couldn't breach it on a closing basis, and now we're putting in a lower high with that 218.75. So could be a nice possible move down. Look for that lower low. That 217 and a quarter breach on a closing basis could be also quite telling for what may come in the more liquid time of the day right now. Not that time. So packing my patience with INDO, keeping my eye on Apple and Tesla, and Tesla is showing me what I want so far. Look at this, round to top with these candles of indecision, with each successive candle having a lower high than its predecessor, and here putting in a lower low. So you're getting that round to top through a breach of a key technical level vis-a-vis the volume weighted average price. And in addition to that, you're not able to get to that previous area of technical resistance in the same way that Apple isn't coming back to that 219. TSLA not coming back into that 198, now dancing at 197 and a quarter to the high side at the most there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just staring at Eli Lilly. I got my 887 breakdown and I was more aggressive about it. Like I said, I was like, the second we get into 887 on the bid side, you act. What? Oh, sorry. Ramin said she was scared. Yeah, sorry, I apologize. Not trying to scare you there. But yeah, we got that Lilly breakdown. We get into the 887s and I'm like, okay, let's act. Wasn't able to get filled at 887.50s. I'm like, cool, no worries. So I get involved right at 887s or 886.99s. The lowest we've wicked to was like 886 evens. Then we kind of pop back up here. I'm willing to actually risk here into just below 889s. I want to see what we do approaching 889s. Why? Because A, like I said, I like the 889s level. B, we have not been at said 889s level for a few moons. And I don't want to say many moons because it hasn't been many moons, but it's been a few moons. It's been a little while. And B, like I said, I want 884s to get out part of this position. So I'm willing. That's like a weird 60% thirds risk to reward ratio that it's weird, but I'm okay with it. I'm trying to reward more than I am risking. So I'm all right with that. Eli Lilly, let's see you get nicely back below here to this 886 level. And the thing is, yeah, like obviously, do you want losing trades? No, you don't, especially because I know I had a good morning other than these Lilly trades, but I feel good about this level. And I would honestly, like, the thing too you have to think about is, would you regret not taking the trades? I, without a doubt, would have regretted not getting involved in Lilly here when we had that beautiful flat bottom breakdown that Sharif and I were talking about in that 10-minute chart. So, you do miss 100% of the trades you don't make, and that's sometimes what it's the balance of the evidence. Would I regret not taking it? Yes, I would. So by that factor, I have enough risk that I can do this, and I'd rather risk that. And make sure if there's any stocks that you are loving or hating today, if you're feeling any strong opinions about today, and you're like, hey, what would Neil and or Sean and or both have to say about this ticker? And I say and or because sometimes Neil has different opinions on some of the penny stocks, you know what I mean? Get in that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. Maybe you're also smoking that Indo with Willis Addison and Sharif over there. Maybe you got some energy in that Indo. Maybe you've been sipping on some Starbucks, SBUX. We know that had some catalyst. Whatever pun-related ticker you're looking at, pun or otherwise, get in that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker, and just make sure, like I said, with all your trades, you want to make sure you're looking at the balance of the evidence, something I'm trying to do. Mini Cat 3 with a 10 euro super chat. Check AAPL on NASDAQ. Thank you. Cool sunglasses. We're going to look at that after we look at this.
Rammer, can we put it? Oh yeah, this is 17-year-old me, my parents' old house. Adara. This is the windmill. So
you were good.
Yeah, it was actually not bad. I can do the flare too. I could do something called
the hands, the floppy hands.
Yeah. I used to have that problem. Oh, this didn't help me in high school. I'll tell you that. To work out of that.
I got dark. But yeah, I'll take a look at this ADAP quickly for this super chat. Check ADP in the NASDAQ. I like the little cool man sunglasses. Yeah, Professor B-Boy Sharif says, Darwin, I'm just dying at the blank expression you give to the camera and you're standing up like that.
I'm just like, yo, man.
But honestly, you were very good there. Shout out to you. ADAP in the NASDAQ here, Adaptimmune, they do have about 3 million shares traded on the day. Not a bad look. Kind of looking similar to a lot of these markets where they a little bit weaker and trying to curl back up with some support. Let's look at the 5-minute chart. Also kind of the same here. Some support at 116 around which we are currently trading. Let's take a look at the daily chart if the chart will allow me to do so. Let me pull that daily back up. Let's go, Adaptimmune. It's not being very adaptable here. Let me look at this chart. No, I'm joking. That's my charts issue. Let's take a look at that daily. Here you go. So we do have Adaptimmune here. Oh, it's on the NASDAQ. Come on, Adara. I need to be more adaptimmunable to this Adaptimmune. If it will let... It's been a little slow. I apologize there. Mini Cat 3, thank you very much for your super chat. But like I said, I do think that 116 level where it looks like we've broken down to support a little bit, that's not a bad area for me on like a shorter term time frame, say a 5-minute or a 10-minute chart. But let's take a look at ADAP on a daily. It's not showing you the daily. I'm going to see if I can pull up this on TradingView perhaps, because I want to make it, oh yeah, here we go. Okay, never mind. Sorry, the daily has been pulled up. So I do think we have slightly higher lows here on the daily chart from that low we got here in June. But definitely, oh, I actually like this. Okay, so I think there's definitely some support here around this 90-cent level. We had it as support, down to a little bit of resistance there in mid-June before curling back up, bouncing up. Now we've made a slightly higher low around 95 cents. It's a penny stock. I don't have a great read on it. And I think with these two, you have to be where they do kind of chop and churn a lot. But kind of in a bit of a range right now, I guess, for this ADAP.
Oh, yeah.
I'm probably not the best person to look at this chart for you, but thank you very much for the super chat. Also, I cannot get over how good of a breakdancer you are.
Oh, that's nice of you to
I really
say,
liked
Dara.
that. That was
Thank
fun.
you. That's nice. I actually have better videos, but hopefully I'll bring those in. Yeah. It was just like we used to have a little like jam sesh in the lunch hour. It would be like the breakdancing corner at Dara, and we would always hide from the teachers because they were worried about liability.
That makes sense. With
Right.
breakdancing.
Exactly.
And it was like the 90s, I'm sure, where it's like really rife with breakdancing.
Oh God, yeah. It was actually an '80s thing. That's why I know the Sugar Hill Gang, because you couldn't.
I love the Sugar Hill
Dara,
Gang.
you had to buy videos and replay the videos over it, VHS videos at Dara, and learn how to breakdance. There was no YouTube.
The Sugar Hill Gang?
Yeah, because it was literally what everybody was dancing
That's
to.
amazing.
Right? Good time.
Shout out the Sugar Hill
Ken
Gang.
Owen, shout out to you, my man. I'm very happy you printed up a storm on, what was it called again, this one? INDO, shout out to you. I know you and Willis Addison are absolutely killing it on that. I was able to wet my beak on some more profits on this one. Obviously not the banger that you and Willis Addison have, but here comes $4 again, and we know for dang certain that 4 is an important level. Whether locally or otherwise, we know for certain that we came into 4, bounced off it umpteen amount of times over here before giving way big boy right at 10 after 12 there. Now we're working right back into 12. So if we take 12 on a closing basis and it's a decisive break through that $12 level, I'll be looking long. Either way, it doesn't make a difference to me. I've got shorts and obviously I've got ability to go long on this one, but $4 are very important. There it is. Here comes 405. All right, so let's see now. Is this a quick wick and a wham bam thank you Indo, or are we going to continue to move up here through that $4 area? We know that the short float, a little bit larger than usual, not the biggest we've ever seen by any stretch of the imagination, but keep your eye on INDO. AI. It's a shame. You are not Australian. Leave that woman alone. Let her do her thing. You know what I mean? I don't think she was the best breakdancer out there, but
she tried really hard, and she put herself on the international stage.
She did.
And I liked her outfit.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was. Wasn't it the green?
Jacket.
Yeah, it was a team jacket. Yeah, look, and her Olympic board represented her. I mean, they defended her. The woman came out that
which I appreciate as well.
Was the best breakdancer in the women's division that Australia had to offer, and
she tried.
She tried.
So shout out to her.
Yeah.
Also, it's not the 90s, okay? We can't expect her to be breakdancing a storm with the Sugar Hill Gang like Mr. Sharif, okay? She did what she could. I want to shout out Miss Rachel, whose last name I don't remember, but I know her first name.
Neither do I, yeah. Nah, I don't know about that, Ram.
That was good, Ramin.
Ram's back, guys. Adam Duluth Sharif representing Canada in the LA Olympics 2028. Wouldn't I just absolutely love that? I'm too old, man. Old man hands can't hang. Jay Lee.
Old man hands can't break down.
Can you believe that I can actually still get a couple times around?
Really?
And I can't continue to go like that. Video incoming, Adara.
I was gonna say,
proof
that's what the eyebrows are for.
Proof incoming. I know. It's a show me proof kind of desk over
It
here.
is.
Jay Lee.
We are.
Take it short. 415, 420. I see what you're talking about, Jay. Absolutely. We may not even get to 415, Jay. We got into 405, Ram, and we rejected 405 for now. We're still zigging and zagging right now, though, Jay. I want to see it resolve. I don't need to be first, but I think your levels are absolutely accurate. There is a 415 obvious level of resistance, and the other level you're talking about, 420, Jay. Okay. I see you, Jay. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Jay. Let's see what else is going on over here. So a bit of a move down on some of these names, Apple included. We got into that 218.75, and that was as good as we could do. Now we're putting in bottoming tails, though, at 218. So this is interesting. So we're coming into the volume weighted average price, which is at 217.75, 217 4/5, but we're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. So I want to see what we do around that 217.80, 217.75. I'll be very interested in getting long there. The long there initially has worked, but we are putting in those lower highs and those lower lows. So we could see the winds of change coming on this level. There's also support at the $0.75, basically based on the opening candle break there, got into $0.0025, but it's a $200 name. So we'll keep tabs on that. Let's flip back to some of the small cap gappers that we had our eye on. BBAI still at the volume weighted average price, but it really is more about INDO for me than anything else. I know GNLN. This one was okay. It did breathe. See, this is what I was talking about. Remember when we were talking about GNLN before we sent it to Neil? I got into 9, and then that was as good as it could do. And that's why I say I don't want to be first. I need proof that this thing is going to hold up above the volume weighted average price, because you get these moves and then you get retracements right back into that level. So GNLN, not a really good look. Adira, anything you want to mention before we start the lesson?
Lily is still doing her thing. I'm like slightly in the money. I don't want to jinx it at all because it's Lily.
Yep.
But I have to say, like I said, I'm packing an abundance of patience in this right now. I've said that in the chat because with Lily, you can't run out. Right now, we have not gone more than $1 against it since I've been in. It was for Lily, honestly kind of impressed. No jinx. Don't hear me, Lily. Don't listen. But also, I want to talk about this SMCI for Darius Golden because I have to say, I don't think I'm seeing the same thing as you. Darius Golden said flat bottom break on SMCI. So generally for the flat bottom break, it's usually going to be in stocks that are down in the day. SMCI is up about 7.5% in the day, and we're holding VWAP. I have to say to you, Darius Golden, unless we break below that 544, I think this is really bullish on SMCI. I think right now it's a range of this 554 to 550. I don't want to say really bullish. I think if we break up at 550, it'll look better. But I got to be honest with you. Also, with all of these wicks down here into that 540 bouncing back up, I think the way that we're holding VWAP on SMCI to me is not incredibly bearish as of right now. If we break below VWAP in that 544, maybe another story. But right now, I'm not seeing a flat bottom break as much as I'm seeing some strength holding at VWAP. But that's my take on SMCI. Come on, Lily, do something for me.
Get it, Adara.
We'll see.
If you, whatever you want, you let me know when you want to interrupt, because that's a more important thing, the trade that you're in.
If there's anything to interrupt over, I'll let you know.
Sounds good.
Go Lessons.
Darwin, 2,000 likes, and Sharif breaks on stage or not. Look, I'll do it, but I need more likes than that, Darwin. I will do it. I even have my gym clothes. You guys know I hit the gym right before I go to my other job, right? So I hit the gym. I go from here straight to the gym. So the gym clothes are always packed. But I will have to bring in new type of gym clothes. I got to protect my knees, man. I'm old. All right, let's get to the lesson, Ram. All right, guys, we're talking about earnings all week long. We discussed it last week. We're going to continue with the lesson today about earnings. Today, though, we're going to talk specifically about those after-hours trades and what you need to be made aware of. We're not really going to be talking about too many strategies, although we will give you a couple. What we really want you to know is the pros and cons and the risks of possibly trading after hours and some of the technical issues or technical knowledge that you need to have to execute orders after hours. So let's get right to it. The after-hours market is certainly a unique trading environment, don't I know it, characterized by increased volatility and potential for significant price movements. Understanding, though, the dynamics of this market can unlock your opportunities for those savvy traders. All right, so the importance of after-hours trading, let's get right to it. So we already prefaced this. Increased volatility is almost part and parcel of that kind of trade. So earnings announcements after hours often trigger sharp price fluctuations, which can lead to larger profit opportunities, compared to those regular trading hours. And there's obviously, with the larger moves comes larger opportunity for price moves. So the reduced number of participants executing orders in the after hours can amplify those price movements, right? This can create chances for significant gains or losses. So the fact that there is a less liquidity in the market means that there are fewer walls to prevent the price from going up, but similarly or conversely, fewer protections for the price moving down. So you're able to get up and get down without as much resistance or support. So that's what creates volatility, less market participation in the after hours. But then there's also the first mover advantage here. So if you get into an earnings winner or short an earnings loser before any of the bigger money have had an opportunity to go through the buying and selling committees or, whatever program their algos, if they haven't already responded to it, whatever the case is, you can have first mover advantage, right? So traders who quickly react to the earnings news can potentially capitalize on price trends before they become widely known. But what are some of the risks now of after hours trading? You probably were able to deduce some of that already. First and foremost, lower liquidity. We talked about the increased volatility as a result of lower liquidity. So lower liquidity is a risk. Why? So reduced trading volume can result in wider bid-ask spreads. So if you've been trading and you use level 2, on the left side is the bid, the right side is the ask, and the difference between the top price is the spread. So $200.25 is the most amount anybody's willing to pay for Apple. I'm giving you random numbers, okay? And $20.30 is the least anyone is willing to sell Apple. That difference between 25 and 30 pennies, that 5 penny, that's the spread. That's a cost of doing business, getting in and getting out without even the price moving, okay? So you need to be aware of the spread in the aftermarket. Typically, it's wider. There's also more chance for market manipulation as a result of the lack of liquidity. So the potential for manipulation is higher, again, due to lower trading volume. False rumors or misleading news or misleading information or whatever the situation is can absolutely bamboozle you into a trade only to revert right back once people discover the actual truth. So you need to be on the lookout for possible manipulation. Increased volatility, we already mentioned this, but while volatility offers opportunities, of course, we're day traders, we want volatility, it also increases the risk of rapid and unpredictable price swings, so you need to be ready for that. So let's talk about some strategies now for getting in and getting out of some trades in the aftermarket. The first one is scalping. You see the Katina man scalping up a storm. Adara loves to scalp up a storm as well, so you're well acquainted with how to scalp or what the details or the nuances of scalping are. Basically, you're looking for rapid price movements and you're taking nice little quick trades there. But that's not the trade that I really want to focus on. The equities straddle. We talked about the options straddle last week. Now we're going to talk about the equity straddle. What is this? So it involves placing a buy order slightly above the price and a sell order slightly below the price. So let's just give you an example. 200 is the level we closed on Apple. I'm just giving you random numbers. Right before earnings. We closed right at 200. So you're going to go and you're going to like, all right, great. What's the implied volatility expected for Apple? And the way you're going to do that is to check what the market chameleon says or whatever your program says. So let's just say options traders or options analysts are predicting plus or minus 6%. So you know that this thing could move up, $212 or dip down at an equal amount, okay? So you say to yourself, all right, I'm going to place a buy order above 202 and a sell order below 198, just to give yourself a little bit of room away from the price. And whichever order triggers, I'm going to go with it. So here, I'm going to show you exactly how I mean by that. All right, so let's go to Apple. And let's go to the daily chart. That ain't it. That's AAP. That's not going to cut it, Adair. Let's go.
Not gonna cut it.
No. So here's the daily chart on Apple. Now, obviously, I wouldn't be executing on a daily, but I want to show you this $200 price level, and we're already far away from it now. So I'm going to go ahead, use a buy order. I'm going to put my buy order at $202. And then I'm going to simultaneously select a sell order to go short. I'm going to put it at $198. All right? So what ends up happening is that the earnings play comes out and you get one of these orders triggers. That is assuming that it chooses a direction and goes with it, and it doesn't zig and zag. So what sometimes happens with these earnings plays is it'll dip before it pops, it will pop before it dips, and in those plays, you're gonna likely take an L. So what I ended up doing was try to look to see what the historical release of the earnings for that particular name was by literally going back on the 1 minute chart 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 9 months ago, 12 months ago to see if there was that zig and zag. And even when I was able to find ones that never zigged and zagged, sometimes they still did. So you really need to be able to understand that this is going to be, you know, a luck of the draw sort of thing over here, okay? Now you can change the trade by not executing the orders until it chooses a direction. You can do any number of things, but the point of to explain this whole trade is a straddle. You're trying to take advantage and see which way the stock is going to move after earnings. Sometimes it zigs and zags, and that is a problem, okay? The pros for this type of trade are potential for high returns, obviously, as the price moves significantly in either direction. The cons are, obviously, it can zig and zag, and you can get yourself in some trouble being, getting short, then getting long with the long order triggering if you haven't already canceled it, or it going against you. Whatever the situation is, there's lots of different things that can happen. Let's talk about the order types, though. The order types are super important for what kind of orders can work aftermarket. I really need to be very specific about this. Market orders in all forms, whether stop market orders, whether just regular buy, sell market orders, they are not going to work in the aftermarket. So you need to use limit orders. Now, there's not just one type of limit. You can use stop limits as well. And that's what I do, okay? So let me bring back in the chart over here because I need to explain this particular type of order. So let's go. We're gonna put our straddle order, $202 and $198 on Apple. All right. Here's the look. Now, because of the illiquidity in the aftermarket, if 202 triggers, like I have my order here at $202.04, if I don't give this a spread to say to the computer, my triggering price should be $202, but pay up to $203. That's what we call a stop limit order. And you're giving the computer two data points there. Your triggering price that triggers at 202, but if there is no liquidity, all the way up until 203, the computer will fill it, okay? And so that you're giving it a spread, a $1 spread between your orders. Now, what's very important here is you have to understand that there is exchange rules that could get you into some trouble, especially for the cheaper price names. What do I mean by that? If your triggering order and your limit order are more than 3% away from each other, for example, if the 202 price is my limit price is more than 3% away from $202, it will not fill. Similarly, if my limit price below 198 for the bottom straddle is more than 3% away from that 198, it will not fill. It'll give you an error, okay? So you need to make sure that if you're gonna use a straddle, the limit between the trigger and the limit, or the spread, between the trigger and the limit is less than 3% of the actual price of the stock. So that's what you have to do there. So here's how we do it. We go in and we're gonna basically give the computer two data points. We're gonna say the order price is gonna be a stop limit order. So the order type is a stop limit order. Your triggering price is gonna be $202.01, but I wanna pay all the way up to $203.25. That is basically the spread. You're telling the computer fill any order if there is liquidity between $202 and $203.25. And the reason you do that is because almost always there will be a lack of liquidity. If you put out a limit order without a spread, say $202.25, chances of you getting filled on that order first time around anyway are very slim. That's why you give the computer a spread so you can increase the likelihood of you getting filled. And the same thing goes for the south side as well. So the same order type for the north side, same order type for the south side. So let's talk about these orders. So limit orders, basically what they do is they specify the price at which you want to buy or sell. They are generally the most common types of orders in the aftermarket. Market orders, as I already alluded to, will not work in the aftermarket, so don't use them. And stop orders will work if they're stop limit orders. Stop market orders will not work, okay? Technology, tips for successful trading after hours. Let's talk about your brokerage. So the brokerage, which allows you to trade outside regular market trading outside regular market hours, is very important here. If your brokerage cuts off buy and sell orders at 4, you're not going to be able to participate. Risk management as well, super important. Implement strict stop losses and position sizing, to protect your capital. As we mentioned, it's awfully volatile after market, so that your position sizing should reflect that so that you can risk manage effectively. And market research. I told you I would go back almost a year to see if that stock zigged and zagged upon the earnings release. Oh, hello. Zigged and zagged upon the earnings release. And even though I did almost a year worth of research, sometimes it will still zig and zag. So you have to research your earnings plays here. What time do they report? What happened on prior earnings releases? Did it spike in one direction or did it zig and zag? You're really gonna need to look over all of that. And emotional control, super important here as well. Price action after hours can be extremely volatile, so avoid impulsive decisions based on fear or greed and stick to your trading plan. So if you have one specific stock that you want to trade after hours and you lose on it, don't jump to the next one, try to exact revenge, try to stay within your plan. Obviously, a lot easier said than done, Adair.
I was just going to say, I'm sure FOMO was really hard. Like, let's say that NVIDIA 1000 break, I'm sure was probably pretty tempting for some people to FOMO, so just being careful, making sure. With that in mind, I got out of Lilly. I am very happy with how I managed it, but I did not make any profit on it. But honestly, I would have regretted not taking the trade, and I would have regretted getting out earlier. So at one point, this was like $1 in the money. But for Lilly, like I said, I wanted my 884s. I also thought that was realistic, given what we had seen here on, if you go back to what day was this? It was like Friday, right? So I thought that 84 level was realistic for a flat bottom break. I was in the short, then Vikya Novak here in the chat was asking, what are my thoughts on Lilly? I think that the 880 support that we have here, which you could see here, it was also resistance on Thursday, turned to support on Friday. I think that's a really good look if you're looking at this on the daily chart. However, I know I'm out of the short, but I still think this to me looks a little bit bear flaggish on the intraday. From an intraday perspective, I do see some bearishness on Lilly. However, I will not be trading this unless and I don't think I'll trade this again. I can if I want to. If we bounce off that 894, which is also kind of in confluence with VWAP, I could consider a long, but A, I'm not sure we'll get that, and B, I'm not like chasing any waterfalls here. If it shows up, it'll show up. I'm proud of what I did with both these trades. Honestly, I'd rather try the trade I really like and take the hit than wonder what could have been, because that's not, no regrets, right? You do miss 100% of the trades you don't try to take. So that was what I kind of mentioned there to Vikya Novak. I think, shout out, you said you're in the longs, so shout out there. I do think on the daily chart, it's a nice look, that 880 level. I know Neil was talking about thereabouts that 880 on the daily for Lilly, I believe, if you go back to like Friday, pull up this level. So I think it's like clearly that 880 is a nice look. I just think right now, I would like to see what we kind of do here if we can hold on to that 887 bottom. Oh, yeah, there's that 880 on Lilly. Yes, that was some clear resistance support flip. Now I think we're holding it as support. That is my take on that. Indo, some people are mentioning, I think Sharif definitely is more of the small cap trader there. So Indo apparently at 421 here. So interesting look there. Honestly, not a lot else that I have a read on. I like the SPY here for some potential scalps as we hold this 534. I was watching the SPY book while I was in Lilly. A, I like the SPY book. B, I think with Lilly being an NY name, it's a good one to know. Vikya Novak saying, I'm still long re-Lilly, now I'm biting my nails. I would say if we can get a decisive break above the 892, then into the 894, those would be my levels on Lilly. So I think if you're above 894, not a bad look at all. But that, again, just one person's take on the chart and book. I have been watching it a decent amount, though, of course. But the SPY here, I like what we're doing here on the 5 minute. It's generally one I trade off of. I like this kind of, I don't want to say cup and handle, it's not a cup and handle, but we have this nice little curl here at this 534 onto VWAP. Let's see what we do here at 535, which was a level we kind of wicked into a couple times. Haven't really substantially closed above in many moons on the 5-minute chart. If we bounce off 534 again, there might be some scalp opportunities for my purposes, but I think this is a nice little curl here off of VWAP. Then I'd like to see if we can break above 535, what we would do from there. Someone was saying that, I think it was someone named Mike Walter in the chat, Mike Walters maybe in the chat, saying that if we get to 536 on the SPY, he would name his first child Neil Robert Walters. So I don't know. If we get to 536 on the SPY, there might be a namesake there. Neil says he's okay with it, but if there's any tickers that you have their names in your eyes, exclamation point, I don't know why they'd be in your eyes, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker that is. I see Sharif's looking at a ticker that I was also looking at, that Palantir. But I'm not trying to copy your style there. But Palantir I find kind of interesting. I saw it on your little chart there. And Palantir to me, kind of interesting here if we can push off 60s. But I don't have any real levels here at 60s. I like 30. I like 30.25. And I like if we get back into that 29.90, to me, that was the clear support resistance flip. Unless and until we get there, I am not going to be deeply interested in what Palantir does because I won't have a clear sense of direction. Lots of people looking at Indo, though. I literally said I would save that analysis for you because you are going to be, I don't really know how to trade these, so I'm sure you have some thoughts on Indo right now.
I kind of don't believe that, but I'm just going to go with it because you said it and I don't want to contradict you.
I appreciate it.
But,
I'll try to trade them sometimes, and I know you're very adept at these.
Yeah, let's see. 430. I like how what Jay Lee was pointing out. He's like, look, man, is it time to short Indo yet? Shout out to you, Jay. 421. We're zigging and zagging, looking like a possible double top and more bearish double top too. Why? Because we couldn't reach that original high a day. We had 2 5-minute candle double tops at 435. Then we have this area defend now, 430. So if we give way here, this could be an interesting area to get short. You get in maybe near 430s, 428, yada, yada, yada. And to me, basically, the trade would no longer be valid if we broke 435. Now, if it ended up making a higher right side of the top than the left side, which right now it's not, then, that's part of doing business. So you get bamboozled. So this is interesting. And I have shorts, thanks to Neil for this, right? So 435er. Right now, high a day, we're printing 423, still up 30%, well above the volume weighted average price. See, the thing is, Jay, though, I have a rule. I don't go long small cap gappers on a breakout strategy below VWAP, nor do I short them above VWAP. It's an affliction that I suffer from. And quite frankly, like that, you have to have some rules to set up your trade. So 430 looks fantastic as a possible double top. But if we don't break and hold below the volume weighted average price right now is at $4, I'm not going to get short. So I see exactly what you're seeing, and everything you're saying checks out, at least for the moment. Obviously, if we break above 435, I would re-examine that. But right now, I've got no trade on INDO as a result of the fact that it looks fantastic, but it's above VWAP. Now, when I wanted to short this was below VWAP. So we want to get into VWAP, use VWAP as a level of resistance, and then take the short from there. That didn't happen because we reclaimed VWAP as quickly as we gave it up. So that's the look there. Let's see what else is moving. All right, so Mag 7. Apple holding above the volume weighted average price, but very much at a bit of a consolidation range. It looks like it's at 218 1/3 to the top side and 217 4/5, 218 to the downside generally. 198 has been very interesting here on Tesla. I won't be convinced otherwise. This could end up being a flat top break, but we know for certain, essentially, from 9:35 this morning, 198 has been an obvious level of resistance. There is no 5-minute candle that closes above 198 today on Tesla. You have umpteen amount of topping tail breaches, all of which resulted in the candles closing below. So we're holding below 198 now, and here we come, 197.33 on TSLA. I mean, this could be a gnarly range, man. 198 to the top side. Daryl looked right over.
I like
195.
That 198 range.
Yeah, well, 198 has just been an obvious level of resistance for me. The other one that hasn't come in as much has been this 195. It comes in every now and again, but the 198 seems to be like on repeat for whatever reason. Now, If that's the case, are we accumulating for a 198 break? That's the ask here. Well, you don't really need to guess because we know that the local area top is 198 and a third. So you got to risk about 30 pennies here. If you break that and it ends up going down, that's the cost of doing business, right? So 198, interesting level here on the Cybertruck. We're zigging and zagging right now on the future, a little above 18.7, a little bit below. This is also a very interesting area of support as well. 18.675 for whatever reason at 33 quarters of 100 point whatever, bouncing off that level for the last, how long have we been at this level? Almost an hour at this level there, but I'm going to send it to you real quick while I set up for the read.
Yeah, please do. I'm trying to get short Intel here. I know this is when I usually trade, but it was on my side chart, and I was like, wow, it's just in a steady downtrend. I'll take that. I have a clear level that I could use as a stop, being that 950, which was a bit of a flat bottom break. But right now, we're going to flat bottom break over and thank our lovely sponsors at Benzinga.
Are you tired of being late to the Adara? Are you always playing catch up in the market? I know I am. Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news. Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If you are, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. I know 14 days would be great for me, Adara. So quite frankly, I know I used a couple of those back in 2020. Don't nothing in Benzinga about that, but
What?
yeah. Anyway, 430 still in here, Jay. I'm liking this level on INDL. Jay, I think you might be right here. I'm going to have to break my rules and short this bad boy ahead of VWAP. No, I'm just joking. I'm not going to do that. What are you looking at?
Rules are meant to be bent. They're meant to be, no, I'm joking. Intel, okay, so again, to finish the Intel thesis, because I started it but did not finish it, I know I'm getting short here in your low of days. I'm aware it's kind of a riskier move, but because of that clear kind of breakdown here at 1950, I think I can risk into that. Starting the position here at 1943s. If we get into 1945s, I'm willing to add, but I got the bulk in here at 1943. In terms of where profit taking shall occur, I would like to see us kind of continue to drip to the downside. I am aware we're bottom tailing a little bit, so I want to be cognizant of the fact that this could continue higher, but I like it as a short for now. We are in that downtrend. You know, the trend's your friend till the end when it bends. I'm not sure Intel is bent yet. I think right now the Intel in Intel it's pretty weak. And it got a price target decrease from Evercore ISI. You want to know how much they decreased this price target, Sharif? Because my eyes were rolling in the back of my head. 36 to 25.
That's too much, Adara.
I mean, is it though? Because Intel's currently below 20, Sharif.
No, I know.
Are you
kidding.
being sarcastic?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not
Yes,
doing that.
yes.
Anyways, Intel, certainly, I guess their Intel and Intel was continuing to the downside. But again, if you want to look at Intel or any other ticker, you can go in that chat. You can go exclamation point. You can go join. And you can go whatever ticker you want. Maybe it is the SPY. Maybe it's the IWM. Maybe you want to hear about Intel, which I know is one that I believe Neil traded today. Maybe you want to look at Meta, Amazon, any of these Mag 7 people. Maybe you want to look at Apple. Whatever you want to look at, get in that chat. Exclamation point. Join, space, $sign. Get in there, guys. Currently have the bulk of this Intel position. Unless I get out some of this, I am not going to add any more. I have a few more shares that I normally take because with a stock like Intel where it moves a little bit more slowly, I think you do, or like the moves are smaller, you might want to have a little bit more, weight into that trade. Q's kind of chopping here, SPY kind of chopping, just watching the futures with regards to my Intel. Basically flat on this. I will stay calm. I will breathe. Like I said, with some of these chart trades, with my scalps, I'm totally going to trust my read in the book, and I've said that, and that's why I mostly rely on the book for my SPY and Tesla trades in tandem with the chart. But for my chart trades like Intel, Lilly, I am going to largely respect what I see in the book, which is why I stayed in Lilly, because I had no reason to leave. I said, Adara, you said you were going to see what you did here, so wait to see what you do here at those levels. So that's sometimes I think honestly, one thing is staying with the plan is huge, and sometimes you can grade your trades based on whether or not you stayed with the plan. Proud to say I stuck with the plan for both my Lilly trades. Lilly now above VWAP. Shout out to you, Vicky on Novak. I knew you were long this name, so I'm sure you are pleased as punch. Like I said, I'll watch it around 894s, but not really looking to trade it unless there's something I'm obsessed with. Happy to just get back on the horse, clip, keep riding this market. Right now to the downside, hopefully, for Intel, but we'll see what we do here. Also, Adrian asking what my view is on the market cycle we're in. I have to say right now, the market cycle seems to be kind of changing based on the day and sometimes maybe responding to my outfit choices. So a little bit harder to read. I would say there's certainly, I think as the election comes up and as Sharif says, it'll be interesting to see what the market does after the election because there seems to be a lot of in the markets as we get to the election, for lack of a better term. I think it's really interesting to see what we're doing here with regards to volatility or volatility, if you will. And I think the fact that we have this volatility certainly says something. Intel below 1940s. Wow, if we get back to 40s and retest, I might add a little bit to this position. Let's get down Intel. But yeah, to answer your question, Adrian, I think it's something I want to learn more about. I was watching The Compound and Friends this weekend with Joe Fahmy and JC Peretz. It was a really great lineup. And they both had a lot of things to say with regards to volatility in the markets and just the way that it has been really volatile lately. So I think keeping volatility in mind, I think it's really worth noting that the markets kind of seem to be doing things depending on the day. I think getting this volatility as well in tandem with earnings is pretty fascinating. So it's something I want to do more reading about, but I will think it definitely seems to be a bit of an odd day-by-day type situation. Intel, do you really want me to add here? Intel, I kind of want to add. If we get back to 40s, I'm adding a scintilla of shares here because I do want to build up this position for a nice little quadunk to the downside if Intel will have me. It's going to be one of my larger positions since going live. But I like this move to the downside, and if I feel good about it, if I have that confidence, why not get involved? We're going to do that lesson again soon. No 1 p.m. auction today, guys, just so you know. We do have the federal budget balance coming through at 2 p.m., but that will be once we're over to the big kahunas at 2. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
I always take it out. I always take out the full position. I was paper fat fingered there. Yeah, I got long right at the bottom wick on Apple. I got stopped out initially, so took a bit of a hit there. Now negative on Apple. I tried to take 217.20 and I took out the full position. It's not what I wanted to do. I got profitable on it, but definitely still negatory on this name. The reason I got long at the fifth of a dollar was obviously this area over here. We hold the area 4 now. It's that 217.20 area. So that was a previous area low that we got into at 11.30. And then it looks like we're holding that exact area now, about 25 pennies, 30 pennies now above it. So very disappointed in myself that I fat fingered here. Right idea, poor execution. So that's my problem. Now, INDO really going here, guys. But Neil was smart enough to point this out to me, that we have a high of day from a few days ago right at that 4.5. So shout out to Willis Addison, who's printing up a storm. But this level over here from the 7th topped out exactly at $4.48. Technically now $4.56. So we are above that level. But we've got multiple levels above this 456 high a day that we have that aren't too far away. These are back from April. It's not like they're historical. They're from the year. And so we got 5. Obviously, we're going to contend with that level anyway because it's a whole dollar level. Then we got 485. That's a topping tail. It's not a closing print. Then we got these bad boys over here at 5.5. So multiple levels of resistance right now on INDO. But you could have made that case about the top there at the 7th, and it continued to go up. So I'm very happy. Did not get short this name at 430. Stuck to my rule about not liking or not shorting these small cap gappers above the volume weighted average price. That's kind of the reason why, because of the strength that can come in like that. So, yeah, the rules don't exist, but they are meant to be broken, as Adair mentioned. So, well, now what I want to see though is this 430 area. Now that I know I'm not going to short this below the volume weighted average price, what would just be super peachy and super good if it came back in and tested $4.30 as a level of support, because it was definitely resistance earlier. We know that. We had interactions with it over here. We interacted with it over here, all of which rejected until this big boy candle came in at 7 to the hour and then broke that previous high and continued to make new highs on the day. So keeping an eye there. The market is absolutely tanking. And now, well, yeah, I should probably preface that because people get so upset when I say that, and it's not actually tanking. We dropped 100 points, okay? Generally about 100 points. We were at that 18, 17s, right? 17, 16, 15, something like that. We dropped down right there into 18,616. 18,616 is the closing print from Friday. We're below that now. Here comes 18,6 again. So we're moving ziggy-zaggy over here. Kind of a possible double top with a left shoulder a bit bigger than the right. We'll have to see if we hold up at 18.6 to make a higher low. If that's the case, then that'll be 2 successive higher lows. But that's all prefaced upon us not breaking 18.5 3/4. Right now, doing the dance with no pants with 18.6, trying to stay above it right now. So lots of weakness coming in here midday on the future after, starting weak, then going green, then starting weak, then going red again. You can see that here, zigzagging on a lot of these names. So I guess the trade that I missed was obviously that 198 trade on TSLA. So we'll see if we can get something back there. Also, NVIDIA has been the strongest name on the day, up 4 1/4. It's also back at VWAP now at that 109. 109 has been a hell of an area today on NVDA. So, we got the Katina clan.
Nice. Hi.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I like the purple hair.
It's so cute.
Your shirt is London, the London shirt.
I love it. It's very
Just like
nice.
some sushi.
Your dad talks about you a lot. He says how great of a sports
Lots of hockey,
athlete
yeah.
you are. Soccer, or so not soccer, but hockey and softball, right?
We have baseball tonight,
my
and
bad.
she has 2 hockey games tomorrow.
Ooh,
Good
in the
luck.
summer too. That's committed.
We're back from
Job.
Right.
Thanks for coming on,
Nice
Katina,
to see
man.
you. Hello, Katinas. Goodbye,
Yes,
Katinas.
there we go, the Katinas. Marissa Katina here as well. There we go. Sean's wife. Everybody in the house. Everybody in the house. Shout out to them. Adorable, obviously, goes without saying. All right, we're getting a 217 bounce here on Apple, and we're getting an 18.6 hold right now on the future, at least for now, Adara. Bottoming tail candle. All sorts of midday volatility. Nice trading.
Thank you very much. I took a quick 35 penny scalp on the SPY. The SPY came, you guys know how I felt about that weirdly specific level in the book, 532.70s on the SPY. We broke below that. I got short right below it. Took 30 pennies on that. Please just punch. Happy with how it went. Still in Intel. Already took profit out of about, let's math this very fast. It's a very weirdly specific level. We got about something like 20% of the Intel position out there. So pleased at, actually, sorry, it was 30. Took 30% of Intel out. Ready to take out another portion of this remaining position if we get back into 31s here. I say back out, even if we got into 31s. As long as we stay below 40s, I'm cool staying in my Intel. If we break above 40s, I will probably have to get out here. But I'm really happy I tried Intel. It's not a name I normally try trading, and I knew I'd have to trade it slightly differently. Oh, hello. By taking slightly smaller shares, or slightly more shares, because you kind of want more shares with this type of move on this type of stock. And that also reminds me too, I remember when I first tried trading these, when I first went live, I never really traded like Intels or Rivians or Maras, but I thought, I have to trade cheaper stocks when I'm live. And I take them with tiny positions, so you can have a winning position and you make very little. And that's what I realized too. Shout out to the conversation I was having with Neil and Ryan Faluna on the market recap last week. You have to trade how you're trading in the sim. In the sim, I traded a lot of Lilly's, a lot of mega caps. So those are the names I'm more comfortable trading live. And I, again, want to shout out Sharif as well for helping me realize that too. Also, look at good times. Shout out to Sean and his family there. But and I think one thing too that I think, anyways, the point I'm trying to make is you could adapt once you're in the live, once you're changing things, but it's really important to first start trading when you're live, let's say you're adjusting from sim to live. Start with stuff that you're comfortable trading and then expand. I would not have been comfortable taking this many shares on Intel. It's not even that many shares on Intel, but I would not have been comfortable taking it when I first went live. Now I'm more comfortable with it because I've taken my time to experiment to the live, dip my little toes in, and get involved. So still in Intel, happy with my SPY scalp. I want to talk about as well here SMCI. Shout out to Darius Golden who called it SMCI breakdown. I said, hey, I'm not really sure. We were bouncing off support here off of that 544 area here on VWAP, and then it ends up breaking below that area. So shout out to you, Darius Golden. And it's interesting too, sometimes chart patterns will break rules. You generally do not have flat bottom breaks here on when you're up on the day, right? That's generally not some of the rules you'll get. So it's interesting. Look, yes, smooth 1J. I do scalp the SPY, and I've done well in my SPY scalps today. So if there's stuff that pops up, I'm going to be scalping the SPY. You know what I mean? That's kind of how it's got to go. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to address that. I do scalp the SPY, and I find that is the way I have the most success trading the SPY. If I have levels on it, so a lot of them are going to be book scalps as well. I don't want to scalp based on the trade. But before we get to the lesson, as I watch Intel chip top to the downside, I would love to hear about what just had you pump your fist over there.
A couple of things. So I did a good trade on NVIDIA, but I fat fingered again. So that's 2 for 2 on the fat fingers. Yay! Fat fingers
I like
today.
that you're clapping with your fingers.
Yeah. Sorry, Rab. Yeah, so I fat fingered on this one, but I did take profit. Now this one I'm proud of because this was an area defense. So I said to myself, guys, 430 was an obvious area here. I took it with bigger size on this one. So 430 was an obvious area top on INDO. Shout out to Willis Addison, who's printing up a storm. Shout out to everybody else who's printing up a storm on this dang small cap capper today because it's given me some great trades. I'm 3 for 3 on it so far. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that in there because it's going to stop me out now. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. Anyway, I'm going to look to wet my beak at around the $0.50 if we can get back into that $0.50 over here. But this one, I saw $4.30. Initial area crest. We reject. We come back down. We test 430 again. Yeah, reject. We test it again just for good measure and just for good luck at 1245. Yeah, we rejected. Then the pain came for the shorts over here at 1253. And that's what caused me to say this is an obvious area resist or support now that we've used it as that resistance level over and over and over again. So I wet my beak there on larger size. Now I'm going to look for that $0.50 move if we can have a $0.50 move. Fantastic.
Randy just yelled ram. I want the world to hear that.
Sorry,
I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, yeah, absolutely. Trader CL, never seen a more beautiful chart than WBA. Looks like. Hey, Randy. Get it, Randy. What are you thinking about? You're thinking about the Cybertruck, aren't you? There he is. Say hi, Marissa.
Me too.
Shout out to Ms. Katina. Obviously, I love having the family here, and I saw all their pictures out in London. They were having a great time. Shout out to the Katina man, doing the absolute most in a fantastic way. Take care. See you guys. So yeah, still involved in this Indo trade. And I'm looking for a $0.50 beak wetter. Maybe I should move that down because we're likely to encounter some resistance at the $0.50. We'll see. Maybe I'll move it down. Maybe I won't. Shout out to Jay Lee. Jay Lee short on Indo at 442. Not you, Jay. You're forcing my profits down, my man. Oh, come on, Jay.
You guys are in a war.
Here we go. Here comes the $0.50, Darren. There it is, baby. We're going to hit the bang for Indo. No, I'm not talking about that kind of Indo. 420 Bud Monster. We know what you're thinking. Shout out to you. Obviously, it's okay. Everything is good on this side of the border. You know, you're good there, right? Plenty of those stores around here, my man. Too many. Neil's like, what? What's going on? All right. Yeah, hit it, Neil. Hey, shout out to my man. Black smoke. That looks like very bad for your lungs, that black smoke that blows out though. No, it doesn't look good. It looks like a diesel truck. Yeah. Jay Lee, get Randy to auto sector, please. Lots happening on that front, my man. I can't tell you how much I would love a segment like that. I go in there at least once a day into the back end of the office where real trading is. And I talk up a storm with Randy. Today I was talking to him about the cancellation of the rear-wheel drive Cybertruck. You know, he has all sorts of theories as to why that may be the case. We were talking off camera about how many like F-150 rear-wheel drives, how many rear-wheel drives do they sell percentage-wise? Ram, your truck is four-wheel drive, obviously, right? Of course, we live in Toronto. We couldn't have a rear-wheel drive here. You can, but you're not going to have a great winter. In any event, so we're talking about the percentage of trucks that are sold rear-wheel drive, and we didn't have the actual numbers, but we posited something like 5, 10, 15% at the most. So definitely not a big seller there. Usually you're looking for that all-wheel drive love. At least I am anyway. Jay Lee, it's only fake shorts for me on Indo, not available on my short broker. Neither is it on mine, my man. But guess who it is available on? the best dang prop firm around. It's Real Trading, and we're sponsored by the Madeira.
We are sponsored by them. Shout out to Real Trading. Like I said, Real Trading was allowed me to get really cheap shorts every day that Lucy ran, and I don't think I ever used them once, and I did not get buyer's remorse because they were so cheap. Every day I was like, I'm going to short Lucy, and I don't think I ever traded Lucy. But the point is that penny stock, could get shorts for a penny stock there. Shout out to our friends at Real Trading. You take out some of the intel there at 1934. I know I said I was going to wait for 33s, but it was just so wiffle-waffle. I said, Dara, get these 34s. I'm going to take out the next piece if we get to 30s. Looking to add at 38s. Don't know if we'll get that. If we get above 40s, I'm outie of this INTC. I had to move the stop loss down as it moves down here. I think it was Edwin my Fike was asking here, how many shares of Intel you're trading? We don't share share sizes. We don't share our position sizes. But I will say it is, it's more than I normally trade, but I'm comfortable with it because this is, I set up the ads accordingly and I'm kind of built into it. So that's what I'll say with regards to that. I will say it made me a little bit shaken in my boots a bit, but I was like, you know what, Adair, if you feel good about it, get involved. Let's get down Intel. Have the confidence. Shout out again to Sean and his lovely family saying hello. The Katina, move aside Roaring Kitty. Now we got that Katinas.
Roaring Katina.
So good look at Roaring Katinas. Which actually Sean made that joke first and no one knew what he was saying because he just said, I am a cat in the market recap chat. And I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, he said, I'm cat. You're right. That's what Mean was right. So he said, I cat. And we had to be
cat?
He said, I cat. And we were like, what does that mean?
Like and subscribe today.
Oh, cat.
Miss her.
Shout out to cat.
You couldn't just say cat.
No, you're right. Shout out to Saad Mahmood as well here saying, zoom out on that INTC. You might find levels to cover. Definitely keeping an eye on that. That is for sure. I appreciate that. And I'm going to definitely look again at my covers and my ads once we finish our lesson of the day. Also, shout out as well to Joanna Brewster saying, shout out to us. Get it, guys. With the hand emoji. You get it as well. High five to you. Air high five to my pal Sharif. And let's get going here on this lesson of this here day. So let's talk about trading earnings after hours. I want to appreciate Sharif being really open there about his experience trading these earnings because I think that's huge. I know Sean's talked about it a little bit as well, how like sometimes people will try to trade these after hours earnings because Neil and Sean and I, when we're on the market recap, we see these moves. They're so tempting. They're so tantalizing. And a lot of times they go by a name fake out breakout or fake out breakdown or they move around or they're capitals of bamboozlement nation. You know what I mean? It's just stuff like that. So let's talk about some of the importance of this after hours trading and how you have to consider that when you're factoring in considering trading these earnings. Well, increased volatility is huge here, right? Earnings announcement can often and do often trigger sharp price fluctuations, which can lead to larger profit opportunities compared to regular trading hours. And so with that increased volatility, it's risky, but it does give you some opportunities for larger price moves. Because you have less participants, right? So you've got less people involved. So some of these moves are going to be a bit higher, a little bit more heavily weighted. And so this can create the chance for big, huge wins, but also big, huge losses. Now, first mover advantage is also something you have to consider and think about with regards to this after hours trading because traders who can react quickly to earnings news can potentially capitalize on price trends before they become widely known and before the rest of the market seeing them and reacting to them, right? So that's huge. That's something to keep in mind. But let's talk about some of these risks of after-hour trading. One of them, of course, is going to be lower liquidity. Reduced trading volume can result in the wider bid-ask spreads and difficulty executing orders at desired prices. We've talked a lot about spread trading. You know, we'll talk about spreada on Meta. That's during the day, too. Like, imagine how some of these names trade after hours. Eli Lilly as well. We talked about pre-market day one earnings for Lilly. I was talking to Obi and Neil. That one had a $4 spread. So you do have some of these larger spreads in the after hours, either before or after the market opens. Let's talk about some of the other risks here, like market manipulation. You do have some higher chances there are potential for market manipulation because you have lower trading volume, right? So false rumors or misleading info, let's say, we think you have the earnings out or we don't, or there's like speculation about when these earnings are coming out, what they're going to be. That can really change the market, that is for sure, and change what this price action is going to be. So manipulation is certainly a potential here. Also, increased volatility is worth noting. As we said, it's one of the benefits here and what makes it important, but it's also what makes after-hours trading risky. So it does offer opportunities, of course, when you have this volatility, but it also increases the risk of rapid and unpredictable price swings. Let's talk about some strategies for after-hours trading. Scalping. Hello. Lots of scalpers here on this show and just as traders in general. Scalping is what happens when you take advantage of these rapid price fluctuations by entering and exiting trades quickly. And this strategy will involve precise market timing and a higher tolerance for risk. Equity straddle is one strategy as well. It's one equity strategy, I guess, if you're going to be trading options or I guess equities here. So straddles is a bit of an option strategy, but you can use it here for equities, and it involves placing a buy order slightly above the current market price and a sell order slightly below. And this strategy will aim to profit from large price movements in either direction following the earnings release. Some of the pros of the equity straddle is that it can give you a potential for high returns if the stock price moves significantly in either direction. So if you've got some big swings, you're going to benefit either way. So I think that's huge. But also, worth noting here too, cons is that it requires larger initial capital outlay because you've got to buy on either side, right? So if the stock price remains relatively unchanged, the trader can lose on both sides of the trade. So you really need to look at those implied moves after the earnings to see if this is actually going to be worth it. Are you going to have a big old like Mara size post-earnings swing, or is it going to be a little bit of a, teeny tiny meat and potatoes type thing? Let's talk about order types as well. So limit orders specify the price at which you want to buy or sell. And these are generally going to be the most common order type after hours because market orders do not work after hours. Stop orders also are worth noting because they'll only work after hours if it's a limit stop order, because market stops, much like all market orders, are not going to work. Let's talk about some tips for after hours, bless you, trading. So technology is huge. You want to make sure that you have a brokerage which allows trading outside regular market hours. You have the opportunity to take those trades. Risk management is huge as well. Make sure you're implementing really strict stop loss orders and position sizing to protect your capital. And make sure you've done some research on the market as well and on the earnings play. Does this name normally move a lot? What's the type of expected move you're getting with this name?
Yep.
Have we seen also, how is that sector reported? How have we seen names in that sector report? Are there any specific metrics you're looking for?
Bang.
See what analysts are looking for that metric. For example, we know Amazon and Microsoft both reacted a little herky-jerky on their cloud earnings. Okay. So let's say you've got a name that's going to be reporting in the cloud space. Be like, what are analysts expecting? Because that can help you decide what type of play you want to make if you think they're going to beat or miss on cloud based on what the analysts are saying. Also, emotional control is huge. It's a huge part of trading in general, but you really want to make sure that you have control over your emotions during the very volatile time known as earnings, because price action after hours can be a little wild. So you want to make sure to avoid impulsive decisions based on fear or greed and stick only to the plan with which you are trading. That is our lesson. Also, shout out to Saad Mahmood mentioning that 1930 level on Intel. I agree this is a level as well. I'm definitely going to zoom out, do some covering here. I don't think I'm going to add right now. We're still below 33s. We're still kind of chopping to the downside. I don't want to sell out of this too early until I have a reason to. But, as Brian Shannon says, sell when you want to, not when you have to. Ooh. So I don't want to be, getting forced out of this position like 10 cents in the money. Let's see. I want to look at this daily chart, look at that 1930 level. But before I pass back to Sharif and get some more intel on Intel for myself, I want to shout out NVIDIA here. Paula asking about NVIDIA, not the chip that I'm currently playing, but wow, NVIDIA pushing into 110s. This is a great look. Also, Paula, the next CPI is going to be on Wednesday at 8:30 a.m. EST. Also, because someone was mentioning in the comments for the thing I do in the weekend, the week ahead, I said that all the times are going to be in EST, guys. Sorry, I didn't specify, but all the times are always going to be in Eastern time. Also, I like the support here at VWAP, and look how well we held that support, that we wick into it. I think this 108.80 area is really nice support. I like that we made a higher low while still wicking into that area. I think if we could bounce off the 90 MA here, hold that 110, then push above and hold in that 110.30s, I think we're building into some nice little areas here. Good look for NVIDIA. The SPY trying to push higher here as well. Happy with that scalp I had because I don't think we got much lower after that scalp, but really going to focus on my Intel right now. There's a super chat addressed to you from Kyle Burdett.
Big Spile Burdett, what's up, my man? $10 super chat. Shout out to Big Spile. Sharif, SPY plan from this morning has changed. ... SPY puts getting loaded against a retest of VWAP based on series. If lower highs on 30-minute chart, we'll still be watching 530 on a down move. Shout out to Big Spile Burdett. Absolutely killing it with him. Keep your eye out on his levels. He's always talking about that in the chat. So we're going to shout him out. And we want to see him print, obviously, on that. Big Spile had one hell of a week last week. That's all I'm going to say there. Proud of you, dude. Keep it up. The mine's just fine. He knows what I'm talking about. All right. Here's the look. I was able to wet my beak on some profits on Apple over here as we range between this 217.20 and 217.50. I'm like break even on the remaining amount now. I'm looking to wet my beak at around 75s. I'd like to see an area break. I want to see the $0.50 break because that's been quite elusive. The market's on the way up. It just breached VWAP. We just took out the 50-point level, and Apple's dead weight here. So that's interesting. That's we're looking at now price action divergence on Apple in the futures, whereas we were talking about how similar their charts looked, at least intraday. As soon as this morning. So keeping an eye on that. We're very much locked in a tight consolidation. The reason I have my beak wetter at around 75 pennies, well, there's obviously a consolidation area here at 217.80. You can see that from the earlier price action when we were going into 217.80, rejected it. And then once we cleared it, we came back and we defended 217.80 at least initially. And then we gave way on this big boy Huadunk at 3 to the hour over here. So now we're holding up above there. The futures on the way back into 75 pennies. Apple's at the $0.50. I'm looking for something around $0.75. It just breached the $0.50. Here we go. Can we see some $0.62? We're seeing $0.62 Adara, and there it goes into 70. Please, this punch took it out there. What a move up here on the dead one, Apple. That was a good long consolidation range. I said, look, man, this is going to be your out for the break of 217.20. 217.20 hadn't been breached for the exception of this super quick print 1 minute candle over here at 1 o'clock, and then again at 1:01. And then there was no breaches of that $0.50 around 217.20. So I said, get long in there, man. That's your out right there. And there we go. We weasel our way up into that $0.75. Please, this dang punch on this trade. Let's flip back to look at what TSLA is doing. Pardon me?
I just said, I'm pleased this punch.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Adara. I'm looking at Tesla here. Here we go again, guys. 198 could be coming in on the Cybertruck awfully soon. And we've seen exactly what's happened every time we've weaseled in to that 198 area. Every time we're getting a little bit lower, right? So, you know, we've been zigging and zagging with the 198. Last time around, did we even breach 198 around quarter to 1? 197.98, 197.99. Okay, so I mean, if you need more proof that 198 is an actual level today on Tesla, I mean, come on, people. I mean, we couldn't print anything above it on a closing basis since 9:35 this morning. Now, the other side of that coin, we always want to give you both sides of the coin, Adara, because, well, that's just the nature of life, I guess. The higher lows could be indicative of here. I mean, I'm not saying we're going to get a flat top break through 198, but you need to be aware that last time around we didn't get as deep. So it was we were talking about a double bottom. We didn't manifest through the top break, so we're very much stuck within a range of sorts here with this little trough coming into that 196 and a quarter, 196 and a fifth right now. So good look there. Keep your eye on Apple though as it works its way back into the volume weighted average price. This could be a short here at 218.75, but I'd be more inclined to base a short on Apple at around 218 rather than 217.75, only because the price action really shows more respect for 218 as opposed to the volume weighted average price. So I'm very interested in taking Apple whichever way it goes, long, short, sideways, whatever the hell I can do here on this day. It's been very much a ziggy-zaggy day for the Mag 7. The NVIDIA has really been the only beast that's been able to consistently stay above the volume weighted average price. Every other one's been a little bit above it, a little bit below it, Softy included, even though it's up 1/3%. Let's flip back now to some of the small cap gappers and see what they're up to. Yeah, well, you know, they're very looking like they're not tradable at the moment, to be quite frank with you. INDO is really the only one that's on my chart that's a respectable chart pattern here. Everything else is either consolidative or below a key technical indicator, which prevents me from trading it. So INDO 37 right now and 4/5 going on 48. Oh, baby. Tesla's working into 198. Indo's zigging and zagging here below the $0.50. There could be some possible trades to have at the moment. Let's see what else everybody's talking about here. Anything that you guys want me to look at? I'm just trying to see some tags. Big Spile Burdette goes, thanks, bro. I had a nice Tesla long trade this morning off 195.
Long.
You took a long Big Spile?
Took it off a great level.
Woo! We're going to hit the bang for Big Spile there. Took a quick win to get the week started. Set you some garden content for the crew. Have a great day. If you don't mind, Big Spile, I'm going to open it up. And if if that's okay with you, of course, let me know if I can put it on the show. If not, all good there. Obviously, we're going to respect the privacy there. Keeping an eye, looking for some more comments possibly over here, but yeah, not that I see anything. What are you looking at over there?
I'm just doing like weird hand things here with this IWM. The support IWM, okay, as I say that it breaks down. Thanks, bro. I got to get out there. All good. IWM at 204.60s, the way we held that support was just illustrious. It was beautiful. It was gorgeous. And I like this level as well because look at this support resistance flippity flop that we had here. I said we can hold that level, take it long here and risk it into 204.60s. I got long 204.75s. Would have rather got involved right at 204.60s, but then again, I don't really know where I would have risked had I done that. So got to do what you got to do. If we bounce again here, kind of off that 50-60s level, I might try it again. But basically, we held 204.60 support just beautifully. We keep bouncing. We keep looking at it. We keep bouncing. I said, Adara, if you can't break it back above 204.70s, don't add into this. Took like a 15 penny hit on this EOM. Happy I tried it, though, I will say. And you know what? It's interesting, too, because I like I said, I've been definitely using the P&L list. I think it helps you make better trades. Because I know I had, some solid trades earlier in Apple and SPY, and then I took those hits on Lily, but I would have rather taken the trades on Lily than not taking them. So I think that's the biggest thing, and I think that's the importance of not trading on P&L. If you have a trade that you love, that you know the risk to reward makes sense on, why wouldn't you attempt that? So that's what I have to say on that. That's also why I'm happy I tried that IWM. Intel also, shout out to Saad Mahmood. You definitely were right about that 1930 resistance there. I was trying to get out parts at 1930 during the lesson, but we got to 1930 only on the bid side, never on the ask side. Sad face for me. All good there. Intel, though, weirdly, for a second I was like, oh, do you want to push higher, Intel? And Intel's like, I mean, Adara, do I, though? Because I'm already back to 1930s. I arguably could have stayed in the short because I said I would have gotten out if we got above 40s. We never did. That being said, happy I got out where we did. I saw areas of support resistance that were forming in the book, got out at 34s. Pleased as dang punch. SPY coming back into my levels too. I've had a couple levels I liked in the SPY, namely that 532.70s. As you can see, maybe I played around this level a little bit, perhaps. No, I'm joking. Took a lot of trades around that 532.70 level on the SPY. But also, I like what we're doing here at this 533.20s. That was an area I clearly found with some interesting support resistance because I got out of some of these longs here as well. If we break below that 20s, I'd be interested in shorting this into 70s. But I do think we could be in a potential uptrend here in the SPY. Higher lows here. SPY lows that I'm seeing here.
Those are some sick entries.
Thank you. I was really proud of my little short scalpies over here. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah, those are excellent. And you have top and bottom, mind you. No, the middle one. Yeah, that one. Look, you literally traded at the top and you traded at the bottom.
Thank you very much.
Soundwave trade.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Sheree, for and I think that's the thing too. That's why I love looking at the book, because I would not have seen that 535.40 trade if I hadn't been looking at the book. I took that because the book was doing some weird shizness at 535.40. So I was like, this short makes sense to me. If we break below that level, it is going to fall. It did end up falling. Clearly, I got out a little bit early, but you never know when the market's going to have a big quadung. You got to trade it accordingly. That's, I think, one thing's really important. Just make attempts, try new things, and get it popping. Also, if there's anything you want to get popping, you only have 22 more minutes, the length of an old sitcom if you're talking about the 90s. 22 minutes left to get into that chat. ! Join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. Yeah, one jacked up chart there. Yeah, it says Boxzilla. Yeah, I mean, the SPY has certainly been a little bit of an interesting look. We do have these lower highs a little bit as well when I look at this in the 10-minute with a bit of a potential flat bottom break. Like I said, 532.70s, every time I see anything getting in near that in the book, I get involved. Shout out to Trader Leah saying, I love the 5-minute for scalping. It's great for being close to the action while also reducing market noise that can make us panic. Oh. I agree with you, Trader Leah. I will say as well, when I scalp Tesla and only for Tesla, I find I miss a lot of action if I don't also look at the 1 minute. So Tesla, I'll usually go a bit of 1 minute and a bit of 5 minute for my scalping, while also relying on the book because all of my scalps will also have some book action. So that is my take on that look. Let's see what we do here at the SPY as we get kind of a little bit waffly here, not really having reads on a lot of things here. Intel, if you break above 40s, I might consider longing you, but man, would it take a lot of consideration. AMD near VWAP. If I were to take a short here, I think AMD might be my number one contender. A couple things coming into levels I like, Sharif.
All right. I just want to use this opportunity to say that I have not taken one trade today off a moving average. And yeah, And you guys know how I trade. I look for trending names and I look for pullbacks off a key moving average. It ain't rocket science, nor is it supposed to be. And the reason I want to point that out is to make the case to you guys that not every day is going to be the same day that you can come in and you can use the same utensils, same skills, same strategy, and expect the market to react in the same way. Today's been more about price action and reading whether something is making higher highs or higher lows. Like, to me, I don't think I've gone this long on a day trading the MAX7 without ever using a moving average, whether the 10 or the 20 or even VWAP. I mean, I haven't even used VWAP today. Let's look what's going on over there, Katina, man. Fantasy football. Yes, it gets very emotional about that. Yeah, I mean, I can feel I'm right there. So I just want to make that point because oftentimes I'll use these moving averages. So today is not one of those days, and I just kind of really want to wax poetic there to use an Adair term. Now, here we go with Tesla again. Coming into 198, I'm going to be really intent to see what it does at this level. I don't need to be first, as you've seen every time. Every time it's come into 198, it's presented you with trades. Whether you got initially here at 198 and a quarter and wet your beak at 197 and 3/4, or whether you got into 198 and a third here and printed all the way down to 194 and 3/4. And you may not get that kind of range second time around, but I am willing to take my chances with said 1.9 or 8 level if it does present me the opportunity. And, you know, my stop is going to have to be not governed, but it has to reflect the day's price action. So if I'm going to get in 198, I need to have at least 33 pennies worth of a buffer between my stop and my entry. And the reason is because I need to put it above these two candles over here. Now, if you end up breaching that and it still tanks, well, you did what you could. But it's incumbent upon you to try to cover your bases where you can. And this 198 and a third, it looks awfully standoutish to me. So if we do get into 198, my stop placement will be influenced by that, and I will have it above $1/3. But alas, we're still not into Tesla at 198. In fact, we are making lower highs. So if we don't weasel our way into 198, it'll be higher lows, but also lower highs. So that could be also important here as well. I keep looking at NVIDIA to take it long, and it never comes into my level. And I just finished waxing poetic, to use a Adair term again, about not using these indicators today. But there was one that I was actually going to use, and it was the VWAP dip on an NVIDIA. I came back from the bathroom, and it was quite gone. So, yeah, there. I was wrong about not using any indicators today. But, you know, point's taken here. I hope the point is taken by you guys that you can't come in every day and kind of trade the same way and expect the same results, because the market's not the same. So that's my look for that. But I want to remind you guys that the afternoon segment means nothing without viewer input. If we don't have a top 5 to show the big kahunas, then there is no afternoon rundown. So please do us a favor, get into the chat right now and vote for your favorite ticker. It's super easy. It's exclamation point, the word join, then hit that space bar, $, and the ticker of your choice. In fact, I'm going to go in right now, Adara, and I'm going to vote for my favorite ticker of the day. Can you guess which one that's going to be?
Indo.
Oh, she read my mind, and there it is. INDO, voted for. I've had my say. Will you have your say? Bully your friends. Bullying's fine in the chat. As long as it's to get in the afternoon rundown. Adara's not fine with that. I caveated that. I caveated that.
I love that we both use the word caveat there, because I was like, I need a pretty strong caveat there.
There you go, right? I had to, because I knew you were going to get up all up on that. So, yeah, look, get into the chat right now. Have your say every day. Sean is back. We were very happy to have the Obe, the one. He is the Kenobe. But today, the Katina man is back, and he's ready to punch long on, or short, on everything he just said. So shout out to him. He's having a great time. The Katina man is short Shopify right now at 6.9er. So make sure, if you're not following on the other channel, we have another channel, by the way. It's called More Trader TV Live, and you can see Neil's position, you can see Sean's position, and you can see the entries and their exits, as well as the biggest movers and the top headlines in the day. I like to run it simultaneously with the current stream, Adara. I hope that everybody has enough bandwidth to do that.
Yeah, so it lets you see a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag, a little bit of what we're doing, a little bit of what they're doing. Also, IWM, if at first you don't succeed within reason and within manageable risk, try again. And I want to make that clarification as well, because I know this was something that Neil and Obi were talking about last week as well, that we were all three of us, I think, were talking about at some point a couple weeks ago. And I think one thing as well, sometimes you're the first time you try the trade, it's not going to work for whatever reason. It could be that your timing is incorrect, your position size is incorrect, you don't risk it well enough, but then the opportunity presents itself again. What do? Do you back away like a scared deer? Perhaps. But if it gives you the opportunity to do so, maybe what you should do is get involved with that vim, that vigor, that aggression, that confidence, and get right back in. So I got back in IWM here with more size, and I'm actually going to add in here. We bounce off 86s, which it looks like we are, because that was a huge level of resistance. That's what got me out of that initial trade there in my IWM, because we weren't able to get above that 86 level. It was very anemic. So I'm going to take out the first third of my new position here. If we get to 99s, let's see what's happening here in IWM. Let's see if we can get the hustle in that Russell. As TI says, grind don't stop, hustle don't quit, and neither do traders. I guess Russell don't quit is what I should have said there. And the thing too with sometimes you're not going to get that first area, but if you're still seeing things hold up, for me, I was still seeing that push higher in the IWM. So sure, I wasn't able to get the first trade there. I did take a hit on the first trade, but I liked it still. So I took even more size for my second trade. Now I'm comfortable adding in because I know what levels. And sometimes when like I said that as well with my Lily trade on day one earnings last week, the first trade didn't work out. I lost on it, but I was able to be more confident in my second trade because I saw stuff I like. I knew what was happening there in the book. I'm going to be risking into 75s on this IWM, which was my initial entry point. I know the average now is 81 because I added to 86s, but my initial entry point here for IWM was 75, and that was a level I find we were holding up decently. So if we break below 75s, I am outie in IWM. I'm willing to lose a few pennies there on the average position, but I like this hustle there in this Russell. I know I said another name I was looking at right now around the same time I entered EWM was going to be AMD, and then AMD was like, oh, but you don't have to look at me. I'm not doing much. I'm like, AMD, you could though. It'd be really easy for you to do something. By that, I mean, AMD, I like that VWAP. I was like, if we break below VWAP on AMD, this could be kind of spicy. Instead, we're just kind of chipping and chopping here around VWAP on AMD, higher highs, higher lows, a little bit of a pattern there. So we'll have to wait and see what goes on here. NVIDIA, some people asking about here as well. I think, honestly, to shout out as well what you said about NVIDIA's VWAP bounce, I think it's so clear. I totally get why you would do.
Oh, yeah.
This is the chart using moving average for.
Yeah.
So great look there. I want to shout you out on that call. Right now, I'm just waiting for my IWM to maybe tick a little bit higher, couple pennies away from my point of getting out a third of that position. How are you doing?
I'm short Tesla at this level. It's out of the money stand corrected. Oh, well, now we're zigging and zagging here. I'm short 69s. We're showing 65s. I'd like to add to this position. Possibly we'll see if that presents me with the opportunity to add. But the whole point of why I got into this trade, and we just wet our beak now on this trade, is 198 has been a level. I've made that my opinion very clear on that. Whether or not it holds at this area or not is an entirely different story. If it continues to head down without letting me add more, then that's the situation as well. Personally, I'd like to see something. Here we go. Let's see something around 40s. If I can work my way down into the 40s, there is a bit of a support level right there. And here comes the low 50s. And we'll see if we do get a bounce at the 50s. I kind of expected that, the $0.50. You might have a bunch of orders. Let's see if we can print something in the 40s. And there it is. Print mid 40s, baby. We got 43s there. Pleased as dang punch. Let's take that short again if it comes into 198. I missed it like 10 times already. And now finally on maybe the 11th time I take it. So great, Sharif. Great trading today. Can you tell I'm being sarcastic? Because it's just, they're yelling at myself because it's so obvious of a dang level, and it took me forever to get into it. 198 has been rinse and repeat all dang day on Tesla. It just really has been. Now, you could get a flat top break because we keep putting in higher lows. Sure, you're still negative. There's that 200 level, yada, yada, yada. You got to get through 198 before we even start talking about 200. But decent trade right now on said Cybertruck. Happy with it, ready to look for the next one. Now, what's the next one going to be? I'm very interested, as Adair kind of alluded to before. She threw to me with NVIDIA at 110. There isn't a whole lot today other than Apple and NVIDIA that have been really looking to take long on the Mag 7. That's just my personal opinion. But this 109, let's even say 109 and a fifth, okay? I'm looking to go long on NVIDIA. It's for whatever reason, the chips are strong today, 4 3/4. Did we even have a headline on NVIDIA?
No, not that I saw.
Right? Let me look here. I mean, there was nothing that I saw earlier on. Anyway, still looking. No, there's nothing of real note here to account for a 4 1/4 move. But you don't really need one, do you? Quite frankly, from NVIDIA. I guess UBS chimed in possibly here on NVIDIA saying that their profit's going to continue to grow into 2026. Well, I'm sure that's what bulls want to hear. Here's the headline, Ram. NVIDIA rises as UBS says profits likely to grow until 2026. Obviously, we've been seeing their revenue increase exponentially because, well, they're creating an entirely new segment and they almost have an entire monopoly on that segment. So go figure. Anyway, coming down into 109, I'm going to be all eyes and ears for a possible long at that level in the same way that I was looking for a short at 198 on TSLA. That's been interesting. There hasn't been a whole bunch of other Mag 7 names that have interested me. The Katina man was talking about SHOP. Let's have a look at SHOP, reported while he was on vacation, and they printed up a dang storm. So as you can see over here, we breached 50, and now we're talking about that $70 area after the earnings report. 70 though, guys, an obvious level of resistance here on the daily. This is why you chart the daily. Initially, it was support. It flipped to resistance after that last earnings report. I'm not talking about the one we had last week. I'm talking about that May 8th one. Look at that big boy Huadunk from $80, and then we found a consolidation bottom around 57 and change. Since that time, 70 has been a line in the sand. We got into it around mid-July. We breached it today. But most notably, we're below $70 as we speak right now. That's going to be a very interesting level for me, right? Because if we don't breach it, well, then we can keep shorting off it. If we breach it, we can continue to use it as support, right? I mean, it's exactly what did it over here. It didn't have one candle just at 70. It had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles. You had 5 different days off which to play that $70 support. Now you kind of have that same look, but from the other side. The north side, the short side. So $70, write it down on your piece of paper and stick it in the middle of your monitor. $70, interesting level on Shopify Adara.
Yeah, there's some IWM. We had to move down in the market. I was a little scared. I was like, because initially at the time I was trying to get out part of this position here at 204.99s, right? That was the plan. And then we kind of had that pull back down. I said, Adara, breathe. Don't panic sell. See what you stick to your plan. See what you do at 204.75s, which was my level. We get to 204.75s and we bounce beautifully. Speaking of which, we're trying to test that again. So let's see. Again, we bounce. So nice little look there. We really, though, speaking of like holding up at levels, look at how much IWM does not want to break above VWAP. This is odd, too, because it's an ETF. I don't know why it's so glued to this level, but no matter what time frame you look at, what you see is a very stubborn IWM around VWAP. It's like, no. I don't have to get above VWAP, Adara. Should have gotten out here at 204.90s. Because keep in mind here, guys, we've also tried a couple times here to get into that 205 area. We'll get to like 204.99. Oh, no, never mind, we won't. 204.98? No, not at all. So lots of stubbornness here for IWM as we break below the 204.75 area. I say au revoir. Happy I stuck with this trade. Happy I traded it according to my plan because I had a plan for it. Plan did not go according to plan. But you have to try things here. Let's just short all green. LOL says Kenny D. Yeah, not a bad look there. SPY back into my little levels. You guys know I said, maybe you don't know, but I said SPY 533.20s. I found interesting heading into this level that clearly I love, which is that 533.70s. That flipping from resistance to support has been, dare I say tantalizing, dare I say delicious. Is 533.20 area on that S&P 500. I don't want to rush into anything here.
How was your weekend, by the way?
I got some stuff done.
Nice.
I got some cleaning done. Oh, I like that shot. That was cool.
Yeah. It's Ram. She's getting very creative. I like.
Yeah, I cleaned. I did a little bit of cleaning. Did a little bit of writing.
Ram. What is she supposed to live in squalor? What do you want from her? Go ahead.
It was probably you for saying Ram Ram. I don't know.
Oh,
she confirms that is what it was
I thought
for.
maybe, I'm not plugged in. That's why I didn't hear her.
I don't bully you, Dara. It's very kind of you.
Wow.
But as Steve says, if you want to bully any of your friends in the chat to get them to vote for the tickers that you want to see in the market recap, nice little transition. No, not recap, sorry, the rundown. Also, you can see Sharif bullying Neil on Instagram.
That's not true.
Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you want to see.
Propaganda.
Whether or not you believe the bullying allegations are propaganda.
State-sponsored propaganda.
Get in the chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you want to see. Also, speaking of state-sponsored propaganda, should we look? I'm sorry, I'm so tired. You can tell because I couldn't say that.
Yeah.
Speaking of state-sponsored propaganda.
Yes.
If you want to, maybe, should we get the police involved? The Chung Chung moment.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, my goodness.
Should we be
Yes, I did get
investigating this in a court of law? But yeah, anyways, wow, you can tell Tired Brain sitting because I just said state-sponsored propaganda, not in English. SPY hanging out here around that 533, 533.20. I am not taking this in either direction. IWM, you're coming back up now. Happy it traded according to plan. Did not. Oh, AMD's below VWAP. Okay, that's what I've been watching all day. Like I said, one of my biggest tired trade rules, and again, I don't use this as an excuse, but I use it to make sure I'm more responsible when I trade when I'm tired. Is it a level I've already been looking at? Is it coming in? Do I have levels on it? Clearly, I liked this little support resistance flip of 135.80, so it's something I'm going to have to watch. Should I take this short? But I like that we're below the 9 EMA and we're below VWAP. And I think a yawn might be in order. What are you looking at?
I'm just reading the chat. The chat's always making me laugh. 3D says, she's like, propaganda isn't a trading strategy. And then what's his name? I was also like, hate-sponsored propaganda. Shout out to Saad Mahmood. No, what ended up happening, guys, is that Randy hit me in the head with an elastic. He's a good shot. All right? I'm going to give Randy his due credit. So then I looked over to see who struck me in the head, right? I mean, that's the normal reaction people will have. I saw Neil laughing, right? So then and then he shot the elastic at me again. I didn't understand he was passing me the elastic so that I could exact revenge upon Randy. I thought he was shooting me for the second time. So I said to myself, it's only fair if I nail him in the temple. And it's exactly what I did. And it's on the gram. So get into that Instagram profile right now. Watch me shoot Neil in the head with an elastic, right? Obviously, I apologize. I did not want to do that. Yeah, all right. Set it up whenever you're ready. But that's exactly what happened there. Hold on. Does he actually? There he is. He's down. Neil was down. So yeah, you guys can check that out on the gram. Obviously, we have a fantastic time on the show, whether we're trading or whether it's off the air. We're all friends around here, and you can obviously see that reflect. There he is. He just got hit aggressively there. That was great. No, it's not great, of course, because you hit the man who is injured. Hey, man, it's his Achilles. I hit him on the opposite side of the body. So give me a break here.
But then he'll injure both sides of his body.
Oh, that's a good point, Adara. I didn't think about that.
Chung.
I'm willing to bet that the elastic may not have the same kind of damage as the Achilles rip, right? Yeah. Elastic could reach skin, but skin grows back. Fine. Not a big deal.
As long as his body still has some elasticity after that hit. You don't want
Y'all are missing these elastic opportunities, it seems, says Blind Leader. Well, we had some good opportunities. We got short on 198 on TSLA. It's
I'm
right
in a
back.
trade right now.
Yeah, Dara's in the short. She's printing up a storm on that.
Yeah.
So shout out to her. 198 though, again, incoming possibly here on TSLA. It doesn't have to touch 198 and reject. It can do this progressively lower high and lower low, which is what it looks like it's doing right now. Zigging and zagging at that $0.75. I would say you have something at least in the 197. That would be the first area I'm looking to wet my beak. Why? Because that's where the volume weighted average price is. So if you're looking to go short, ideally you get into that 196.50 area trough, but I'd wet my beak at 197 if I was to take Tesla short. This all assumes, of course, that 198 level doesn't get breached on a closing basis. I would not push myself out of the trade if you wick above 198. As you can see on the chart, 198 in the third has been that, line in the sand, but we haven't been able to get above since essentially 935 this morning. So you're not working off one level here. You're working off multiple touches at that same level. So keep your eye on that. the other one here, the dead one. The dead one was awfully strong today. You saw the Katina man talk about this one, and Neil talk about the strength of Apple on the day. Went red to green, back down aggressively here at around 11:20 when we started the show, and now we're putting in incrementally lower lows and lower highs, and that 217 flat bottom break. Oh, baby, there it is on Apple. It's headed down aggressively here. Here is that 217 3/4 break. We could see possibly that IB low. The IB low, obviously the wick there takes us to 215.61, but the closing print takes us to around 216 1/4-ish. We're not that far. We're about 50 pennies away from that right now. AAPL on the way down, well over 1% on the day. It's coming down now, breaking down below a third. It's going to come into that 1/4% level awfully soon if we breach $0.50. Lots of weakness coming in here with 10 minutes to go left on the show. We're going to be sending you over the big kahunas. Neil and Sean. Sean back from vacay, baby. We want to thank the Obe, the one, the Kenobe for filling in for him. But the Katina Mac, Big Sean is back in the house. We call him Good Vibes Katina.
Big Sean.
Yeah, no, well,
He's bounced back into the market.
I like it. I like it. I like call him Good Vibes Katina. Shout out to him. What are you looking at?
I was just making a bad Big Sean.
Very
pun.
nice trade you have
Thank
there.
you very much. I appreciate it. When you said I was putting up the storm, I was factually not. I was like basically flat. But now I am pleased as punch to announce we are printing up a small storm, a small series of flurries here on this AMD. And like I said, you know, like as you could tell, my brain was getting a little bit frazzled there. When I see stuff I like, I'm still going to take it. I'm just going to be very cautious when I take it. I still have half this position in here. I got involved here in AMD, and I want to clarify, I don't love the price at which I got involved. I should have probably waited here to see a retest of 136.20s. We broke below view up. I got involved. I was like basically risking here to see what we did around 30s because that was a bit of that area at which we had a little bit of support there. But basically, yeah, got involved. Knew I was going to take out part of this position here. Without a doubt, I was going to be taking out part of this position here at 135.85s because that was a bit of a pre-market area. Stay below 136s here. I'm going to add a skosh to this position. And with that in mind, too, while I was looking here, there was a question I saw in the chat that I wanted to address here from Jonathan H. Saying, and I can't find it now. Let me see if I can find this question because I thought it was pretty interesting and what I wanted to address. But it was basically saying, like, you know, should I be like learning how to trade, or should I just be like, oh, here it is. Do I have to learn all of the trading stuff, or can I trade with their trading and selling live and at least do all right? I will say, as someone who, like, I literally learned to trade on this show. Like, how to trade was basically how I learned how to trade. And I did a lot of reading ahead of time. I think, too, you really want to make sure you're developing your own strategy because no two strategies are going to work for each person. Like, I will say how Sharif and I trade is very different, and Neil and Sean trade is very different. We all trade very differently from one another. So I think the more that you learn about trading and the more you understand your own trading style, I think that's pretty huge. So I would say understand the market, learn to understand yourself and your own personality too, because one thing that Sharif said to me really early that was huge in my trading journey, and a lot of why I learned to scalp really early, and I still scalp a lot, is because I'm not very patient, right? So Sharif said, what's your short-term patience like? And I was like, it's basically non-existent. So I was more of a scalper. So I think to you, Jonathan H., I would say understand yourself as a person, because psychology is huge in trading. Understand a little bit about the market and make sure you're taking trades that make sense to you. But definitely stay and join our community, because I think learning how other people trade and what works for them is really pivotal to help you understand what works for you. And as someone who literally learned how to trade on this desk, I will say you're in good company. We're learning here every single day. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Real Trading. You can no longer join our segment now because that voting is over. But remember, you can always, at around 11 a.m., you can start voting tomorrow for to see what ticker will be in the segment, ! Join, space, $, that ticker of your choice. I added into AMD, wasn't able to get part of that position out here at 75, so we come back down, I'll be able to get out happy. I'm getting a little bit more confident in some of my trades. Like I said, I know I'm right on the day because of that Eli Lilly, but man, on my pride, I took that trade, because sometimes it's not going to be about if you're green or you're red. Are you green mentally? Are you following your plans? Are you doing strategies that make sense? Are you trying to develop as a trader? Because I know I develop more through taking those Lilly trades and being patient and doing stuff that you're comfortable with, but that scares you in a good way, than I would have been had I taken, quote unquote, easier trades. So with that in mind, just to go back to that question from Jonathan H., I really think it's worth it to understand the market, understand yourself, and try to take trades that make sense for you.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. So a couple of things I wanted to mention here. INDO continuing to go, guys. That 450. 455, so the real level to me was 450. The wicks, though, weaseled into 455. That's gone. That's no longer a resistance level. Now we wicked up into 73 or 74 there, so we're on our way, it looks like, possibly here into that $0.25 break. We were keeping an eye on this one. We were talking about 350 being that level in the sand. That's come and gone, obviously. That's, I think, the high from a few days ago. That's no longer the case at the moment. The other trade, NVD dang A, came back into the VWAP again, and I missed it. I was in the bathroom. Here we go. 198.08. You didn't really need to front run VWAP by that much to get filled, and you're right back up into 40 pennies, 50 pennies. Gnarly looking bottoming tail candle. Let's see if it closes this way as a hammer candle. If it is, and it makes a candle to make a new high, and we could likely weasel our way maybe back into 110. That's about 50 pennies, and it looks like it's going right now. Good look here for NVDA. I just saw someone say NVDA 97. Maybe. Just, I don't think today, right? I think that would be a bloodbath for NVIDIA if it was to go down into 97 today. I don't think it happens, but we'll see. So that's been a decent look today as well. Apple now is below that key 217 level. Keep an eye on that. We were talking about that one before we went. I'll leave you with this daily chart here on INDO. This is the level we were talking about, this topping tail candle from the 7th that got into 450, not 350. So we're not above it by $1, above it by 25 pennies. But now look how many good days INDO has had since August 5th. Sure, you got a couple of red days in there, but they all make higher lows. Each and every single red day there made a higher low above its predecessor. So this one is going, and I think, if we definitely get above that $5 level, it could be Squeezeville into $6.75 at least. I mean, we definitely went as well in the spring, so this is not a new thing for it, but INDO is likely going to be in play for the next couple of days. If not, then it would be deviating from this latest price pattern over here. 20 million, over 20 million shares on the day. It pales in comparison, though, to what we printed on the 5th, which was 47.7. So almost 50 million shares of trading that day. So keep your eye on that. And not much else in terms of other small cap gappers here to tell you about. PSIG and GNLN, they've a little bit above VWAP, a little bit below, kind of untradeable under my system. So I'm going to leave that as a B. Tesla, though, here we go. 198 again. Look how many lower highs, though. This looks like it's primed for maybe a power hour flat top break. You may get it, you may not, but I know for one thing for certain is that we have 3 incrementally higher lows with that same flat top at 198. I don't know what happens. You're going to have to find out on the afternoon rundown, which is where I'm headed right now, Adara. So I'm going to send it to you, and I can't wait to see everybody tomorrow on the midday, and I'll see everyone right now, though, at the big screen.
Shout out to Sharif. Thank you so much, Sharif, for
mid-show yawn there. We're going to let Adara yawn up a storm.
Thank you, I'm good now. Yeah, right. Thank you so much, Sharif, for that. Teamwork does make the dream work. So happy to sit next to you on this here desk every day. We'll see you guys all tomorrow as well. And you got above 136.40. I got out. Should arguably risk this one into 20s. But happy I tried it. Happy I tried the trade. Profitable and some, not profitable of all of it. And excited to learn and grow. Shout out to Zenod 1066. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Zenod. And I think with this in mind, this is a really huge thing as well. Speaking of learning and growing for us here and how to trade, familiarize yourself with the basics of all major strategies, but don't use them all at once. Find what works for you, keep it simple. And that's one thing too, I think it's huge. Once you know what strategies work, then you can kind of implement them in other strategies. So I like to use my scalping. I like to use the way I read the book to try to incorporate some of these longer moves. Now, with that in mind, there are times where I should be scalping out. For example, AMD, I'm a little bit disappointed I didn't scalp out here at that 136, where we got below to that 135.70s. But you know what? That's what you learn. That's what you grow. That's why you aggressively journal. 1420 Bud Monster pointing out how my yawn might have been encouraging others. I apologize there, guys. I know yawns are kind of contagious there. Tesla, along with a flat top break, says Hog Rider. We've also got over here, we had, who was it? Stacks, which coined Psycho Bunny as the new nickname for Tesla there. Psycho Bunny here above 198. Indeed it is. That 198 breakout earlier, let me switch back to the 5 here, looked really promising. And then that whole market went to the downside here around 11, but it fell back into that 195 level, higher lows. Man, I was definitely sleeping on this Tesla breakout. Speaking of my yawn, I guess. This is a great look here for TSLA. I would like to see it break above that 198.30 though, to echo a statement Sharif made, because you could see on the 5-minute chart, every time we try to break that 198 area, we wick into 30s and then we sell off. I think if we can get decisively above 30s, that would be a great look. I'd also like to see what we do on Tesla, or the Psycho Buddy, as Stacks called it, at 199, because that was certainly a pre-market area of support. So let's see if that can flip from support to resistance. But as you could see, speaking of flipping, we've already flipped the position board over here. We can see Sean is he's in the hood to the upside, he's shopping to the downside, and he's taking those TQs all the way down there. So good look there. NVIDIA as well. Someone was asking me how I feel about NVIDIA short as we head off there. I think if it stays above VWAP, I think it looks pretty strong right now here. But also, we're proud to, see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for being here with us every single day. We will see you tomorrow, the same bat time and the same bat channel. Let's go over to that green screen.
Welcome to the Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Sean is back. Neil is here. They're locked. They're loaded. They're ready to take the names as decided by you every day. So make sure to join Adair and I in the How to Trade midday show and get into the chat and vote for your ticker every day. Yeah, look at the cues here. Undecided really is the cues. Lower highs but higher lows, trying to maintain a positive look right now. 0.11 positive last time I looked, but we're really on the border of that red to green line. So we'll keep an eye there. I didn't really have a look to see what the other exchanges were doing. We'll get that in a second. But NVIDIA is the #1 name as decided by you guys. What a day. 4 3/4, 4 2/3 right now. No specific headline really on it, but there was an analyst who came out and said NVIDIA's earnings could continue to grow, guys, into 2026. So liking this one as a possible growth story.
NVIDIA's earnings growing?
No.
What are we even talking about?
They're not even in the right sector.
In what world is this? I mean, come on. If you wanted to sit there and tell me that Mullen was going to grow earnings, or like Intel was going to grow earnings, or Rivian was going to grow earnings. I mean, you'd have an argument with me, but John, I don't know if I can get on board with this NVIDIA thing that everybody's talking about.
The market's going to rebound. So, it definitely will not be led by AI.
Let's just throw that one out there. That's a fail. We're joking around, obviously, everybody. But VWAP, what's holding VWAP? NVIDIA. And
get down.
Not much else. Until it stops doing that, the market's holding on for dear life. Yep. And I feel like if NVIDIA loses VWAP, forget about it. Apple just recently lost a key support level. This might just be the last-ditch effort. It's a 109 that's holding. This was actually a breakout price this morning and a big reversal, because last week it had the same resistance level pretty much all week long, right up here, just underneath the 109. I'll give her those later, but just beneath that 109 level where you closed 2 weeks ago, and it was a breakout. Now it's dip support, at least temporarily. Well, the market's been heavy since we left you. It's been lower highs into a flat bottom on the ES at 18.6. So I don't know how much I like these longs. NVIDIA 109 doesn't look all that bad, but even this is looking like it wants to break this sucker down. So be careful. I think you've got one level to play off of, and then from there, maybe the 108 even as well here for NVIDIA. That loses a bid. This market, I don't like its chances.
I'm trying to be short right now. The triple Qs. It's not really doing too much. I mean, we've just been fighting. We haven't gotten stopped out yet, but we've just been fighting. We just got some pushes back in. I was thinking about getting out if and when. It looks like we are trying to break right now, back down, back upside here. As looks like we just, yeah, here we go. We almost got stopped out there. We didn't. We were getting close, man. But just a couple more pennies upside and we will. There we go. So it just hit 12s. Yeah. So, all right. Last little chance there to short the market. I'm kind of feeling like what everybody else is feeling right now. We're under VWAP. We're under a few things. I do like this short. Maybe it needs to be a little bit higher up, though. I thought breaking lower right now could get it to the downside. I know we're going to talk about the SPY, so we can do that now. But NVIDIA, just real quick. Yeah, I mean, Neil just looked at it. I think this is the one to go long, man. 5%. Every day when you're feeling one way or the other, today it just kind of what Sharif was saying, this NASDAQ is flat, right? I mean, you're up 0.08. We started the day at 0.3. We went down to minus 0.3 maybe, and then battled all the way back, and then up again, broke through the day's high, which we had on the TQs, and now starting to fade back out a little bit. So a pretty flat day. But what the long story is, or the short story is, if NVIDIA is going to be up 5% on a flattish day, I mean, this is definitely the name we want to get long if we feel like the market's breaking out. And it's also, I believe, the name you want to get short as well if the market's breaking down, but not today. So today it's going to be a strong name. We'll wait to see if we can buy some dips. And I think anything, it's already bounced off VWAP, which is now 109 flat. So you need to come down about 80 cents before you can get back into that level right here. That would have been the good dip buy. This is kind of when I started shorting the TQs, thinking that we were going to break, but that didn't happen. So yeah, NVIDIA holding the fort here at 109. That's VWAP. So that's a level definitely I think a lot of us should be looking at for the short. I still want to get back into this TQ short. We'll be doing that in a minute. And day trader cut right there. I know Sharif's standing there, but yeah, we can either one get this. Monday, boom, minus 450. Good, right? And this is the thing, minus 450, but then your next day is 3.4K. Right, then 4.2K, so you're up like 8 Gs right there. Thursday, another 5. Let's give this dude 13.5 Gs. And then he goes another 2.5. That's a 15K week. Then today he goes half of that back in, another 8. So biggest lesson, sell into strength. So you were long at the bottoms there. Just day trader cut. Let us know what you did exactly, and maybe we could talk more about those trades. But here's an extra 20. Thank you so much. Yeah. Hey, you're only up 15 Gs. Thanks for the $40. But I'm just playing around. That's great. But no, honestly, at the end of the day, let us know what you did there, and if you were long at the bottom, maybe you sold that move. Sell into strength.
Sell into some of the highs, maybe. I mean,
maybe he shorted into strength, or maybe he sold the longs that he had previously had. So great trade there.
Either way, I mean, you could have
by day trader cut.
Yeah, you could have either way, but let us know. Are there a few people in the chat interested to know what you're looking at? That's what this community is all about. That's what we're trying to do around here. And also, we're going to go back to. We also try to make Sharif wait around. And if you're wondering why,
how you go over there?
I'm just going to drag it on a little bit longer.
He's fine.
For
You
us
said he's fine.
Because last time I checked, he owes me. And so I basically.
What happened there?
No, if you were watching last week,
which I was.
Sharif decided to take it upon himself to fire a rubber band at my head while I was trading. I was like this.
Why would he do that to someone who's handicapped?
I was just like this. I wasn't even paying attention, and then boom, I got a headshot, and you can see it's up on our Instagram.
Where is it? Let me see. I didn't see it again. I have to see it again. Replay.
It's on Shorts, Instagram,
let me just see what this looks like right here. Okay, so Neil's talking. Okay.
Well, Obi was reenacting it.
Obi was reenacting.
You have to see it from the beginning because you actually caught it was there live, the reaction, because I was really not paying attention. It'll loop around there in a quick little second, which is great because now Sharif is getting to sit there even longer.
Okay, so there's Randy.
That's Randy. He instigated everything.
Randy, the hardest working guy here, yeah, for sure.
Firing rubber bands at Sharif, and then boom.
That's it, yeah. But did that hit you?
Right, Sean, right here, right in the temple.
So the thing is,
he could have put my eye out.
He could put your eye out.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That's a bold move by Sharif there. I think he tried to move off the midday, come on to the main show.
He's trying to take me out.
He tried to take you out.
You know what? That's why I'm good. See, now I understand. See, you know what? He was probably at that soccer game, and I didn't even see him behind me.
He's trying to take you out. I think that's probably unbelievable. All right, let's go back over to Sharif. I mean, he can defend himself.
Yeah, defend yourself.
I thought proof.
First of all, I was not at that soccer game, Neil. Second of all, I owe you an apology. I gave you the apology. It was friendly fire. I thought Neil was the one who hit me in the head with that elastic band. I didn't see Randy making off into the night as he did there. I tried to get him back later. Unsuccessful. We'll talk about that after. Anyway, SMCI, Super Microcomputer, has been kind of a sell the news event ever since they reported earnings, well off the highs prior to their earnings. Good day today, though, about 6.5% off the highs as well. Here's the look. It's options activity here, really giving us insight. Decided buy call advantage here. 46 calls to the tune of $2.1 million, about 21 puts to the tune of $1.2 million. So decidedly in the call side, guys.
Crazy. Like last week was a day last week. Whenever it was, it doesn't even matter. I just remember Obi was he was talking about some support resistance levels for SMCI. I was like, okay, I was looking at the 500 level. Traded it one day on SMCI. Yeah. There was the SSR bounce, right? And he mentioned one. I just kind of threw the line on my daily chart. So this is the line right here on that daily chart that he pointed out. Now, I don't own the stock in my long term, nor was I ever looking to buy it. But those high 480s, and again, it doesn't have to be exact. Those high 480s ended up being an unbelievable bottom that got made last week. So support and resistance matters. This one, we said that 550 level would be important. It can't seem to decide what it wants to do at that level, although now it seems like we're going down off the 550. And just where does that come from? Okay, when it made that big bounce, when everything made that big bounce last Monday, Monday, it was unbelievable, like some of those levels. But the earnings on SMCI was a different story. It was an SSR bounce play for this. It bounced and tried to get through 550, resisted it a ton, and now you're right back underneath it. So it did its attempt to break and fill in some of the gap, and remains to be seen. If we lose the bid here, like if if NVIDIA loses 109 and SMCI loses this, it's like 536, that's a long way to go back to these morning bottoms. So I wouldn't want to get caught completely off guard here. I'm not trying to bid off that support on SMCI. I think if it loses it, I'm looking at NVIDIA and probably AMD and Intel to trade because they have better spreads. But just be careful with SMCI. That was a wild day, the couple of days that it had last week, and it's got a pretty big gap fill if it loses this bid.
All right, yeah, I hadn't looked at SMCI there since that split, but pretty interesting name. We know the way that can move. We saw Dell get off of conviction buy list as well last week, so that could be, part of the reason why some of this space here, rack space at a premium, so you can see Dell coming back into $90. Wow, this one had quite the move, man. I can't believe where Dell is right now. As this name finding a bid today, though, as well. So coming back into here, just another name that's similar, had similar trajectory, now all the way back to the downside. I think I'd prefer Dell than SMCI, just because I do have, obviously, a lot of chip names there. But this name down into 90, I like a lot, $88, $89. Right into this spot right here, all the way back to February. When you're going grocery shopping, there's a lot of things to buy in the market these days, especially if there's tech names. I think Dell, looking at this chart and what I know about the company anyways, which maybe has to be a little bit more, I think this looks pretty darn good here for Dell. And then just quickly, we talked about getting stopped out at 75% of that position on the TQs for, where were we short at 03s? We got short out at 12s there, but now we're back in it. We're trying to get this short again. I'm bidding 81s down here to see if we can break this level. This was where we started to get short, was right in and around here, as you guys can see. But then we did get stopped out as we averaged back in, but then we took another piece. So,
Before we go back.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go.
I forgot to mention one thing about the SMCI, because we've been talking about earnings and post-market earnings, and in the midday show today was like learning about trading earnings moves. SMCI's earnings move was the widowmaker.
Okay.
Because somebody took short, it went short right before, like 20, 30 minutes before, maybe 15 minutes before the numbers were even out. And that's this move in here. Like, it's going after market from 620 all the way down to 590. When the numbers came out, it broke out the top and went to $730. It's bottom to top, a $140 move. And it rinsed people that were stuck short early because they probably fat-fingered. It then rinsed anybody that went long anywhere adjacent to the top, because the next morning you were gapped down at $530. So like, almost, unless you basically somehow if you didn't take the first break down when it broke the low, because that would trigger, then somehow managed to take the break long when everyone was waiting a half an hour for the earnings, then got out on resistance and didn't hold anything overnight, then you won. Pretty much every other trade you got destroyed. Because there's no chance you were short this thing and were like, I'm gonna hold a 600 short to $730 and then bank the next day when it goes 1-to-1. So I think this was like the prime example of how dangerous it can get with these earnings type play. And this is why I think a lot of people in the chat, when they play earnings, you hear Danielle Shea talk about it. They play it in options where you can define your risk a lot more closely. There was almost no way you were defining your risk on SMCI that afternoon. I felt compelled to mention it because we were talking about earnings this morning and then also on the midday. And Adair and I were watching that one live. And when we came in the next morning to see it gap down after that move up of $140, you knew that there was some pain to be had. We never wanted to see people take that kind of a hit.
Oh, hi, Dara. That's all good. All right, guys, the SPY is next, and we have PPI tomorrow. We have CPI on Wednesday, so the market really holding its breath until we get those numbers. Separately, though, gold up 1.5%, and oil 3.5% in the clear right now. We also have Middle Eastern tensions possibly posing some sort of market threat here. We're waiting to hear more on that, guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was a headline. There was a headline about, essentially suspecting an imminent over the next 24 hours attack in Israel and Iran. And it's just, whether it happens or it doesn't, there was a big spike in oil. That's part of what made the futures roll over. And you can definitely see the moment that this happened. There was a retracement all the way back, but when it hit, and the bet was like, I don't know, right in here. When it hit, it was rapid fire. Everything was selling. You came right back to retest the level at 535, particularly on the SPY, and it's been trend down ever since. And so it's hard not to look for shorts. The only short, I have Intel from this morning, and then the only thing I added was Starbucks, because Starbucks reversed what looked like a huge breakout this morning, lost the 77 level. I'm actually gonna, this level in here on Starbucks, 76.80. resistance. I'm going to look to add to this and trail it to 76.80. So I'm kind of thinking the market's pulling back. Energy again had a good moment this morning, Randy, on XOM, which Sean was trading. Every time you come, we always mention that XOM has been fantastic. It's been doing really well. They've actually been doing really well compared to, if you look at their chart plus like adjacent to like Chevron, they're outpacing Chevron.
Earnings report wasn't so exciting.
I mean, they make a lot of money.
Make a hell of a lot of money. we like the money.
A little bit.
Thank you for the coffee. There, Randy. Yeah, smell you later as well. I noticed that as well.
You've been saying that a lot lately.
Is that what he says now?
Yeah.
All right. So just okay. So I just want to explain here, because we're talking about SPY. I mean, same difference. Let's talk about the market, different market, same kind of thing. This is gonna be the Nasdaq. So people are probably like, "Why is this madman?" Hey, it's me. Why are we shorting this? So, I wonder if there's a bigger move coming, and if there's not, there's not. We can get stopped out, which we may be getting stopped out, but we're right in this area right now where I feel like we've been bouncing in and around here. I'm just looking at a daily chart. This is a 1-minute chart, slides into Friday. But this level, right where we are right now, this 59.20, I mean, we had some problems here. It didn't do much, though. And I completely understand that. We didn't really fade out too much at all on Friday. There was a little bit of a dip down into 58.60 here. But, I mean, again, we are above VWAP, above the 50, above everything here, and still fell down. Now I just wonder if we just got a fill there, which was pretty good, actually. I'm just wondering if this move does mean downside now. So let's just wait to see. We did get a little stop out there. We talked about that. We got back in. We just got reloaded again. And I kind of just want to wait against this 20 level. If we break this 25 is where I was going to give it to, and that's probably it. I don't know if I want to give it to VWAP. I mean, because the play, like I said, is sort of just hoping. You never want to hope anything. But, well, you want to hope lots of stuff, but not in trading. I mean, I just think that let's just see if we hold this. If not, and we're right, and the market collapses, then I'm not going to get a better chance to do this, because when we break through here at 58.85, I always kind of want to be short already. We can add to this position. I just think this is a low-risk environment right now to look short. So that's what I'm doing. I'm looking short now. I think it's low risk. We have a couple outs that are ready to go here. So we're in the money now, for flat now, actually. We just got to fill there at O's. We'll see if it will fall back in. I mean, 90s would be great. But after that, let's just try to go 1-to-1. Short 05, getting out 25, that's 15 cents. We're looking for 90s, right? So it's a pretty simple trade for me. And it's the futures, and it's the Qs, not the SPY. So I don't know, but I do like oil. We had a great trade on XOM. We could talk about that in a minute. But it's serve and volley. Back to you there, Sharif.
What?
I guess we'll do Apple first, then we'll go to serve, guys. I have Apple set up over here. About 0.5%, 0.43 right now is Apple. No real headline today for Apple, but we continue to see a bit of a recovery after the Monday we all got last week, which was Warren Buffett sold. Berkshire Hathaway sold over about half of their Apple position, going into mostly cash, about 270 some odd billion dollars right now. Berkshire Hathaway holding in cash, really coming off those highs, guys. We broke through that 213 area of technical resistance last week, still though below that key area of technical resistance above us.
Yeah, Apple has been, I mean, relatively speaking, Apple has been very, okay, maybe not very strong. It's been strong, up 0.5% into a flat market. The ES slightly down, the NASDAQ slightly up. But the more important thing is holding on to Friday's close, right? Like Friday, it made the break of that 214 area on Friday, which was resistance all week. Once it broke out late in the day, it was trend up into 216, and it manages to hold on to that. So it was 215.99 where it closed. That's where you get this 216 from here on Apple. If we get down there, I think that's the afternoon buy zone. It was a VWAP buy, then it wasn't. It tried to hold 217, and now 217 is actually resistance. Like the last couple times it's gotten to this 217, morning breakout, midday support, let's call it, it's been a sell off of this level. So until we get back about 217 or test 216, I don't really see much of anything for Apple. I preferred this one to the long side, obviously, for most of the day because it's been relatively strong. But if we lose this offer 217, I think you just got to wait for that 16 test. Previous close, it would be going green to red at that point. So let's be patient with it. It's only 220. You have a long time to come in. And just like NVIDIA 109, if Apple loses 216, this market is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and Jalen Hurts as well. All right, so
he's actually not bad.
Yeah, he's good. He's I mean,
he's no Justin.
Will that tush push be the same without Father Kelsey hanging around? We'll see. It
will not.
I don't think it will either, but we'll see. I mean, it's pretty good move there. I mean, Hurts' quads there. I mean, that guy was.
He's a big boy.
Pushing, yeah. I don't know what he was doing there, squatting like tons there. Okay, so quickly, Apple, right? So I wrote down Apple 215. I really like that trade. Never got down there, or did it? No, it did not. So again, a name that's pretty strong here. We'll continue to like Apple and see where we do with this stock, but the market's starting to get back up to the upside now. I felt like Apple would lead the way today. It was doing that early, but then just faded right off 220. It looks like 220 is going to be something here on the daily. We stopped there. We kind of stopped last week at that level. Obviously, we got to 225, but then there's that huge move, and it's on its way back up. So I think we'll go long Apple, but I'll be much more confident once we're above that 220. I think that could happen tomorrow as well. But as the market goes, there it is, man. We'll hit the fail right there on that last little try for the TQs. Tried to get that to go back down. We thought it was well within the risk parameters there, and I still do. So out of the TQQs there. Yeah, I thought the short could have been played, but it doesn't look like it wants to. And now it's starting to go. I think now if we do like the short, we're going to have to wait for a little bit more, man, at least into the 50s. I don't want to just keep going back and forth into these kind of names. We are short Shopify, which you can see is definitely working. Shopify, my biggest stock today. But that's to the short side. So, all right. So that's it for Apple. I think 220, I think, is a good call there. Let's wait for it, or 215. But with this market being flat right now, I don't have a super great play.
There's nothing wrong with waiting for it.
No, there's never anything wrong with waiting, but I don't know.
It's
like
the
market collapse is going to be quick.
I know a lot of people like to, there's always people like to gamble or play cards, or maybe play fantasy football. If you're it's like, make an analogy. Like, say you're in fantasy football and you're trying to get a quarterback. You've needed a quarterback really badly. So a lot of times, you try to be patient, wait for it to come to you. Like maybe somebody who has 2 or 3 the good ones, they're going to make you a good offer. So you wait in the cut. Don't get desperate. Let them know that you're interested in the QB. And then maybe someone offers you a ridiculously, egregiously good offer that just pops into your inbox. And then you're ready to just pounce on it.
But then you still say no somehow.
Or like the idiot in our pool, you could have Sean come from vacation, be completely jet lagged.
Right. And
offer this guy a trade. I'm punking this dude in our pool. Offer this dude a trade that everyone blows up like, oh my God, he's going to instantly accept that. Sean's out of his mind. Or he's just being too nice of a guy, in my opinion. And the guy turns it down, and we're just destroying him. But that's what it's about. If a stock comes to a good price, you pounce on it.
You should.
And if you sleep on a good price or a good deal or a good trade, you get punished and you get roasted on YouTube.
Fall down. Oh, no. Yeah, we'll have to send him the clip.
That's exactly why I just did this.
Good, okay.
Because we're sending this to him. Because that's how our fantasy football league rule. It's a bunch of guys from high school together. We like to talk a lot of trash.
I mean, look, I just try to make a fair offer, and clearly it was fair. Right?
Fair.
I don't know.
We have a thing in our pool.
I'm also trying to trade.
We have a thing in our pool called Spirit of the League.
Oh, you think that would have got denied?
And it was such an offer in the other guy's favor, in my opinion, that I was ready to invoke Spirit of the League, saying you were giving him too much.
Right.
Because that's how nice you were being. And the guy rejected it because he's a fool. But let's go back and talk. We're going to talk serve. We still have one more on the rundown. My bad.
Oh, we do?
We skipped serve.
And this is a big down move, Neil. It was 17% at the lows, now recovering here, about 16 a fifth. No real headline on this one, guys, at all. And I looked back into last week, nothing, all technical notifications. But This one does report tomorrow, so possibly here some repositioning by some big money or some buy investors. We'll have to wait and see. About a 24 million share float on SERV. Wasn't able to locate the short float.
I have, it doesn't, on trade ideas, I'm not seeing a short float either. But the first thing that stood out to me is
I'll get it.
Every now and then the lines on the chart are just ridiculously. I mean, this is obviously a bit flukish.
20% on Benzinga.
So 20% short float on Benzinga. That's a pretty decent number, and it already gave a huge reversal, which is this that you guys are all sort of staring at right now. Like, that's a wild move back in. So context, it was already on the downside or the backside of the trade, and let's go to a 15-minute. You had those crazy bottoms on Monday. How many stocks are retracing back into those lows? Serve at 10. Serve bounced exactly at $10. So if it gets to 10, I think that would be an interesting one to look at. I mean, I haven't traded it today, but if it got down here, that looks spicy if it could bounce off a $10 level with that kind of a short float. And it's SSR, so that could be a bit of an opportunity there on Serve. We'll see. But I doubt I'd trade it unless you break down to that 10 level, and the volume certainly tapering off as well.
All right, we've been minutes away from. Yeah, I've been served. I'm not doing that anymore. Yeah, I love oil right now. We talked about XLE and how much we like XLE in our long-term portfolio. But look what just happened to me on TQs again. I mean, this time we only got stopped. Well, actually, both times we got stopped out was only 75% of them. So we got stopped out there and then bought that bottom and basically had it to the top. Gave up a couple pennies there. And then right now it just happened again to us where we got stopped out right there, 75%, but then got back in before it only to fall right where, like, you know, this trading, right? I mean, this is what happens when you put on risk and you try to take it. You got to take it out when it hits. So either just got to adjust the levels a bit, or this just happens to you. Sometimes you get stopped out, and then you're right after that. So trying to hold a little bit more, especially when we're trading the future. Sometimes on stock, you don't necessarily want to hold everything to try to prove yourself that you're right or wrong. Sometimes it's best just to get in and get out as fast as possible. But right now, for the market, I don't want to give up on the theory that maybe this market turns red and actually stays down there.
Well, the ES is red.
The ES, yeah, okay. Well, the ES right now, how much red is it?
I mean,
0.07 versus 0.4, yeah, 0.04.
But the trend has been down since like 11 o'clock, is it? What time
AMD's still
is
down
that?
2%. I mean, I'm just looking at different stocks. I think the trend has been pretty flat.
I'm just talking about since here. The trend, obviously it's flat day. But since the morning at about 11 o'clock, right in here, we've been putting in lower highs going into a flat bottom, which also happens to be on Friday, essentially where we close. This is where I'm leaning. Just if we lose this, I just want to be that would be pretty bearish, losing the previous week close, lower highs into a flat bottom break. Whether it's Nvidia at $109 breaking, that would look spicy. Starbucks, I'm on the offer trying to get Starbucks back into this 76.80 level if we can. And Tesla, Tesla made that break of resistance. Well, here's a thing that's not up on the day, but look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4 times it tried to break out at about 198.33. Now it's consolidating above that. So this looks pretty good for a hold the line, consolidation, break out the top, and suddenly Tesla actually looks bullish in my estimation. So I do like this one. Took a long time for it to break. I mean, if it had done it in the morning, right in here, it looked like it would just be a pop and go. But instead, it held resistance. Now you're consolidative, so I think be patient. A local high break here, maybe a dip into 198, both look good. CompuCare team, do you use the EMA or the SMA? I use a simple moving average on all my charts. My daily chart will always be a simple. When I have the trade ideas up there on the daily and the weekly, I use simple moving averages. I know that's it's just a preference thing. I mean, some use one, some use the other. Letting you guys know, I use simple moving averages, if you're wondering.
Yeah, same. I use simple moving averages as well. It's pretty simple. I just trying to keep it as simple as possible. Yeah. But you can use them again if you're using maybe more longer time frames, and an EMA might be so much different. But especially for a 1 minute chart, it doesn't really matter.
Not a big deal.
Just sort of backtest and whatever you're more comfortable with, right? I mean, all of us will use slightly different techniques and different charts for that. For those plays. All right, just real quickly here. So we just took out some more on Shopify there. We were long Shopify early, and just we have the ability to flip it up over here. You don't have to be married to one way or the other. And we were long early until it broke 69. We actually talked about that level right there. We were long, and it was like one of my top stocks. Then we broke 69, and then we started to short it. Got a little hairy there, went up to 69.14, but look at this move back down, 68.30s. Like these were, this play alone was worth a little bit. So that was real good to pull back in. And then another short right there at the high again at 69, and then just another cover at 69.30. So far, so good here without any regrets whatsoever for shorting Shopify. So that was a really, really good play back in there for us. So make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe every single day, and especially now before you forget. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and make sure that you're notified every time we're live.
Yes, sir.
Including all of our shows, which we had the midday show as an education show, and trading show with Sharif and Adair. And then we also have the recap show today with Michael Noss. We'll talk about, I don't know if there is any big earnings tonight. We'll have to look at the earnings board. I have not looked. Yet today, maybe
it depends on your definition of big. There's always during earnings season, there's always like a little something, but
couple billion.
Well, I mean, if you're into it's Rumble.
No, not into it. August 12th.
Rumble's reporting. There's a couple. I mean,
close Sun Life. Yeah. No, it's pretty small. Yeah, there's nothing really there. All right, we'll find some more. Rumble's there. Here, I can pull this.
I had a couple of teammates in university. They both worked for Sun Life. That's about the only thing that is interesting to me about them. But
okay, so not much.
The big Adrian work.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm down with some Rumble. I mean, no doubt about that.
Well, Rumble's got a short flow.
All right, here it is right here. China, Abacus Life. All right, so just looking here, 1 billion, 1 point. So here's Rumble right here. Expected move 13%. So that should be a good one. Right above that, Fortree Holdings, 16% as well. Never heard of that one. Monday.com is 12 billion, so that could move. That's 13%. Oh, that's before market opens. So sorry.
Well, I guess if you're going to get Monday.com, you should report Monday morning.
That's actually really clever by them. Actually, I really like that. There it is, right there, 21%. So they did deliver.
Oh, very bold.
Outbeat that. But tonight not much, man. Rumble tonight. So we'll see what happens. And then tomorrow, probably even bigger ones coming through, of course.
Retail
August 13th, is it right there? Home Depot tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow morning. So before we start trading again, we will have comments on Home Depot by tomorrow. New Holdings is a good one there. That was supposed to be the SoFi of South America.
You don't want to be the SoFi of anything right now.
We talked about
have you looked at SoFi since you came back?
No, I'd rather just not.
Yeah.
All right, and then after that, man, Franco-Nevada. All right, pretty low. We're getting through all those seasons now, and we just wait now to see, I guess, what's going to happen the September rate cut, and better not be rate hike, of course. As
they're not hiking.
Wait to see what happens right there.
You know what they are hiking?
Here come the TQs.
The offer of Uber.
Oh,
Uber's at the high of the day. That's my way of saying.
Talked about we liked Uber, man.
I'm looking around, like as the market is testing 18.6.
Bring it down.
My question is, what is actually strong? Uber is just chilling out at the high. So if we do make some kind of exaggerated bounce, I want to know where do we like strength. Uber would be, if this gets to 69.5 on the daily, like it's kind of crazy that it's even here in this regard. But this is trying to break out the top while the market's going lower. Let's want to put that on the old back burner in case the market does not crap all over itself and there is a long. That would be one name that I do kind of like here. I just reloaded on Shopify. No, you said Shopify. You're in Shopify. You just said Shopify. That's why. Okay. Starbucks. I'm not in Shopify. Starbucks, S-Bucks. It's actually up 2%, but this you guys can see. There is the fail break at 78, and then it just kind of stair-step down the entire way. So I'm looking out for what is strong here in case we hold this 18.6. And after coming up with Uber, you can make the argument, of course, I think with NVIDIA as well. That 109, which you're not getting 109s at this point, so you have to be very patient if you're looking for, like you'd say, yeah, it's strong, it's above VWAP, it's up 5%, but I don't know where the trade's going to be outside of this VWAP and the 109 level on NVIDIA, or if it can just break out the top, that's always a good one. So just got to be very, very patient here, I think, and just try to stack up a list of things that we do like. So add Uber to the list, and I don't know what Tesla's trying to do here. It was looking like a breakout, and now it doesn't at all. So it was looking like it wanted to break back out this local high, ended up failing back into 198. Suddenly it looks a little heavy back into the 198. I want to see this one bounce. It's higher lows since the morning. And I was asked, what indicators, someone said in the chat, what indicators do you use in the chart? Volume, VWAP, and on higher time frame, I'll use moving averages, but not on my 3-minute. But I like to observe anytime you can find a trend line that makes logical sense, and a stock is fulfilling it, then I just want to try to use that. So I did that with AMD today, but Tesla's starting to look good off this trend since about 11 o'clock, looking strong. Still needs to take out that top, though, 190. Let me just call it 199.
All right. Don't call it a comeback, though, for the TQs. It just went to the downside there, and we were able to cover a little bit as it came right into that level one more time. Like, getting a little bit exhausted here, just trying to wait for these things to happen. I don't know if the market's going to do anything today, so I think we should almost switch off of the futures, just sort of turn our brain off. If it starts to go back down, fine. We do have a stop side higher if it breaks sort of that high right there, 20. I thought we were always getting out at 25s. Like, I don't know why we got out at 23 there, so I wonder if it sort of maybe broke and then didn't, but at the end of the day, I mean, that's 20. Our fill is 23.5. And I don't see it breaking 25, so at the end of the day, a little bit of a bad fill there, but that's okay. We did get back in. We only got punched at a 75%, so we did get back in. So let's see if it wants to flip over. And then we'll just use 30 as our outs, right? I mean, VWAP's up here. We can almost use this level right now, 36, 37. We got some out, so the risk is coming out a little bit now on this trade. So we'll wait. Now I'm going to wait to see if we get an 80 fill, and it's just playing the game, man. That's really all that it is. The Robinhood trade has been a good one, other than this one trade that we had on Robinhood where we did get stopped out. And again, it wasn't super early at all. We played that 50 break, and we really liked it. And our best trade out there was 55, 56. It didn't really go. Then we realized that it wasn't going, and we started to get more out right here. So this is kind of like a flat trade. The best part is we were able to buy the dip early on Hood. It fell right into VWAP, so we like VWAP trades off open, especially on names that we like. So that happened, boom, that gave us winning trades. So we were winning on this. Then all of a sudden we tried the VWAP dip again on Robinhood. That didn't work that time. So that came to 34. Then we tried it again down here into the pre-market low. Eventually we used that very low as our out, which at that time happened to be 15s. So we got out there, it held. Then we went long, and then boom goes the dynamite back up there to the upside, and we're still holding a small piece. I was out for lunch all during lunch, and we missed this buy zone here again. So I think if it comes back in for Robinhood, that's a buy zone. I see a lot of you saying that. I wrote down on the sticky note, and I did, that I liked 50s, so 1850, which I do like, but not right now. It's just there's been nothing happening. I mean, this is where 50 is right here. So it's kind of like doing nothing. I'd rather buy 30s or 40s. So we'll have to be patient as possible for that trade to potentially come through. So
you know what I couldn't believe?
Shopify is the one for me.
It's a little random. Well, first, Tesla hit that trend. I hit that trend right now, line that I was just talking about, and bounced off 198. I don't even know where I got trend from.
Line?
I have no idea where that came from, but I had two things in my head, and I'll finish this thought. If we get to that high at 199, I want to scalp into it and take a break of 199 long. So I think 198 to 198 half to 199, then look breakout at 199. But what I was about to say is I couldn't believe how like grown up Gia has gotten when she was sitting in the chair.
She's a beast.
Sitting in your chair. It's like it's one of the cooler things. I mean, obviously, anyway, that kids knows this. It's one of the cooler things just to see like not just them growing physically, but like the maturity and the personality that
she was out there dancing with Randy outside and everything.
It's cool to see. And if you didn't check it out, you can always like rewind till sometime in the midday show. I do believe when Gia came by. But let's see what happens with these markets. I kind of thought we were breaking down, and then we tried to find some things that are holding some upward trends. Uber just tested the high of the day, not really going or flying. I'm contemplating whether I want to. I'm thinking I'd want to reverse this. So if 198 holds, great. If this trend line breaks, I'm feeling bearish enough that I think I'd want to reverse into VWAP on Tesla. So I'm going to keep my mind open for that. Starbucks was the only thing that we shorted. I should have gone back over and shorted Intel because I got wicked out of Intel. And of course, every single time last week, with the exception of Thursday, it was Thursday. Yeah, Thursday was like a rip your face off rally for Intel. I guess the sellers that got tired of selling, whatever it was just an unbelievable update for Intel. But every other day of the week was a sell day. This is no different. I think it really just wants to get back down to $19. And we should all be obliging stocks when they want to go somewhere by joining the trend if we can. So Tesla's the only thing I'm new into, although we did reload some of that Shopify, Starbucks, and still looking for something to happen on NVIDIA and this 109 level. It's just kind of chilling out here at 110. got to be patient. I think on any market dump and retest to the low, NVIDIA 109 is going to come into play one way or another.
I'm trying to get out of some Solana here today again. Bitcoin did break through 60 and then came right back. So right now you got 59 and change. Solana's at 144. I cannot. I mean, we talked about it live on the show, and I get filled at 190 a couple weeks ago on Solana. So that was a great fill. I wish we would have got out of the mall. We just talked about unstaking some of those. All right, so Bitcoin right here, 7 days, man, up 10%. We talked about that. It did $20,000 in 7 days. It went from 70 down to 49. And that was the bottom of that. But some people talking about Ripple as well with an aggressive move, and that's true. 17% over the week. Cardano just chilling out at 33 cents now. I don't know. Some of these other names, man, Shiba Inu. Just looking at today, the last 24 hours, there's not much green at all in Cryptoville. Bitcoin Cash. But other than that, I'm not going to scroll down too much to see all these garbage coins. 2.4% down on Solana, 2% down on Bitcoin, 1% up on Ethereum. Yeah, Dogecoin's up. Yeah, Dogecoin's number 10 now. I mean, that's big. There's some of these market caps for coins that have zero utility are amazing. There's Dogecoin right there. Just a small market cap of 15 billion.
You want to see?
Is that right?
We've talked about this on crypto specifically, and here at Real Trading, we have you can trade ETH, you can trade Bitcoin, you can trade Solana, Doge, and I missed one last week. Apologies, I did the same thing, and then I think I missed the fifth one that we had. But anyways, Doge, these candles happen rather frequently on all crypto names, where you'll get like some kind of a market event or whatever, just whatever event you want to call it, and you'll have a dump. It'll go into a support level, and then the V-shaped recovery just comes in. So if you're like, let's just say you're trading Doge or whatnot, we like support and resistance. If you're into support and resistance and you see a move like this start to accelerate, the second it bounces off a wick like that, there's your first green candle. You could have been long 10.3 to 10.15. It doesn't even slow down. Like the first major pullback happens up here at like 10.75, which really, that's like a good 4-to-1 style trade if you like it. So there's something to be had everywhere. Potential flat bottom break as well here on Doge, but it's up to you. Like there's so many opportunities out there, whether you're equity trading, futures markets, Forex, if you're into that, that's all here at Real Trading. Doge is going back to our opportunities. Tesla, it looked like it was going. Bounced off 198, got to 198.5. Now we're right back retesting the 198 level. So rinse and repeat it. See if we can't catch the bid again. Look, the range here, since we came on, Tesla has a 198 bottom and like a 198.75 top. So that's pretty much it. And it's just been going back and forth and back and forth. And as long as it does that, good to go. Still looking for something. I'm going to get on this offer, as I said, of Intel. We got out at 1935. I'm going to get back on the offer out in front of 1935. Just give it a little bit more room next time. Checking out the chat here. NVIDIA double top. Indo just hit 489. Wow. That was Sharif stock all afternoon. I'm assuming he traded this one because I kept hearing Indo and then Indo jokes all afternoon. 420 jokes, which I guess write themselves with INDO. I guess with the tensions that are going on in the Middle East and oil being strong, that's when INDO squeezes. It's got a decent short float, so you like it. Anytime energy is strong, look for this to squeeze. I'm just going to point this out. Look at this. I like trend lines. Hello, I'm Neil. I like trend lines. It's got this series of higher lows and lower highs, this wedge, which would make me fear any kind of a failed break of $5 here today. Like it's just been respecting the top of this trend line. And when this one decides it's done, a lot of times you get that reasonable pullback before the next move. Reasonable pullback before the next move. Just be cautious with a $5 break here if you're in INDO. Not that you could have had many losing longs on this one today.
No, I mean, it's a good point about, trading the stocks that are going to be hit by something politically or economically.
Oh, you should see the Lockheed Martin chart.
Oh, yeah, I saw. I didn't know it was spiked up like crazy, didn't it?
It was a huge.
Not today, though.
No, it was not today.
I saw.
It's like the daily or the weekly. Yeah, it gets earnings. It's like. Anyway.
Yeah.
Here, I'll just show it. This is Lockheed Martin breaking out on earnings. And you can say whatever you want about profiting over certain things and certain events, but it kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, profiting on.
You just got to do what you got to do.
Business, yeah.
That's what they do,
You're
right?
allowed to run a business. Okay, so just quickly here, Shopify. So I have a stop. Not finally. I mean, we've taken some bids here, but I'm going to wait this 50 period. I mean, if the market reverses back up, the market's been doing nothing now. I mean, this little tick is an hour ago, so we just went down about 30 or 40 handles and kind of back up, and now we're just hovering into here. So we're kind of done nothing for the last hour.
That's my chart.
Yeah, it's still Neil's chart here. That's all good. It's all good. So kind of doing nothing here for the last hour is what I was trying to get at here with the market. So dipped down a little bit into some support, which we tried to short, didn't work. Now the pop up and we're waiting. So just for Shopify, same type of thing. This is actually moving the way we need it to move. It's just the market's not. So now we have to regroup a little bit. If it breaks higher through this 40 area, then I'm going to get out of a third of what we have left. So good short, good reload. By far my number one stock. We've made significantly more. So it'll be the worst stock here today. And we've made about 30 or 40% more on Shopify than we have lost on Robinhood. Okay, so it's good. It's going to be a really good day today here for sure, as we'll come back after a week off and just be right where we left off. So everything is all good now. All right, well, it was always all good. You know, we got hit early on Hood, then we made all that money back on Hood and on Amazon, turned both of those green, not Hood. XOM was a monster. We can show you that in a minute. We just got some more TQs. I actually had to put this order out about 35s now. I don't even have a stop out in case this market does rip. I mean, 35 might not even be right. I mean, I hate getting stopped out right at the exact penny, but that's VWAP, and I got to trust it. So VWAP is at 35, so let's maybe give it to 40s or something here on the TQ. If it does want to get groovy, then that's fine. Shopify.
There's news on J&J.
Is there news on what?
On J&J.
Okay, yeah, this thing in my ear. Did you hear that?
I could barely hear it. There's
there's
some excitement on the trading floor behind us, but I'm just seeing it here. Looks like they secured plaintiff support for $6.5 billion baby powder settlement accord. So it looks like there's an agreement. Well, I mean, support for $6.5 billion baby powder accord. So like anytime you have certainty, obviously this has been lingering and looming for J&J. That's the volume spike. It just went like $2 to the upside and trying to hold on. I always like previous highs and VWAP. So previous high 160.25, it just bounced off that. So if it's going to be a continuation here, would like to see it calm down. Now, while it's figuring itself out, will it hold a previous high? That would give you a trade. Got to be on what moves, and this just had the volume. So let's see if it can hold on to the previous high, 160.25, as this tries to calm back down. And I see a few people talking about this GNLN. We'll get to that in a second. I haven't really looked at that one all day either. So some things moving around here, including J&J.
All right, we just we'll take 10 cents there on the TQs, but I don't know if that's going to do anything right now. We'll wait. I'm still waiting for O's, see if we can get really something here. But like I said, just in the fact that, there we go. We get the O3. So we'll hit the sirens. Maybe the market's finally going to start to go back down, and we can see if some of this trading will turn out for us here. As to me, this is what I want to do, right? I mean, we talked about trying to let these things go downside. We are still in the 80s right there. We just, again, got another reload. So we want to be able to hold this all the way down, but we don't want to be like all godly with this market. I mean, I don't know where this is going. So let's not try to outsmart it. Let's just get out when it falls in. So now we're going to wait for 80s and let's try to be right on this one. So that's going to be that trade. This is my XOM trade that we did earlier. It was a great one. We bought this little dip. We actually bought it again. And then eventually, like I said, we left and let to stop in there and got stopped out once it broke below. So we were buying right here 50s. That's now at 40. So a very top stock for me today. I remember one's going to be Shopify. This is actually number 2. And it was just this one trade. We took it right when we were with you guys at 10:45. It fell back in. Great level there at 118.50. Now it looks like it wants to hold it again, 118.50. Obviously a little bit of risk associated with this name as we keep talking about Middle East and whatnot with oil. But, you know, XOM, their dividend's so solid, man. They've been raising dividends for 45 straight years. It's over 3%. So if you're chasing a little bit of yield, I don't think you can go wrong with this name. So we'll continue to watch out for that. Robinhood still 50 cents in the money. I don't really have too many of a trade there. I'd love to go over to my friend and hopefully yours as well, Palantir. But I mean, come on, man. Come on,
that was
Alex.
disappointing.
Come on, Alex,
today.
do something. Yeah, nice move up to 31.20. Obviously early, up probably 1% or so, and then just gave it all back. I mean, gave it all back, and now is doing nothing.
That 30 level was so...
It's so hard to take blood from a stone here.
Yeah, like, I mean, that 30 level was so big of a break in a level last week. You just had to feel like when it closed above, it closed at and then, was breaking out above, it was going to be a good one. This GNLN that everyone in the chat is talking about, day trader cut, Jasmine Patel as well, and a few others mentioning. So it looks like they're, plans to distribute high sensitivity test strips. And this is for the opiate crisis. So it's, they're like a cannabis accessories company, but anything, that's good news. Anything that's treating the opioid crisis, I guess, would be good. I see the float over here is 65. It's not that small, like 65 million. It's not that huge float, but it's not tiny. Doesn't have a huge short float either, but breaking out, halted at 13.53 on that news. Currently indicating it would open at 13.20, which is a little bit down. But given that this just broke out from $10, maybe there's some profit takers in here on GNLN. And when I threw the daily chart up, this is kind of what it looked like. Yeah, this is breaking a lot of things out on the daily chart, go all the way back to mid-2023, and it's trying to fill in a gap to this bottom would be about $14.50. So I guess that would be a level like $15, let's call it. So it should open up in a few minutes, and we'll see where it goes from there. So shout out to GNLN. Pretty Panda says, you've been in and out 20 times, and then jumps $3 when you're out. You can't, you know what? You can't be angry. If you were trend trading this or scalp trading it off the morning, they reported this morning, and you were like buying dips and scalping inside of this range, it's like a $2 range it had for most of the day. And then all of a sudden when you take profit, it does that on a news story. You can't know what's going to happen. You can always try to hold on to something, put a trailing stop. But if you were long this and made money, don't hate on yourself. Think of it the other way. Like, what would happen? Like, you took profit and then it goes up. What would happen if it was against you and you didn't have a take profit or you didn't have a stop order? It's always better to make money or take profit or protect profit than to just sit there and just go willy-nilly. I'm not going to have an order or a stop order. So good luck on that GNLN if you happen to be trading it. Don't know if I'm going to be chasing. So Tesla just still holding 198 to 198.5. Nothing really changing here. It's in the same range it was when I left you like 5-10 minutes ago in Tesla. It's not breaking 98s, but it's not breaking back out to the 199 where we'd like a breakout. Let's go over to Adara at the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Thank you very much. And as we just had that news on J&J, so I've got a question for the old Magic 8 Ball. Thank you to Mr. Westermeyer, one of our longtime viewers here who sent a customized Magic 8 Ball for us. So I want to know, because we just keep testing as 18.6 on the NASDAQ, is the NASDAQ closing above or below 18.60? I'm going to shake it up. And then the etiquette is to put it down, and I'll let Sean read it because I shook it. You can let us know. Are we closing above or below 18? Are we closing above 18.6?
Danielle Shea says yes.
So according to Danielle Shea, the market's going up. Well, I still kind of like short.
Yeah,
the market's apparently
really
going to go up.
According to Danielle Shea, but of course.
Yeah, according to Danielle Shea, it's customizable. So of course, personalities that we have, friends of the show, are always going to be in there. We'll see if it does that. I was kind of thinking,
Could be. I mean,
it could. We're bouncing a little bit, but it's a tight range. Tight range, everybody.
Very, very tight range. We are remembering about Shopify right here. If this goes back, now it's come back in. I still have it at 45. If we break 45, we'll get out of another third of the stock as it comes right back in as well right now. People in the chat want to say below, but yeah, maybe. You're really, either guess right now. I think it's even money.
It was 0 for 3 last week.
0 for 3 last week. Okay, so I was going to say even money right now on that. Higher or lower right now, 30 handle should happen. We do have the imbalances coming at 350, but that's not, again, without many earnings, I'm not really seeing too much here today. So we'll be positive trading here today. What we've been doing, it's just looking for more opportunities. Hopefully Apple will fall back in here. Shopify will fall back in. And I was just looking at Apple, as someone in the chat just mentioned that's not falling back in. And maybe these futures will take a little dip. We did not average in this time into the futures. We'd have to get a little bit closer to where we need to be before we just average in all the way up, because if this AAPL is potentially wrong, and
Which
we
it was
do not break down below, then the short will be in trouble. So we'll hold on to that one and see if that one does want to work. I mean, a stock that we looked at earlier that was on our rundown this morning was Disney. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, by the way. I mean, I think we could all do more. Disney down again at 0.5%. I have already said my piece on this stock. I feel like it's just not worth really doing anything right now. There's so many better opportunities, I think, to buy. It is a dismal stock right now. I think breaking back down below 88. I mean, we've looked at some of these levels here. I'm not feeling it as much as we were before. We had Nelson Peltz. We had some of the reopen. We had talked about like big box office coming through, but that's already happened now. With Inside Out 2, created some records there, and Despicable Me, I think, was pretty good. And then they have Deadpool. Do they have Deadpool? Is Disney Deadpool?
Yeah.
Marvel, yeah. So anyways, as you come through, I don't know, still not creating that sort of oomph to the stock. And then now you have billions and billions being dropped on their theme park, which I don't really want to be invested in a theme park business. I know you are when you're invested in Disney, but I was hoping they finally got their turn positive there on the streaming side, and that didn't really affect the stock. So to me, that's disappointing. I thought their earnings would have been a little bit better than that.
Yeah, that's surprising.
So
it's like, so they got punished all that time because they weren't making money on streaming, and like the core parts of the business were doing well, and they were getting no credit for that. Then when they finally turned profit on the streaming, it gets punished for it. So it just says to me they're getting punished for it. I said last week that I was like, someone asked me if I was going to get back into Disney shares, and I was like, oh, if it can hold this 89, it was like 89 or something for the week, it's going to look pretty good on a weekly if it can hold on to it. So suffice to say, yeah, exactly. Not happening when you're at 85. So it didn't do what I was hoping would happen on a higher time frame, which was hold above this. I wanted to close the week above there, and then you would have had a liquidity grab under, but instead it just continues to trend. The good thing about any long-term account buying is you can get in as it's strong. You don't have to just sit there catching a falling knife, and that's the beauty of timing things to the best of your ability. But let's see what happens, man. Jaboni's Pizzeria. First of all, love the name. I love that you're in the chat. You can put it once. We'll get to it. We're all about that. What site do you get the imbalances? You don't mean unbalances. You mean the imbalances. So what I can tell you is here at Real Trading, our platform, which is P-Pro 8, it has this, which is imbalance locator. So when we give you the imbalances at 350 when they come out, it's in the market-wide feed if you have the NASDAQ in the New York called the SIP, but we have this built into our platform where we can then just view the imbalance locator. I'm going to make an assumption that most good brokers probably have access to this. Maybe it's like an add-on feature or something, but for us, it's just part of the platform. That's why at 3:30 you'll hear us say, early look imbalance on, it just say LUV comes out as a sell, to the sell side on LUV, or Tesla's looking like it's going to be a buy at 350. That's what we're getting at when we mention it. But yep, that's one of the advantages here at Real Trading, is we do get those into the platform. And again, we let you guys know. And when 350 hits, and you ask us, is there an imbalance on this stock? We'll let you guys know that too. So just going to go back over to Starbucks. See, that's the first time I didn't say Shopify. Look at that. I can get a stock right. So it broke the local high here. We reloaded, broke the local high. There's me getting wicked out. Immediately regained resistance. So generally speaking, 9 times out of 10, unless something has drastically changed in the stock, I'm going to want to jump right back in. So I did at the 70 level. It just tagged the 50s and trying to put in another lower high. So just trying to play the scalp game here in Starbucks. Up 2%, but trend down since about midday here. Again, it's not what you were doing, it's what you are doing. And since about, let's call it 12:30 or so, that's been just trending down. So trying to short some pops here in Starbucks. Tesla, no change. 190, it's long at 7s. It's been bouncing off of 198 even. It can't go any further than 50. Still looking for it to test that high at 199. If we get 99s, I'm out. Looking for a secondary break in Tesla. And even Uber, like I was just talking about how Uber was so strong. It wicked the high, so good thing you didn't take any breakouts here. Wicked the high once, pull back. It's trying to retest the high of the day again. Still a strong name. You know what, maybe this is just a buy the dip situation here on Uber, but it's just not moving. I want something which is going that maybe isn't that, was that GNLN, which was wild, by the way. That's already at 50. It got to $16, pulled back, went to 12, now back at 15. It's holding above the previous halt price. So this is still going up 500% on this GNLN, which I had never heard of, obviously, until today.
No, I never heard of that stock either. All right, so, okay, that's still Disney, but I've been trading this one. It's funny because Shopify is the one that's really starting to go downside, not these TQs. We just got a 23, let me zoom in a little bit. We just got a 23 fill and then out again at 13s. Every time we get a fill, I am trying to get a little bit out as we go here to the downside, just in case, we do get this crazy run. Like, I don't know if it's going to happen or not. I still get the feeling that the market wants to go to the downside, but it's still remaining flat. So regardless of whatever feeling I have, it doesn't seem to be caring about that one. If I'm getting nervous about anything, I think we should take a little bit of advantage here and take something out on Shopify. If we fly through 22 again, we'll sit on this bid. A little bit of a move down hopefully gives us this fill. We're not part of that. We could have been... When you see different gateways printing, you could use different gateways. So a Y is a bat Y fill there. And that's going to be something that you don't get paid to get filled. So we're going to sit on a gateway where hopefully we can get paid. There's a dark pool print there at 22. Let's see if it runs us over. And we were able to somehow, we're starting to get part filled here, get a fill on the bid for Shopify. So that's hopefully going to come through. We are getting hit now at 22, but it might bounce off of us. Would like to see it clear. We just got some part fills there. And again, the volume's not huge. We're like 14 shares coming off. Like, it's just very, very random fills happening right now on Shopify, but we did get some out there, so that was okay. Again, got to be on the right gateways most of the time in order to grab some of these fills. So that's what's happening right there. All right, and then as we go, we're still waiting for 40s here. So Shopify looks like it wants to go down. Market looks like it wants to go up. Robinhood not moving at all. So those are sort of the tricks of the trade right now that I'm trying to deal with as we wait for this market to potentially go down.
Something?
I don't know. I mean, here it comes back in a little bit right now. So here we go. Back into 18s. We're still going to wait for a fill a little bit lower than that. So far, not the greatest here. We're having a fine day, but it's not... These futures aren't really doing much for us as we have to wait for something to happen. Wow. Maybe over to Amazon. Yeah.
J&J just went back underneath. So it came out with that possible agreement on a settlement price and gave it all back. Actually went underneath support from when the news came out. So a lot of times you can be looking for, like, there's not even a green candle on this retracement until it already took out the low. So it just never happened for this thing. And watch out for this GNLN. It looks like it's coming on the back end. Here. It just made the first distinctive turn at $17. So there hasn't really been a pullback since the move. This could be at the halt price was $13.50. I think that'd be a good area for a potential bounce on GNLN. Sometimes you don't have any levels except for these halt levels and the stock goes nuts. And I'm not going to sit there and pull up. Like, if you go to a daily chart and there's like a crazy upward level, you might think about those. But where it's trading right now, you're not going to find much of anything on that. So I would look at that halt price and see if it can hold it. Tesla just bounced off 198 again. So the question will become, do we just stay in this 50-cent range and grab that scalp trade? Or does it break down? We lose on it and it goes into VWAP, where I probably look for a dip buy at 197 if that's going to hold. So Starbucks for short. I feel like I should have already been into Intel, but it's just not going up. You can't short a pop if it doesn't actually pop.
No.
That's sort of the thing, but if it never pops, it means it's still going down. It's a tricky one because it's just not moving. So a lot of times if it's not moving, the answer should be just look elsewhere. So it would be tempting to just sort of get into it, but I'm not seeing an obvious trade there. NVIDIA is the other thing. This 110 on NVIDIA seems like it's just a brick wall. It can't seem to get above it. I think it's pretty clear here that the market is just waiting for a shoe to drop, and I don't want to force the action $1 away from top to bottom on this one. So Tesla might not be holding on to that bid. This is the first real test underneath to those prior highs. If it loses it, I'm risking about $0.25 here on this Tesla long. Probably should have been more aggressive trying to scalp this one to the outside and look for some short. Maybe Uber is just a retracement. If it's not breaking the high of the day, there is always this chance that we can get a trend break. But that's not even close yet. Like, the trend here I'd be looking for is hold a VWAP and then this trend break into VWAP. Yeah, that's not actually too bad. This actually looks like a trade, but it's support till it's not. That's the thing. Like NVIDIA 109 is support till it's not. Tesla's okay till it breaks down about 10 cents from here. As far as I'm concerned, you just want to wait for something to happen. This either bounces off this support, maybe you think longs, or we just get a clean breakdown. And I got no problem with that.
All right, I don't got a problem with that either right now, but it's a chicken dinner winner over here on Shopify. Shopify is now $1 in the money, and there it goes, man. I mean, we've been talking about this trade, and we've been getting it out too, right? We got those 22s. We talked about getting part filled. Nice hat. This is an older hat. I found it today. I was going through my hats. I was like, maybe I want to wear one. My wife has. I have to ask her what hers is. Something about a hen or something. All right, so here comes. Oh no, bees. Oh, hers says Queen Bee. That's what it is. It's a bee. It says Queen Bee on it. Okay, so some company makes these hats. All right, so here we go. Downside move into $68 again for Shopify. So there it is, man. And again, this is why this is number one P&L today, Shopify, because of this. So boom, right to the downside. It's being able to reverse it up. We were long. These are all longs. Green to red, those are longs. Purples are shorts. So we just, as soon as we broke 69, we kind of felt some ways and started to go short on that name. So that's definitely working out there now, your dollar right there for Shopify. And we still have a piece on, so we will continue to hold that. It looks like the TQs may or may not want to go down again, but we just keep on reloading it. And now hopefully this move down will happen for us. Never too soon, but never too late at the same time. So we'll take it when we can and do our best here for these triple Qs and hopefully what winds up happening there. We still have a stop out on Shopify. Robinhood, I might just get out of this because it's boring me literally to death. I mean, there's nothing not literally. My kids say that too. Like my kid's like, oh, I'm literally 10 years old. I'm like, no, you're not. Today you are. Like yesterday you weren't. And then my kids are saying now, oh, Dad, you sold all this stuff. Like, what does that even mean? Huh? You sold. It's like, thank you, Adair. It's like you gave up on it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sold is
not like this. I was like, anyways, talk. All right.
As long as it's not the skibbity.
No, they're kind of done that now. They're kind of.
That's where I was. It was so frustrating, especially at the dinner table. Skibbity this and skibbity that, and I'm like,
that's not Sigma. That stuff right there. All right, here comes a push back down.
I know where you. I see. That's the other thing they say all the time.
Lemon. I have a game tonight, so I gotta. Oh, the recap show. Michael Ma's talking. He wants to talk about China, and he wants to talk about. He doesn't want. I want to talk about Bitcoin, anyways. He wants to talk about China. I want to talk about Bitcoin. We're going to talk about that tonight. But this today,
really,
today. Well, because Alibaba, he knows I've been. I mean, I think a lot of us have been trading Baba, but how much we like Baba. Baba's a good position in my long-term account. Well, we could talk about that too. But I got baseball tonight, so I forgot to.
We had our last baseball game of the year. Was that?
Yeah, we have another game tonight, and.
I meant to show this in the morning show, but I didn't. I have to give a huge shout out. Like my daughter and wife were at the Toronto Blue Jays baseball game, and there's a local broadcaster. His name is Jamie Campbell, and he's an absolute legend around here. And he's he's leaving the game for personal reasons, but he's had a fantastic career. But he took literally for 3 or 4 minutes to just have a conversation with my daughter out of nowhere. When he was finished his little bit of a segment, which was really cool. The guy's he's really kind, super gracious, and he's a legend around here. If you're in Toronto sports, you know all about Jamie Campbell. Coolest, just super cool dude. And she was loving it. She was eating it up. And she doesn't even know who he is outside of just watching him when he's at the Dome. I thought that was really cool. It's amazing when you have people who, whether they have an audience or whether they're a little bit famous, and then when you meet them, they're just completely down to earth, and they'll just give you that time, which I thought was really cool. And my daughter, maybe one day she'll want to call some games. She's definitely got the feels for that sports commentary, because that's what she'll do, although she is awfully critical, I find. She's more likely to be like, oh, that was so easy. How'd you make that mistake? I'm like, sweetheart, that was a 100-mile-an-hour pitch. It's not that easy to hit those.
Right.
She keeps it real in that regard. I'm like, Vladdy he fouled it off. It was pretty good. But she's like, no, he should have hit that. That was easy. It was right down the middle. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Shout out to Jamie Campbell there.
Great dude.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. I feel like I ran into him before too, but I can't remember where. All right. So just real quick here. All right, Shopify's $1. You know what? I said I was going to get out of Robinhood. Maybe we'll just offer something out and get out of it right here, right now. My biggest position right now by far, though, is going to be TQs. I mean, we've averaged it in. It's really the only position that's really on my mind right now. Shopify, we're almost out of it. We have that 10% left of this name. So even though we are $1 in the money, that's going to be one that we are watching very, very carefully right there as well. So we'll wait to see what happens here for Shopify coming back in as well there. All right, NVIDIA. I think things could start to break down, man. I mean, okay. All right, props up to anybody that rocked with this trade here. Let's see if we can get it back in right now. TQs, hopefully we get a downside move. I mean, here we go. We're now 20 cents in the money. This is about 1-to-1 now. Let's just put another, although we just got a fill right here. What was that fill? 05s? 06s. So there it comes right back up. Let's see if we get a fill down here now at 59 or so flattish and put this 1-to-1 for, well, a little bit better than 1-to-1. We're going to get out if it broke 40s, remember? So right now it's coming back in a little bit. Hands off. We'll try to take a little bit of an out there as it comes back through. Wells Fargo, NVIDIA, AMD. I'm just trying to check what's on the radar here that might or may not be printing. Here's some bank names.
Just very, very quickly for you guys here. Remember that trend that we were just drawing on Uber? Strong stock up almost a full percentage, but it had an afternoon hold of VWAP here. There you go. There's your loose trend line. It just broke the trend and came right back in. So if you've seen this before, like the short back into like the prior key level, which was a support level right in here about 69.13. So I just grabbed the short when it broke the trend line and then tested it underneath. As long as it holds under here, like it back into VWAP for a bit of a retrace. Still got 20 minutes until we get imbalances. So there's a lot of time at work here. Intel, we said we'd take it. It just came right back to that 35 zone that we had it before. I'm short at 30s, creatively enough. If it breaks that prior high where I got trailed out of the VWAP short, I do want to jump out of it. Don't need this catching a bid late in the day. It's got so much room to retrace. It could always get pretty nasty because Intel's been down so heavily. That's the tricky thing. I saw this last week, and it's a good point because almost every single day there was some kind of a comment about how far Intel was weak. And then someone said in the chat, I don't remember exactly who it was, but it's so hard shorting something which is at 52-week or ridiculous bottoms because all you see is that big gap to the upside. Trend is your friend, but it does create a cautionary tale that small moves can be big percentage moves on a stock when it's this far to the downside just because of how far it's been bled. That's the reason for a 5-cent stop here. Don't need this going from trading a 5-cent range to 20 to the upside. If it's going to scalp, great. But if it's going to start to break this one out, I don't want to be fighting this one in the afternoon. We just got that Uber trade on the trend break. Starbucks is still kind of hanging out where it was when we left you. Right in here, 76.80 with this local bottom that we got the last time at about 55. Looking for it to retrace right back into that prior level.
All right, we got faded back up there on, we just talked about GNLN there a little bit there, Green Lane Holdings, 37 million, couple halts, just halted right now at 250, reopen up to 15 and just kind of hanging around right now. I don't actually have my Trade Ideas platform open, but I'm assuming it's going to be a short float situation
actually
here.
Doesn't.
Right now, I can look it up here, GNLN, hold on a second here. This is the Benzinga Pro platform, GNLN right now, so we'll clear this. Short float of only 18% right there. A float of only 500,000 shares. So that will do green line for you there, Tisha, as it appears to be rocking right now to the upside for GNLN, looking to break through 1550, and there she goes right now. And next thing you know, 17 maybe here for green line. I mean, it's going to take out 16 in just a couple minutes. So there it goes. Nice upside move for GNLN right now happening right in front of our faces. So again, a good move up. Just took out that 1550. Now there it goes. Look at that. Look at that. There goes 16. We just talked about this and there it goes. So now it's starting to get upside. There's that 1680 or so is where we stopped before. Now it looks like it's having problems hanging out here at 16, but there it goes. Wow. GNL, a nice move right there. We are starting to pop off right now, though, as we come back in a little bit for these TQs. I'm going to put another bid at 09, see if we can grab it. Now, we just sort of withstood it going all the way up to 20. We do not get the 09s. There it is, so we get them now. Hopefully, this falls back in and makes our day for this. But nice little move there for GNLN GNLN, and the TQQs. So there it goes right now. We did get reloaded. And there it goes. Nice downside move for the TQs. So pretty good opportunities right there. You're welcome, Tisha, for that one. And good look on that, man. GNLN. It's still blasting up.
It is, that thing is a little bit spicy, to be sure. Adrian in the chat, I mean, today is Monday, so you asked Brian Shannon soon. I believe Brian will be on Tuesday. So Brian Shannon will be on the aftermarket with the recap show with Sean tomorrow. He's on Tuesdays. Tonight will be, we have Michael Noss on Monday. We had him this morning. We'll have him aftermarket tonight. So Brian Shannon tomorrow. If you want to talk a little anchored VWAP action, he's on pretty much every single Tuesday afternoon in the aftermarket show. So definitely stick on for that. And if you want to check out last week, then go ahead, or the week before. He's always had some fantastic ideas. Right now, NVIDIA is testing that 109. If it loses 109, it's not we. If it loses 109, I think the Nasdaq's still going to have trouble holding on to that 186.
Let's hope so.
So let's see. It just bounced off it here. Looking for this to be a bit of a turn and break to set a downside on NVDA. But hey, the market hasn't really broken this bottom at any point. We're just trying to be very, very patient for it to happen. The first pressure is being put on it, on this name at least, right here, right now, 109.
Guys, we did not miss a beat at all, man. We just took 5 days off, came back, and just sitting right back where we belong. Look at these TQs, man. Nice little drop down into 59 again. Shopify is basically my whole day. Well, no, that's not true. I mean, Shopify is a huge stock, which is pretty much my whole day. But XOM was a great trade as well. We're trying to work these TQs right now as well. Amazon, another green name for us. And then Robinhood. We did really good on Robinhood. Well, we just got out now at 57. We didn't do good. We're red on Robinhood, right? It's going to be our only, well, we'll have to wait for this TQ to settle down. Could be our only red trade there. And it was because we got a little too excited early. We bought the 50s, and that wasn't even the problem. It was this last little dump as we tried to take the pre-market, and then we came back in, and then we had that move back up, so put a little bit more money in our pocket off of that one. So we'll wait to see what does happen with that. Shopify's still $1. Disney's still moving. I'm trying to find names that are like on the radar. We could talk a little bit about Rumble. I just retweeted something. Donald Trump is back on Twitter right now, it looks like.
Yeah, he tweeted this after. Well,
so no surprise there, as Elon, I guess, was funding some of that as well. So
they're doing an interview on X.
Yeah, so that should be good. So we'll see about that for Rumble. I mean, I think that's bad for Rumble, obviously, there, because if he's going to be on Twitter, it means less showing on other platforms maybe. And obviously Twitter does have that decent daily active user base. We don't get those numbers anymore, but definitely more than Truth Social and anything that Rumble would have as well. So Rumble reports tonight. Feel like, have they never reverse split or not? Or because this is $3, it doesn't look like it. Nice move up.
I'm going to say
Rumble's probably okay, man. I mean, we'll wait. Obviously, if it loses this 5, there could be a problem, and then back into 4. Let's pay attention to Rumble tonight. I mean, that should be a good report. We'll be having that tonight with Adara and myself as we go. So, yeah, Rumble tonight down 4%.
20% short float on Rumble.
Yeah, it should be.
And I don't think it's. I don't think it has
and all that kind of stuff before.
But DJT, by the way, on that Twitter news for Donald Trump at lows as we speak. Obviously, not good for them either. It's actually done $5 million in volume, but it's right back into some lows. This is threatening to make an all-time low, and if it does, I mean, there's flat bottom breaks and then there's all-time low flat bottom breaks. That's like 22 and change would be that bottom. It's trending down. This would be when there was that spike in the middle of the day, and it's been trending down ever since. So not a very good look for DJT. We'll keep our eyes on it, but I can't imagine that being good news at all. Like they just reported their earnings, and we know fundamentals haven't mattered in DJT for quite some time. But like it was like 900,000 or something was revenue, and it's like a $5 billion market cap, which kind of speaks for itself to a certain degree. But to each their own.
All right. Yeah. Watch out. Well, I mean, market caps seem to be.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's really disjointed from actual productivity of a company. There we go. Okay, so 20 cents we just took on Shopify on TQs, trying to let this one bleed down. But it's only 20 cents worth of risk, so we'll take that into effect. DraftKings, a new name. Let's put a new name on the board here a little bit if we can. That's down to $30.
Yep.
Oh, wow, what a call. Oh my God. I didn't realize this, man. We had talked about this right here on earnings. I was like, this is one of the names that is hugely at risk and not something that I wanted to buy at all. I was trying to justify. I was like, what about with football coming through and all that kind of stuff? But no, they're all the way to the downside. We knew customer acquisition cost was going to be a problem. And I was even saying, like, if customers are running out of money, obviously you've seen that with Lulu and Nike and Starbucks and all that. It's going to be hard to keep upping those accounts, and they're going to have to start to give some more promotions and all that kind of stuff. But DraftKings really starting to bleed down right now. I don't like this stock, especially heading into, I don't know. I mean, like I said, certain people have called 15 of the last 3 recessions. We'll see even less than that. But anyways, breaking through 30. I guess we got to 28 on that crazy day, but that might be a level. I feel like any stock that's really been depressed, you want to look for like maybe that little level right there. So 27, 28 that we bounced off on that Monday that week ago today. Those could be some decent levels, which makes sense here. All the way back to last summer. This is where we were last summer down here at 28, 29. So DraftKings gives it all the way back, and now I don't feel so bad. We had bought DraftKings down here, got it out on the way up. We talked about when it was bouncing around here, 34, 35, 36. We were nervous about this top and got them all out there. Did not enjoy this move back, but now you can see DraftKings really all over itself. We had QuantumScape. Just looking at another name from Michael here. He talked about this earlier well. Yeah. QS today not doing anything really, or did it? Yeah, just dumped early. I was saying when Michael was talking about this, didn't he like it for a little bit of a potential long bounce there? I don't know.
I think it was maybe
squeeze. Yeah,
I was pointing at Sean Strider.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I just feel like this is a falling knife, and it's down below the 50 period. I feel like $5 maybe we'll talk about this, and that's going to be tomorrow. So 10% more down on QS is a
good round number.
So that'd be down there.
Boeing
maybe moving.
It's got a big short float, so like anything can happen with that one. I think it's like those are better when they start going and break out something. I find with the short float, like my whole thing with anything with a high short float is, well, you want to get in when someone's getting stopped out.
Yeah,
like when shorts are getting stopped or threatened, that's when you want to be in a squeeze name because that's where that's where the juice is. But anyways, Uber took out this high, so we got out of that one. We'll slap the L on Google. Uber, while that was happening, NVIDIA did manage to hold on to 109. It's a NASDAQ stock, so there you go. It did hold on to 109, allowed it to make its test. So there's the test of 09, put in the higher low, then kind of broke out that channel, got the quarters in here off of that bounce. I tried to add a VWAP, but it didn't really get there. So waited for it to make the bottom and then curled to the upside to get into this one, looking for that 110. It was a sell zone at 110 before. Let's just figure there's going to be sellers there another time through here on NVIDIA. Oh, and the other thing, NVIDIA had a whole, just like the week before you left, I think 4 out of 5 days NVIDIA had sell imbalances of 3 million plus. There was one buy, it was like one day it had a buy imbalance, but 4 out of the other 5 days it came out at 350 with a sell imbalance. So that's worth watching on NVIDIA, even on the strong days. Most of the time it was a big sell imbalance, so want to be wary of that just in case it's up at that 110 level, want to take some profit or have a trailing stop in. Something of that regard, just to be ready.
Yeah, I always want to be ready for any plays. Right now the NASDAQ is doing absolutely nothing. So I guess we wait.
We chilling. Amazon rocks.
Like, I don't even know what to say. Amazon, maybe. I mean, we had a good Amazon.
Hurricane just mentioned that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I loved Amazon. We loved the 170 break. It never got there today, but we were able to dip by Amazon, and that was great. When we had to hold it against ourselves, we did get stopped out on a 166.50 break right there, but then bought that dip. Was very, very. Was it 166.50? Yeah. Or 166.60, whatever that pre-market bottom was. And we're trying to do the same thing over and over again pretty much every day. Wait to see about a level of support that came in for Amazon, and it did. So we were in it a little bit too early. We tried to play some of the closing prices from Friday. That did not work out for us, needless to say. And then Amazon sort of bumped back up there into the open today, and then the fall, and then the bump. So there's our bid down there at 166.15. Like, I could always just add an extra 0 at the end of all of my trades, really. And then up there, 168.50. So that's like 250 to the upside there, but just hard to capture it on a full default, that's for sure. So by the time it came all the way back up, we did really well. Turned this name from what was a red name as we dropped out there into a positive green name just by buying those dips. And sometimes that is a very, very slippery slope. We talk about that all the time. You do not want to continue to do stuff like that all of the time. With Bitcoin now at 59, that's not good. That's actually quite yuck now that I see that. Coinbase not doing anything, though. I wish Coinbase was moving. I'm thinking about breaking this level, 191.50, before we get too excited about anything from Coinbase. So that has to break that 191.50 area before we get to the downside right now. As Bitcoin, you could see 59.1. IBIT, I think, should be a little bit different. Hopefully there's a level that's a little closer for IBIT. Yeah, so there, again, Coinbase is kind of hovering, trying to break out or trying to break down. This one actually did break down already. So we got to wait. Maybe VWAP to short it, 33.85. I don't know. Again, crypto seems to be a little less exciting to me right now.
There's an interesting level on Mara here. Although I just realized Mara went short sell restricted today. This was down 10%.
How low is that? $15?
This is $15. It closed at 17. So yeah, Mara. I'll do this for myself because I probably should have noticed that there was an SSR bounce play off of exactly $15 on Mara. Exactly $15 and it was 10% down. Like if you're looking for a bounce when a stock goes short sell restricted, it doesn't get any cleaner than that, but it doesn't matter because you can't rewind the clock, go back in time. There's a flat bottom break here on Mara in play at 15.50. So once, twice, 3 times, it's just chilling out at 15.50. The only problem with this trade, it's not necessarily a problem, it's that, as I just said, it's short sell restricted. So if 15.50 breaks and you set a stop order for, I'm going to go short, if it prints 15.49, you can't hit the bid unless there's an uptick. So you can fire the order. Whether or not you get filled depends on whether you get a bit of an uptick. So I'm going to have my eyes on this one very closely. I'm actually going to put a stop order, and if we get filled, we get filled. It was one of these last week. I forget which one it was that was short sell restricted, and it did a flat bottom break, and it was gorgeous, but it didn't matter because you didn't get the fill, so who cares? I think Snapchat did that once on its bad earning day, so all you can do is get the order. 15.50 breaks, I want to be short on Mara. Going back over to NVIDIA, still holding 109 at the 109.5. We already took some out at that price. Oddly enough, 109 is exactly where it broke out this morning, well, at least where I took the breakout trade. Technically, it broke out from here at about 107 and change. So NVIDIA on the comeback trail, back in through VWAP, holding on for dear life. I mean, if VWAP doesn't go, then I think this market's got a chance. We still have not breached 18.6, but we can't really go much higher either. So it's not like the market's rallying huge off these levels. You just got to take what you can.
All right. I'm still looking for opportunities there. I mean, of course, DraftKings starting to move now after we talk about it. Down through $30. We can check. Wait, let's have a quick look at XOM again here. We'll just click on it on our blotter and have a quick look. So trying to fade back upside again. I like that. I kind of want to buy some XOM. I mean, we still own some XOM, but probably not enough. As I wonder if oil is going to be battling back a little bit. We had XLE on our mind. This is the big ETF that I own. In this space, we've talked about that. So that's a nice move back up on this one. But again, at the 50-period moving average. So you can have USO, XLE. There's a bunch of different names. USO is going to be oil. This is oil services. So different buckets there depending on what you're invested in. Texas Instruments moving around? Oh, that's TXN and Q. So there it is right now. 5-minute moving average. Apparently, hold on a second here. Or 50-period. Let's just see if there's anything happening. Yeah, so there's the 200. Trying to break a little bit higher. Kind of boring again, man. Not much happening. One more time here for that. So give me a name there then, somebody. PayPal? Okay, we'll look at PayPal. PYPL. I actually saw that they had a nice little bounce back play there, PayPal.
It was a good week for PayPal, actually.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
$63, $66.
It was a good continuation play all week, although I just look at it now. Double top 65 from Friday and today, and then trend back in. We talked about the bigger the level in the lesson of the day, the bigger the level or the better confluence, when it does fail, you can get that trend reversal. That's exactly what it looks like is happening. Good news, holding Thursday's higher level support. And the other story would be like 62.5. Like how clear is that? 62.5, 62.5, 62.5. I think if it holds this, then you've got a nice consolidative effort for PayPal, which is breaking out of a nice little downward channel. I actually had this, it was a nice little breakout when it did it last week, but it doesn't really matter at this point. So breaking this little downward channel, if it holds 62.5, that would be good on the daily, at least from my regards. But it's down 1.5% today. Not looking great today, per se.
Hey, what's up, Eddie? He wants to ask you, if you want to be part of our great community, you got to get into that chat. You got to hit the like and the subscribe, of course. Eddie goes, why take 10 cents on some and more on others? Yeah, I mean, that's a good question there. I have over 280 fills today, so sometimes it's just about the feeling that you get. And we've been sitting here, you know, trading is fun when things move around. And of course, I come back and the market completely stops. Like, we talked about how wild last week was, and you know, if I was sitting here last week, completely different story.
Friday afternoon, so slow.
You know, and like, look what's happening right now. You want to talk about nothing? I mean, the futures are doing nothing. So obviously, when I'm looking at stocks like these, like the TQs or something like the futures, all I can really do is scalp back and forth, right, and make as much money as I can when the market is doing this. Always trying to make sure that we try to take the bottom of the ranges, try to short the top, and then if we do wind up getting blown out, which is fine, that does happen sometimes, we've still captured enough fills here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like right now, I still have about 65 or 70% of this trade. I don't even really want to get out of anything here, but it just keeps on. See, like now it floats down. I'll put a bid at 02. Maybe we get a fill. We'll take out a 10% of, no, less than that. Take out like 5% maybe of what we have left. If we give me that 02 fill, nope, still missed it. Now there he is. We get that now. So nice fill there. And then hopefully if the market does drop down, we'll have a certain percentage left. So that's part of why. And again, we talk about this, you know, we don't share our share sizes, but I always tell you, you know, we're putting on a little more shares here. And so sometimes when it goes 10 or 20 cents and it goes really quickly, you know, we've been here for 24 years, seen profits come and go real quick. We talk about the success of the traders behind us, the success of day traders, period. It's very, very low. So sometimes when it's there and you make those trades, you got to get them so that you're capitalizing on good trades and not resting on these bad ones and just waiting for something to happen. So, you know, be as patient as you can be and try to develop your own strategies. And yeah, that's what I do. So some of the stocks will wait for bigger moves. Like right now, I don't get a feeling that this market really wants to dump that much. There's been nothing indicating here on the futures that that's the case. We bounced off VWAP. We did this. So look, here's a perfect example. The TQs, right? So look where we just got out. We just talked about getting a piece out, right? So there we go. We get out at 03. Now it rips, goes right back up to 18s again. So if you don't get anything out, then you're still holding the bag again. So, you know, you gotta hope that the market's gonna do something. It's 330. I still think that the market does have a chance to fall down a little bit here. We're underneath VWAP, so for me, that's a good sign. Let's just keep on holding out that the market drips a little bit lower than where we are right now, and we'll be able to capture some more profits with a target really about 90, like 90 would be great. I actually don't have any bids. Actually, I'm bidding 86s. So if we fall back in, let me put a 90 right now, and if we fall back into that level, we'll take another fill. But yeah, that's part of the reasons why we're doing that. And honestly, the strategy here has put us right back to where we need to be, man. We're sitting on the throne again today, and we're happy with the trading. So we come back after a week and don't lose a step. So, you know, pretty happy. Would have liked to make more on that Robinhood trade, though.
You can always get more, but you've got to trade the market out in front of you. Like on Friday afternoon, it was basically the same thing. Like this market was super slow. It was wild all week, and then on Friday afternoon, you just had to be so super patient and adjust. There was only scalp trades to be had, and we talked about that with Palantir in the morning on Friday. Even when it was going, it was just 15 cents at a time, 15 cents, and just range round. Then it got to 20, even when the break at 30, I should say. And when it broke 30, it was like 15-cent move, and then it pulled back in. It was just very, very much not as explosive of a move there. There was the break on Mara. I should have said this here. We had to pay for locates on Mara. It was 6 cents per 100 shares on Mara, so we had to pay for locates on this, but it did break to 15.5 and was able to get filled at 48. No 49s to be had, as I said. It's short sell restricted. It's trying to work its way down. Bitcoin underneath that 60,000, but it's more about this 1, 2, 3 times that it just crested this level and finally broke to the downside here on Mara. So something happening. It's breaking a flat bottom. Take the short and see if it can't make another leg down. Down 9% already, Mara. It's not like Bitcoin's having that bad of a day, but it's relatively weak. Let's go to the desk. Adara.
We've had quite a few small cap names running in the afternoon here, including GNLN and INDO. We also have here OGEN, this one up 50%, actually getting into highs of days right now and getting some of its highest volume candles of the day. Earlier this morning, this company announced it had a study indicating that its treatment does not cause DNA damage in an animal model. So positive treatment results here for OGE and about 4.5 million share float and getting some social media attention right now as well, guys.
There you go. Go to those movers. That G and L end, by the way, usually you think when a stock halts to the upside, makes a couple of big pullbacks, like this is it pulling back through 16, gets to 17, $2 pullback off of the $17 failed break. Now it's just holding the line at $15. Like not really much of a dump fill here. I'm not paying for locates in GNL, GNL, and sometimes there's something like this which might set up for retracement. I'm not really buying this one, but it's holding on the line at 15. I'd expect that you might see some floodgates open up if it loses this $15 level. I mean, it's $5 to VWAP at this point. So be careful with it. Like I said, the only thing we got new was Mara, which is trying to slowly eke its way back down to the lows. It just tagged the 14 level. Starbucks, I mean, it's still weak, relatively speaking. It just rolled again off of that 76.80 level. It's just tracking down back into the 60s. And we'll see if it gets back to that 50 level it had before. Like 76.80 into 76.50 has been essentially the theme of the afternoon for Starbucks, as that one was strong all morning long. Starbucks gap up, absolutely churning. Can you tell when this turned from a strong stock to a weak stock? This is why we always bring up VWAP. It breaks VWAP. VWAP turns instantly into resistance, and like that's a moment that the shorts took control. I would say, unless you have this breakdown up here. And since then, it's been a relatively weak one that we have to the south side. NVIDIA still holding on to this 109 level. Not many things are looking good in the plus side, I think, in this market. NVIDIA is certainly one of them. But it can't even go more than 50 cents off this support. 109.50 still resistance. We did get the early looks on the imbalances, but there was nothing of note, so didn't really say anything. Southwest, 4 million to the sell side. Visa, 4 million to the sell side. Both of those very likely to pair off, even if they come out as big imbalances. They tend not to be that big of a deal. But I still have my eye on NVIDIA at 350. This has been the one where there's generally been a big number and then a bit of a spike in one direction or another at that 350 level. So I'm going to keep I'll be a minute right now, but even if it breaks 109 downside before, I'd still be looking for a trade opportunity in NVIDIA off of that 350 move. Let's go to the screen with Adara.
Bit of a more subdued day in general with a lot of these S&P 500 names making smaller moves in either direction, but we do have some outsized moves to discuss on the S&P 500 with catalysts, including Supermicro up more than 7% right now on the day. We did get some news from the company this morning saying that they're going to participate in some upcoming investor events, about 4 over the next month, including some held by Rosenblatt and Deutsche Bank. So some investor events for SMCI to be aware of in the coming weeks. We also have Key Corp here. KEY, this is a regional bank. They're actually currently up about 9% despite falling a little bit throughout the session, getting a 14.9% stake here acquired by Scotiabank through a $2.8 billion strategic investment scheduled to be completed over the next year. So nice look here for KEY with that investment from Scotiabank. Last but not least, here we have PODD. This is Insula. This one is in the health technology sector. It is currently up more than 3%, getting a price target increase from $200 to $220 from Barclays. So PODD also on the move up here. Quite a few outsized moves, guys.
All right, guys, we're just stacking up right now. So let's go floss it out. I mean, there's the TQs. There's the reasons why we sit here and we talk about what we're trading all day. And there it is, right? We're trading TQQs. We talked about that, and there's the trade for me. Just fell in. We just got 91s there on that move. 91s? 92s, sorry, 92s. So we just get 92s there. Great move in. This is finally what we waited for. So boom. Yeah, props up, man. This is what I told you. We're trying to be more comfortable again with this trading. You know, so we come back in here. We really don't miss a beat today, and it's just rock and roll. Yeah. Let's go, man. I don't know. This market's not going to the gates of hell, but there's the call. There's the call. So hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, that's it right there. We talked about building this position. We talked about having confidence. We talked about all that stuff, man. And there it is right there. Nice move down in for the TQs. Look at all these shorts right there. Nice push down for the triple Qs. Down into the basement here. Now 40 cents in the money. Now $1. We've already talked about that. What's up, Shopify? Hopefully that can get down in even further than where we are right now. As we're rocking. We're rocking. We are jet lagged. We are tired, but we're still here, man. We're still putting up those numbers. We're not that tired. We're still putting up the numbers that we need to be where we're at. So good day so far here for Shopify. And again, like we said behind us, man, it's tough out here. It's tough out here. Pick your poison, stay in your lane, right? I felt a little bit sort of like not watching levels all last week, but we still came back in. We hit the number one names that we wanted on here right there. And then today's trophy day again. So we come back after a week, lift the trophy up. And from what you've been seeing here on the show, it'll be the number one traded account. So far, so good. There goes TQQs. Bring it on down right now if we can get this one back in for TQQs, the NASDAQ. The big trade for me, we've already sort of talked about that, is this Shopify. That's really what's holding the day for me today. If we have everything else but not Shopify, we're flat on the day, but we have Shopify. So it's a nice move down in there. We went long, flipped over to the short. To me, that's been the sort of the difference maker there for us on Shopify. So yeah, good trade there. Shopify going down, Q's now 30 plus cents in the money. Let's get another piece out. That move that we just had was good enough for me. I mean, we're always looking for a little bit more. We'll punch a little bit out there at 91s. I am bidding 81 if we do get a drip into the end of the day. Neil said, like, last week there was a couple sells there, and we're looking for NVIDIA to get lower.
It was big every day.
Right.
Like, so these were not small imbalances. One day was 7.7 million to sell on NVIDIA. Another day it was 4. I think the smallest, there was a buy imbalance one day. The smallest sell imbalance was like 2.5 on NVIDIA. I'm not saying there's going to be one today, but if there is, it was pretty big most of those days. And you did see some movement in NVIDIA. Like, you know, 50-cent dollar spikes at 350 with 10 minutes to go. You know, I'll be locked and loaded for that. You can't always hit it, but there was that one day where you could still get the second half of the move. Like, it was like a dollar move, you could capture the second 50 cents of that move if you were fast enough and looking for it. And then we talked about these imbalances. Sometimes they matter, sometimes they don't. I don't think I'm in anything outside of NVIDIA where you're going to have an imbalance. Starbucks, unlikely. Mara, incredibly unlikely to have an imbalance on. Mara, I don't think I've ever seen one. But it did that flat bottom break at 15.50. Again, we're just... Sean was talking about crypto, and I scanned. Coinbase was doing nothing. CleanSpark was doing nothing. Once, twice, thrice. Broke 15.50. Just grab it as it's breaking a support, because last time I checked... we like the flat bottom break setup.
We like
right down in, testing the quarters, so it breaks 50s. You're able to get 48s, 47s and 48s. Actually, I have 47.5 as a price because I got a couple of fills. Had to move the order down because you needed the uptick. And now we're just going to look to see how far it wants to head to the downside. NVIDIA, I'm just going to tighten up my stop here because it is getting in close to 350. Did not get this reload off of 109. Actually, no need to tighten it up. I actually have it right here. It was already out. I was already at evens. So if it breaks 109, I'm out. Not necessarily going to reverse short unless it's a big sell imbalance. I'm not shorting 09s just because it happens to break. At 350, if it was a big sell imbalance, I'd short underneath the 109 level. But that's what we'll be looking at for those imbalances. Starbucks, still chilling in the same range. But it is the bleed in Mara, for whatever reason, while crypto isn't doing much. It's back down 10% on the day. When is that going to be a good... oh, it's right here. Yeah, it's already back at that $14 level. Mara, what goes up must come down. Huge level on the daily if it gets there tomorrow, this 14 even. It's bounced pretty nicely multiple times off $14. This is the most shallow bounce that it's had yet. This is looking weak. Yuck.
It's a weak one. Right now, look what's happening right now. Yes, sir. It is going to be the big trade alert for you for the afternoon. It's the futures trade. Thank you again, Adam. Everyone that told me stay trading futures because there it goes, man. I mean, look at this, boom! Right now, a huge move in for the futures. Come right back in. What a day's maker, saver, all that. If you are short with me here now on the NASDAQ, we talked about it breaking down, and you guys were like, what's up with that spidey sense and all that kind of stuff? Why are we short? Feel like we did a good job explaining that. Down goes the NASDAQ right there, and it's not even going down that far by any stretch of the imagination. So we are starting to clean this up. Remember where our target was. Target hit. I mean, we talked about 58.86, right? I mean, we already got that fill. We just got an 80 fill. We got an 82 fill as well. So target hit, down to the down stuff. What's up, Adam, there in the chat as well. Boom to the dynamite. Big trade alert happening right there, honestly, in Shopify. Big trade alert on Shopify as well. Hood, what's up with Hood? doing nothing. But that was a great one. We'll look to see if that can get traded there tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. All right,
Sun will
Google, yeah.
Well, that's actually not guaranteed. But
Yeah, no, and nothing
you have clouds,
guaranteed
man.
these days. All right, so Google, what's guaranteed is that I got to get out some of this in my account, man. I'm really long Google, but nice bounce again. Wow, 150. Oh my. All right, so nice bounce to 157 and change. 165 we touched today on Google. We're starting to get to the downside a little bit. Shopify's starting to go, but Google down 1%. We'll look for some relative strength in that name, but today it is weak, man. Down 1% against the flat market. That ain't good. That ain't good at all. Google, we'll have to think about you on that one and maybe not averaging in. I'm not averaging into any of these positions, man. I think the name that I want to buy on any kind of weakness, I'm going to have to look at this. Well, Walmart's actually has fallen down a decent amount right now. So maybe this would be something that your boy can look at here for Walmart coming back in through that 72 was the high or so. Yeah, there it is right there. What is that? Yeah, 71.30. So that had a nice move back into some support. So maybe 66 on Walmart in the coming
Thursday, they report.
What's up, Danielle? Daniel, they report on Thursday? Okay, yeah.
Walmart,
so
pre-market. Wait a minute, today's the 12th. Yeah.
I almost want to buy that pre-earnings.
Pre-market Thursday.
I think that's going to be a big trade. We've got some big trades happening.
And there's also that, Costco, whatever. But if you could go back and on Monday, the list of things that were available to dip buy. It's almost kind of ridiculous because when there's blood in the streets or when there's panic and fear, those are generally the best times to get in on the long-term. And if you were looking to dip buy a stock, Monday was the time to do it. But as I said, I had bids that were resting on Meta and Microsoft, and they happened to have been out for over a month, and they just happened to fill. Was not fast enough to get you anything off those bottoms. So two positions that I'm only in. No reloads happening on Starbucks. It stopped the real fall since 77 and is now just creeping lower. Mara we're going to hang on to. As far as I'm concerned, it broke 15.5. It's just clean. It's a flat bottom break. You risk a couple of pennies if it breaks back above 151. It's chilling down at 15.25 here, trying to catch a bit of a bid and not doing a very good job of it at this point. So day trader cut, you're absolutely right. Get a little PPI in there as well. So we'll see how we react to some of that data. There was a big move off that unemployment number last week. Regardless of what you think should happen, we like the fact that we're reacting to news. Keep an eye on that VIX. But it's been a bleed on the VIX all the way back into those previous levels. Usually that means the market's going to hold up, but it's about to lose this 18.6 again. So out of NVIDIA with 4 minutes to go, holding on to Mara and Starbucks and looking for a sell imbalance potentially on NVDA. It would be good timing if it broke that 109 for good, right at 350 on a big sell imbalance.
All right, I was like, oh my God, that's right. We're almost closed here. Okay, I'm just really, really enjoying ourselves here this afternoon. It's always nice when you put on those winners and those big winners for everybody, and they actually make sense, and they trade well, and they trade right into your pocket again, and that's what we did here today. So again, hit the like, hit the subscribe. We just got another piece out there on the TQQs. We actually just, as Neil was talking, we get that bottom piece there, 84s. Now you're starting to rip back up. So just, in honesty of talking about our position sizing again, I only have about 20 to 25% left here today. And I got to give a big shout out. There's 3 or 4 positive accounts. Neil, myself, Big Pat over there as well. So big shout out to Big Patty Ice today. So we'll hit the sirens for that one. And we always try to get some more. No, he did not get shorts in time for Mara, Patrick says. But, okay.
I only asked because I know that says so Big Patty Ice behind us, active trader in Mara. I'd probably say looks at Mara more than any other trader here on the floor.
Yeah, he does. It's trading well today. Palantir and Tesla. So good job there.
Where's that
for
stock?
BPI. But again, man, it's for me. It's all about Shopify. We talked about that one. This is on the floor, P&L wise, number one stock. It's not even close as Shopify. So that's a big one there today to the downside, unless I missed one. But this is a big one, big short opportunity there for Shopify. Definitely put it in today and glad to have had that, man. And we flipped it up. It's a good thing we stuck with our guns there and went short because if we had sort of been sticking with our initial thought, we probably would have been dead on this one trying to buy the longs, and we didn't do that at all. So that was a really good trade for us again into that. But as Neil mentioned, we just have a couple more minutes left until the imbalances, and this is what they look like right now from the broker side of things. I'm going to get rid of the broker, and now we'll only see what's going to happen on NYSE and NASDAQ, and these all get updated in a minute and a half. So a minute and a half.
Palantir never caught a bid.
We'll get an update. We can see what Palantir. No, I mean Palantir 29 and change to the downside right there. Probably worth selling some Palantir. I got hit and got out of some of our Palantir as we were up into this area again on this move up there on Friday. I think we got some 28.50s. We were looking at this level. I always put 28.50, 28.75. So would have been one of those. We can go back and look. There was a lot of resistance up there. So we got hit on some. So it's not proud to say it. It's a better price right now. But we were getting out of some Palantir. So yeah, no
Maybe
surprise.
Kathy was selling there too, because there was a lot of selling that 29 for like a week on PLTR. So when it finally broke out, that's what happens, right? Like if somebody holds a stock down, if the stock's in an upward trend and then someone just holds the offer for like 5-6 days, when it gets released, that's where you want to be long. Keep it simple. As last I checked.
Don't say Elf Cosmetics went up again.
No, Elf was down.
Oh, okay.
On
good.
earnings, Elf was.
I don't own that one. My wife was all about that.
I made a Miss Marissa reference. I said she needs to buy more Elf products
Right.
because they went down big time
needs to buy
on.
less of them, but yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Well, I mean for the company's sake.
Yeah,
I didn't
no,
mean for your sake.
No, that'd be opposite.
No, but it's they're down another 10% today.
Okay.
So wow. I didn't realize this had broken through the bottom here. So not looking that great on Elf, which just out of my morbid curiosity, never mind. I was gonna just check to see out what Ulta Beauty did, but who cares? Because it's 3:49 within 50 seconds. So this is Nvidia. I'm not in it, but this 109 level. Let's see if there's a sell balance here that's gonna come out in just any second. Now there have been a few.
I just put a bid, got hit.
Nothing, still nothing. Not seeing any NASDAQ names. There's no NASDAQ names that have popped up here. It's still just LUV.
Okay.
TAL, Ford, 1.1 million to buy on Ford. Yeah, that's a nothing burger.
Yep.
Ford's like under $10. Yuck, Ford. Leave it at that.
Yeah, we'll all right, I'll put a bid here on Shopify. We actually did get, and again, so I'm going to bid Shopify. We're bidding 32s. Hopefully that does come back in. Right before that bid came through, we got an 83 right there on the TQs. So as Neil said, it was literally counting it down. I just waited, put a bid, got filled right before it came out, and you can see the result there as it goes back up to the upside. I don't know exactly what it is right now, but maybe at the bottom. We'll figure that out as we go. But for right now, 59 and change coming through. That's 59 back upside now for the TQs. Let's see if it does give us any kind of love on that one. Was there anything for me to tweet out, Ramin, today? I don't know if there was. If there was, please send it over to me, and I'll do that. As we do have the market recap show, make sure you do grab that Benzinga. Hit that QR code, get the live news updates for you. As Adair and I will be using the Benzinga Pro platform on the market recap show to give you Rumble earnings, which should be
Rumble, young man.
Rumble-listic.
Rumble in the jungle
today.
Best fight ever or not?
2 out of 10 says Ramin. Yeah.
Ramin, do you know what the Rumble in the jungle is? Oh, Rumble-listic was a 2 out of 10.
Rumble-listic gets 2 out of 10s, but the ridiculous things that I always hear are getting, 8s or 9s out of 10s?
What's wrong with Rumble-listic?
It's too creative for here. That's the problem. We just use other ones like, I don't know.
What else we got here? Anyways, it doesn't matter. So as I said, if there had been an imbalance trade, if there isn't one, don't do anything. There absolutely was not one. Nvidia is still at exactly 109, pretty much where it was before. I did get out of Starbucks so quickly.
It's like it's not unrealistic. It's Rumble-listic.
There's lots you could do with that.
No, don't clap now. Whoever's clapping now, it's over with.
Wow, Fabian.
It's over with.
Wow, Fabian.
Well, I really like Fabian. It's the other one that I have problems with.
No, Fabian just hit that cricket.
Well, whoever it is, they know.
It looked like it was Fabian. It's hard to tell, it's from my line of vision.
I can't see either one.
No, I can
see Fabian right now.
It looked like Fabian was the one hitting keys, but I don't want to, to me it looked like Fabian.
It's all good,
That's
man.
Fabian. Ramin you can't even see her. She's blocked by that camera. She's always being blocked by something, like she's trying to hide. You can kind of see there. Put your hand up there.
Witness protection program over there. All right. All right. So TQ is just continuing to fall down a little bit right now. We'll see if there's anything, any actionable trades happening here for the TQQs as it does continue to make a little bit of a move downside now on this name. So we just got another fill at 80s. We're right back into that area that we were filled up before on TQs. There we go. Okay, now we're starting to get filled. Nice little fill in the 70s now for this name as it continues to go. So decent little way to end the day here on the market. So yeah, man, Good trading here to end. There goes the market to the downside. We're pretty happy, man. Let's just hit the sirens. We gave this trade to everybody. It's the trade for me. It's the TQs. There it goes down into the downside. I'm just going to bid. I mean, our target was 80s. We're in the 70s now, so we've done this. Remember our short? We're out at 40. We're short at 23. That's 17 cents worth of risk. Now 55 cents in the money, so 4-1, 3-1 on that trade. Let's see where we go from here. But right now, it's downside for the TQQs.
Yeah, the market is now bleeding, absolutely. I got the last little bit of more. I have a trail on it. We hit 355. I'm expecting you could catch some kind of a bounce in most of these names. Just a clean flat bottom break here, 1550. I don't think it's going to get to 15 even, but even if it did, that was a monster reversal this morning off of this level. So I would expect there to be some buyers if you get down to 15 even on MARA, just a relatively weak name. It's got a stacked offer right now. So because it's SSR, you've got a huge offer and they can't hit the bid to go any further. If it breaks this offer, I'm out. If it breaks this low and hits the 10s, then I'm going to get it out on the bid out in front of that 10 level. So one way or another, 16 breaks or 15 breaks, I'm out 16 or 17 wherever it fills me, or we're waiting for the 1551 level there on MARA. Just found something that gave you opportunity, and that was going to be it. There was that big time GNLN or green line. I'm surprised, but it ends up holding that $15 level, and believe it or not, breaking $21. So green line just continued to go. Thought if it lost 15, you were going to get a $5 pullback. It held 15 and gave a $5 bounce. So good on everybody in green line. Although it's about to, literally as I say it, it drops like $4. That's where I'm going, hey, green line got from 15 to 21. And now it's down $6 from the high on that green line. What goes up $6 can come down $6.
An imbalance there? Maybe.
I didn't see an imbalance on green line, but 355 hit. I don't see anything on green line. I just got out of Mara, so that was my last position. It ends up hitting the 1511. So flat bottom breakdown, that's why we talk about key price levels. Some people like support resistance, some people like moving averages, just whatever you like. But when support breaks, that's what can happen. Mara down 11% today. That's a wild one. Very nasty day. Bitcoin might have moved $100 in the last half an hour. And Mara, for whatever reason, is bleeding. It's 3 points down and 11 points on the day here as it's looking pretty darn nasty. But yeah, that green line, this is why you never go broke taking. It's at $13 now. This was just at 19 when I talked about it 2 seconds ago. Now it's at 12. What goes up must come down. Yuck.
Yeah, unless you know something about those stocks, that's a tough one to be stuck in there and trading for sure. All right, so we don't have anything left, really. We just got to watch out for these TQs. We did have a good bid down there. We just got filled just before 355 at 80s. So we talked about that. Now it's trying to come back in just a little bit here. Let's see if it does do that or not. Trying to come back in right now is the TQQ. So we'll see if we do get a lower bid. It's 356 right now, so just, I don't know, 3 more minutes left in this market. It's too bad that there wasn't much happening, but I was glad that we were able to at least capture that move down there in the market. We pretty much called it, so that was a good one there today for us. And yeah, we'll wait to see if we can do some more damage tomorrow. Let's see where Apple winds up. Is it a high print or not today for Apple? So let's just have a quick little look there. 217. So yes, so I'm going to say right now that I believe that Apple will be like if the market can battle back tomorrow a little bit, I think Apple has a chance. Like 217 holding out right now. There is a private placement on GNLN right there. So GNLN.
Sometimes they wait till aftermarket or the pre-market to do that.
Yeah, 6.5 million private, 2.6 million, 2.3 million shares. So down to the downside there. So yeah, that's what happens there. But only up 400%. So far so good there. Today for anybody looking at GNLN. Hopefully you're able to get out when we had talked about that earlier with Tisha, but now only 2 minutes left in this day.
Yeah, just a couple minutes ago, I just canceled all of my stop orders. The last couple of trades there were just Starbucks, which didn't really move that much. Like a 10-cent win, I think, on the last of those shares. And then Mara continuing to break down. I did neglect to mention this when we were talking about Palantir in the low of the day. I'm just going to very quickly do this now. $29 tomorrow. I'm not calling it a gap fill, but 29, 29, 29. It doesn't quite get to 29 today, but that'll be a key level of support, providing we don't just gap right through it or something
70s.
in the aftermarket. Always a chance. You can wake up tomorrow morning, Palantir could be at 28.70. I have no idea, but for now, this Friday low and Thursday afternoon support of 29 about to be a key level here with now 90 seconds to go on the day. That's what it's all about. You try to identify things. Sometimes at the end of the day, you can get a good level come in, and you want to be prepped to trade around that one. I feel like Palantir 29 is going to be one of those tomorrow morning.
So we are, that's why I was looking at Apple as well. Right now, so we just got filled on the TQQs. I mean, it's still 20 cents in the money. Obviously, it didn't give us everything we needed. Well, it did. We were just holding that last 10% here to see what we could do on the way back in for this name. So here comes the TQQs right now, trying to make that move one more time back to the upside. But we just got another fill, so just one more fill coming through. And then we'll hop over to the big desk where we'll be doing a half-hour recap show, and we'll talk about all the stocks that are up and or down today, including Rumble, which is coming through soon. We'll do a quick little rundown of some of the big sectors that are to watch out for later on today and tomorrow. But here we go, man. We'll talk about some oil plays. Weird. I might just bid this all out right now at 06. I just put a bid here at 06, see if we can get that with only 20 seconds left now. Let's see what happens here with the TQQs and the market coming to a close.
You just said the word Rumble.
Yep.
Rumble just made its biggest move all day.
Upside?
It's not a huge move. It's not a huge move, but it's easily the biggest candle of the day on Rumble. Oh, when we come back from ringing the bell, I'll show it to you guys. But 3, 2, and 1, ring it, Adara. No, seriously, like this is the market's closed. It's the NASDAQ up 0.17. The ES closes green, very barely. So now, Magic 8 Ball, you are now 0 for 4. So I think all you got to do is fade ye old Magic 8 Ball. 0 for 3 last week, 0 for 1 here today. This is what happened in Rumble. Can we quickly go to this chart? Just to prove that I wasn't actually making this up. Like Rumble was doing nothing and then made this little breakout. They report after the bell tonight. Want to give a shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. Welcome back, Ramin. So Sean was away. Ramin was away. Now everybody back in the house. Big thank you to Adara and Sharif on the midday. Learn to Trade was all about earnings and earnings season, which is always a good lesson we learned. Rumble just popped another 10 cents. So trying to go higher into those earnings. Rumble, young man, Rumble. I'm not betting for or against it, but it's a heck of a lot more fun when squeeze names with decent short floats go up as opposed to go down. That's just how trading is. So I kind of hope that one goes to the upside myself. Big shout out to Brennan as always. And just a reminder, you're not going anywhere. You're staying right here. You're jumping over to the desk. It's a market recap show with Rumble now at $6 and Sean Adara and guest Michael Noss. Go get him.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm just logging in right now to get ready to rock and roll with our Benzinga Pro platform. I'm loading up our trade ideas as well to go over some of the big movers here today. Did we just get Rumble or no, Adara? What just happened there?
Rumble and Wolf, which is the other one I had on watch here, they're both expected at 405. I am not seeing Rumble here. Let me check here on TeraWolf, which is a small cap crypto miner. And they're also not here yet. They're both expected to have larger expected moves here, which I can just go over as we get set up. TeraWolf, we're expecting here an implied move of 16.2%. Rumble, I was seeing 11.7% when I made these notes. I heard Sean say 14% earlier as well, so that expected move could have changed since when the notes were made. Let's find out what we got going on here, though, as we head into that 405 time, which is, again, when we're expecting both those reports. Those are the two larger reports in terms of implied moves we're expecting today.
All right, here we go. We'll talk about that in just a couple seconds. USO today up 3.16% as we get going. I also want to find all of the stocks that we normally talk about here. So as we get ready to rock and roll, we'll go over these. I mean, the heat map today was pretty exciting, but, again, into the close. We did have that TQQ trade today. This is U.S. oil dipping down in a little bit, but still up 3.23%, as we did get some worries there from Iran and Israel talk. Not the greatest, but we'll wait to see. NVIDIA up 4%, silver and gold as well today. GDX, nice move up 3%, silver up 2%, GLD 171 to come through. SMH, I mean, we talked about that Let's flip over to the daily chart for SMH. Nice bounce back, man. I mean, what a good level there. That 200, as if it almost nails that April low back there a week ago, Monday. Nice move back up to 227 going through on that one. We could check out Rumble right now just to see if there is any sort of movement. There goes Rumble right now. It's a monster move up now to 613 and still going up 5% now goes Rumble. Still nice upside move. Jets ETF down 2.3%, but there goes Rumble. I'm not logged into my Benzinga. Oh, actually, now I am logged into Benzinga. So
I'm still not seeing their numbers.
Okay, yeah, we'll get those numbers when they come through. We don't want to misreport them, so Adair's all over that. But there goes Rumble again. Nice upside move, and you can see taking down $6, trying to get higher. Short flow 20% on Rumble, so we will watch out for that one as well. I'm just looking through the earnings. There's not much else coming through right now today. So what I think we could take a quick look at here is some of the heat map here from the day. So here we go. This is today's heat map. I actually got to get the show going right now as I have an old show playing in the background, so I can't do our roll call. I got to get the right show going on here. This week's trading off to a pretty subdued start. I mean, we did have a nice move up. If we could show the screen here, Fabian will go over some of these names coming through right now. NASDAQ and the S&P 500, along with many Mag 7 components, as you can see here, kind of just telling a mixed story. Apple up a little bit, NVIDIA just up 4%, Google up, down 1% story, Meta down, Microsoft relatively flat as well. AMD 1.8%. And then where was Tesla on here? Tesla did not have a great day. There it is right there, down 1.24%. For Tesla. The ongoing activist saga there with Starbucks continues. Wall Street Journal reporting Starboard has taken an active spot in Starbucks as well. We can still see them going to the downside today. J&J just flat down 0.46%. But wait a second, was Starbucks downside? I know they were up that a little bit. Was it up there at the end of the day? Yeah, okay, sorry, up 2.6% goes Starbucks there today. But there's that bounce off on the daily chart. Look, I think Starbucks has an opportunity to get higher here. I like the name, and we have Rumble. Let me just quickly go to see what's going on the chart here for Rumble before Adair goes over those numbers. So nice move up to 630, Adair. What is Rumble looking like?
Yeah, so I'm getting these numbers from their report themselves. I'm going to compare them to the analyst estimate I have. Their second quarter revenue came in here at $22.5 million. That's well above analyst estimates of $19.69 million. It's also up 27% from their last quarter, but it's slightly down from on a year-over-year basis. So this time last year, they did $25 million in Q2. This for Q2 2024 reporting here $22.5 million. Also, their monthly active users, or MAUs, reached 53 million for Q2. This is up from 50 million last quarter. It's also apparently the 10th consecutive quarter above 40 million average global users, or global monthly users. So good look there. They're also saying that they expect their revenues to increase sequentially throughout the year, and they're going to, quote, continue to expect to move materially towards adjusted EBITDA break even in 2025. So they're currently in fiscal 24. They're looking for adjusted EBITDA break even here for 2025. They also beat for earnings per share, lost 13 cents per share compared to the expected loss of 15 cents per share. I'm going to look here as well for TeraWulf earnings, but I'll let you guys know if we get anything else coming through for Rumble.
All right, thank you, Dara. So we did talk a little bit about the market today and sort of that it wasn't really moving too much here today, and that's the truth. Here's the triple Qs. I mean, we had a nice little dip early. If you're able to get some of that, then the huge move back up, and then all afternoon, not much happening. We do have, of course, PPI and CPI, one after another, starting tomorrow with PPI followed by CPI on Wednesday. And not too many earnings. I mean, if you're in the tech space, going to be a little blah, but we do have Home Depot this week. We do have Walmart this week, followed by Target as well. NVIDIA and other semiconductors later on. When NVIDIA's is what, the 26th, I want to say, 28th right there, post-market of August the 28th. So we still have a little bit of time to go before we get that report, and that's going to be the big one left for NVIDIA. But NVIDIA today holding fort, man, still up that 4% as we get going, bouncing off that $100 level. NVIDIA, to me, is looking pretty sweet right now. We talked about the strength in the market going to be having to come from these tech plays. There's some of those dip downs from last week. We talked about that, the 8th. They're coming through down into $97, down into here into $92. So we did have some big moves on NVIDIA, but look at this. We cleared the way again, back up through this 107.50. That should have been a break long probably this morning. Let me just see if what was that play this morning? Why didn't we have that? 107. Okay, so that would have been a little bit of a problem. There's 107.50 up to 108.50, pull back into 106, but really represented that 50-period moving average before eventually dipping down. Its brethren, AMD, did not find as much luck, but still holding forward up 1.78% is Advanced Micro Devices. Holding out pretty good there today is AMD, but again, some of the strength there in NVIDIA. SMCI, we talked about this name splitting up. What strength today, man? Up 6.5%. Should have looked at this a little bit more. There was some talk there in the chat about SMCI, but then it comes back into $500, down into $540. We'll figure out about SMCI and where that name eventually winds up. Down to $500 right now for SMCI and trying to bounce. A name that I've really liked, and we could talk to maybe Michael about this, but there's not much to talk about now. Uber's already made that bounce. I mean, wow, huge move to the downside there. Really, I mean, you've had to have some bids down there to catch that 55 bid, but wow, what a move down in, now all the way back up to 69. This is like a really crazy runner. And I know Michael talks about relative strength and weakness. Try to find the names that are up in bad days and vice versa. I feel like Uber can work for a minute now. They were everywhere in London. They were just everywhere here in Toronto, major metropolises. I really like Uber. We actually went on an Uber boat as well. That was a lot of fun there really on the River Thames. Yeah, so that was
Do
really
they have
nice.
the little stickers still?
They do. Well, it said Uber boat on it, yeah, but
so you just knew.
like 200 people. Like it fit. It's really awesome.
was like
yeah, I got a
people on a
cappuccino. I got a cappuccino on the boat.
That's really cool.
Yeah, man. It's all about that little bit
Actually,
flat
good
white action. Man, I'm going back to England maybe ASAP, maybe tomorrow.
I wanna go.
All right, so nice move down there. FXI, we do want to talk to Michael a little bit about strength in other markets, and we will talk about some Chinese strength. He and I have gone over FXI many, many times. This is the large cap ETF. Probably, I don't know if Michael's I'm spoiling him here a little bit, but I know he likes KWeb as well. We will talk about that. We'll get some of his take on some of these Chinese names coming through as well. I wanted to look at some strength in Bitcoin possibly. Again, we went round trip on that. There was I don't know exactly where it is on iBit, but it was 79,000, and unfortunately it's closed over here on my Bitcoin screen, but we went from 70 down to 49 and back all the way on iBit, so that was a huge move on this name as well. I feel like strength in iBit maybe a little bit better than Ethereum Trust right now, as Ethereum's really gotten killed. What about IWM? I mean, a lot of people love the breakout in these Russell 2000 names, but that breakout short-lived, right? I mean, maybe it lived for I was going to say week, maybe 2 weeks there. Nice break on IWM above this 211, 212 area, but then the fade right back out, and then it gets killed, right? When the market's going to go to the downside, this is going to happen. And you can stamp this. Go back a month ago. I said, if the NASDAQ ever gives anything up, you're going to see Bitcoin absolutely crank, and that's what happened to Bitcoin as well. Fell much more than the NASDAQ, obviously, and you're seeing the same sort of thing here in IWM. Not to say that there's not some opportunity here in small caps. Let me check out Carvana, another big one that sort of holds forward here. Carvana is still super strong. I actually don't really understand this name too much, but you could see what's happening right here. Current debt of $6 billion right there, so that could be a little bit of a problem. Market cap of $27 billion, so they can cover that with their market cap. But cash on hand, where's their cash on hand here? $1 billion, so they obviously cannot cover their debt, but they're not the only company that's going to have that kind of a problem. Palantir, nice move down in the 200 period today, down 2%. The one name that I always thought was within risk here for a while, DraftKings, that name continues lower on DraftKings. Yeah, people saying right now downside on IWM. You want to break in here with anything happening?
I was going to say, I put this in the chat as well, but IWM, I actually saw JC Peretz of All Star Charts post about it today, saying that there is some potential for that one to maybe crack a little bit higher. So check that out, because I thought that was some interesting chart analysis there. Also, I put TeraWolf and Rumble earnings in the chat. We got some more stuff coming out from Rumble. Rumble Cloud apparently partnering with the Miami Dolphins and the Hard Rock Stadium. This is going to be an infrastructure services partnership with Miami Dolphins and Hard Rock Stadium. We also got TeraWolf numbers here. They did beat, it looks like, for earnings per share, or sorry, not for earnings per share, they beat for EBITDA above expectations. They also had revenue here slightly above estimates, 35.6 million. Analysts were looking for 35.4 million in revenue. EBITDA, they had 19.5 million. Analysts were looking for 18 million. So good look here for TeraWolf. If I see anything else coming out from either of those companies, especially Rumble, looks like they're still releasing some things. I will let you guys know. I'll put it in the chat.
I don't know if it's, I guess last week we had Monster Week, right? We had a great amount of viewership last week. We had huge ratings due to the fact that the market had its best and worst day in the last 2 years, both last week. And for some reason right now, we're holding 3,000. So thank you so much to everybody watching today as we hold 3,000. We're back, baby. But there's Rumble right now dipping back in, down into $6 right now is Rumble coming right back, 20% short flow. But one person that I'm not short on is Michael Knott. So we're going to go to him right now. It's Trader Talk. Hello, Michael. Long time no speak besides this morning. How are you?
It's been forever. I was following your trip on Twitter and Instagram there for what you're posting. Looked like
I was gonna say follow my wife for more. Yeah, my wife will be the one posting everything, but it was really fun. Have you been before to London at all?
I have not. I've been almost everywhere, but I haven't been to the UK yet.
Oh, it's definitely, besides the fact that it threatens to rain every single day, I think it only rained on us for about 20 minutes, but lots of stuff to do there. I definitely recommend it. Despite there was a few protests that I saw in the news, but nothing actually in London, so we were pretty lucky with that, and we escaped quite well. So I'm glad to be back and glad to have you on the show with us. So we passed a couple notes back and forth here today. And last Monday, you did talk to Neil about some possible strength in some of the Chinese names. And I actually noted as well, because I've been buying Alibaba. I think it's a sleeping giant, man. I mean, some of the numbers that these guys can put up are absolutely unbelievable. Too bad they're in the wrong country. I feel like this was a U.S. Company. We'd be back near, in and around some 52-week highs. You got anything to talk to us here on Alibaba or anything else in the Chinese space that we want to touch on?
Yeah, so the reason for the idea of the strength of China I got on my chart here is just FXI, which I know you were talking about, but the main thing that we were looking at is that when the market had that awful collapse on Monday, FXI almost that day closed green from the Friday's close. So it wasn't affected nearly as much as all this Japan reverse carry nonsense that the United States was. So that's what put it on my radar right away. When generally speaking, when the market crashes, there's just an old saying that all correlations go to one. Just means that everything usually crashes with the market, but FXI didn't. So that's where we're taking a look at that, and then trying to find what names make up this index. It's mostly BABA, to be honest. That's a big one. And I was just looking at this very simple downtrend line that was breaking, and just told Neil at that time that, hey, if we can get above that, I like the look of that downtrend line. So this one, I like. I'm kind of concerned with earnings. You can see I've been watching this for a long time with a lot of markups here. But as long as it's holding this $75, give or take, I like the look of it. And hey, we know the late great Charlie Munger was big on this name. I think it was one of the last trades he ever took, was buying a whole bunch of BABA. So let's see if they end up being right. But for me, the trade is pretty simple. We've got this very clear level at $75. If we can stay above $75, if we can keep the relative strength going, then I like the look of this name and some other names in China as well.
The time you and I will talk a little bit about ETFs and stuff like that. I went over the FXI a little bit. I just have a daily chart here. Maybe if I actually put it over to a weekly chart, we can get a little bit of a better look. I mean, we could drop anchor VWAPs wherever we want, but this little bottom here, again, that was made back in October. You're kind of hovering around 26, 26.50. Do you like BABA better than this? Is there an ETF in China that maybe you favor? I mean, we have K-Web, we have the yin and the yang. We talk about that a little bit as well. Anything where maybe if we weren't willing to be stock specific here, Michael, do you like FXI or K-Web, or do you think it's better to stick with a name like a BABA here?
I think BABA is going to be pretty safe with it because it's one of their largest companies. But I do think the ETF of just FXI makes total sense as well. This other one that I have to research a little bit that I have up here as well is this CraneShares Global Carbon Strategy. I'm not too sure how it's calculated. I think it just buys countries that produce a lot of carbon, but I have to read into it a little bit more. That one looks interesting. But I see the logic in sticking with the larger Chinese names like BABA, like FXI. If you want to get a little bit more dangerous, but also have a little bit more potential chance of return, I would take a look at this TME, this Tencent Music Group. This one, if we look at the daily chart, has been absolutely on fire for a long time. A little bit of a pullback and a breakdown. It has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. So I would maybe watch this one on earnings. If it can reclaim this $14 area, that's going to be more speculative because it's a smaller company. It's all about how safe you want to be. For me, with China, I like to go to the bigger guys just because I'm more confident that the Chinese government is going to shut down BABA than I would be, shutting down one of these companies right here.
And we don't too much worry about planning trades regarding the election. Is that something that you're nervous about? I know you don't look at too many macro things. We're just looking mainly at charts. But would that have any sort of an effect on your opinion as we get closer and closer? I think it's 80-something days until the election.
I don't really. I'm just looking it up here now. Seasonality.
Yeah, that was.
Essentially, I don't look at. Some people try to say, "Oh, I think this politician's going to get in, and therefore I want to own this sector."
Right.
And I think that politician's going to get in. I want to own that sector. I don't really agree with that too much. This is a great chart. So it's funny. I heard All-Star Charts get mentioned, and I love that. I love that. That's someone that you guys are following because I'm a big fan of JC as well. And this is the election cycle when it comes to the 4-year average from 1950 to what happens. And we're looking at this part of the chart right here. And this actually shows the average election year. And I kind of alluded to this in the morning show that we're right about here at this top. And generally speaking, you have this choppy action to a little bit of a sell-off, a little bit of downward action until kind of right here at the bottom is November. And, it's kind of cliche, but the market likes certainty. So it's not so much who's going to win and what sectors am I going to play or anything like that. It's more about when we're in this uncertain period where both parties are polling at about 50-50 and we don't know what's going on. I need to understand that the market and the participants of the market aren't really up to committing in, buying anything really strongly, and they're not shorting anything really strongly. So you get a lot of this back and forth action. And then after this election, generally speaking, you get a bit of a rally into the end of the year. So I'm going to watch the market and see how it lines up to that seasonality of, us being not very committal on which way the market's going to go. So I'm going to be more adapting my trading style to buying pullbacks where mostly I'm someone who's trading with the trend.
Shout out to All-Star Charts and JC Peretz as well. He's been on the show, and thank you for bringing that up. Again, Michael, always nice to, you ask a question, you instantly can get some resources. So Twitter's actually a pretty good thing for some of these things, and thanks, Michael, for doing that. Look, just kind of right into the same thing. Talking about energy, we did a little bit of that today. What's been disappointing? Uranium. So I want to talk to you about URA, right? I mean, here it is on the weekly chart. Now, there isn't too many names here. This is a 200 period on a weekly. We're basically into that right now. That's 22 and change. This is a weekly, so we hit that last week. We saw everything really, really come in. I don't know if we're going to get back to that. I almost feel like it needs to test it again to understand if it is going to hold. That would be my out if we're getting into this one. But I think I want to dip my toes a little bit into URA right now because we do have now an out that is pretty defined down there at 22.23. And again, this is a weekly chart. So trying to find some strength in something that may eventually get popular again, uranium. I mean, I don't think energy is anywhere out of the pocket yet, as it seems like we're using more barrels of oil now than potentially we ever have. But SMR is a name that we're being asked about in the chat. This is something that I think you and Brian Shannon were talking about as well, SMR. So any plays on this? Are we out of this name? What are you thinking about SMR or the uranium sort of plays in general? Any thoughts on this sector?
I'm right there with you. It's not because of a moving average, but if you go to my charts here, I have all of these prior highs that happened in 2022, 2023. This is where I was looking at it initially for this breakout. I remember us chatting about that on the show here. We're right back down to that level. So I'm with you that this level needs to hold. You're talking 2450 or so on URA for their uranium ETF. I do like the look of that if that can hold. I like trades like this because I know exactly where I'm wrong. the risk rewards in my favor. If we close below this level too far, then it's just time to go. And the bounce that we could get even back to all-time highs will offset that. Now, SMR, just because you're getting a chat about it, I am out of SMR. The play here was to see if we ever got back to all-time highs, which we did, and then we failed all-time highs pretty immediately on this name. So it's funny, it wasn't planned, but this is the trade of the week. So if you go to tradeadeas.com/tradertv, you can sign up there for trade of the week, where we send out once a week just some pick that's come through our scanners completely for free. And this was actually the pick this week. So Steve, who puts that together, who's a colleague of mine, is looking to get back in SMR. So I like the trade, but for me, the way it failed, these all-time highs are a little bit worrisome. I was long all the way up to them. When we kind of failed back down here, it was time for me to go. One ETF that I think is interesting that I've been watching a little bit is NLR. So NLR is uranium and uranium related stocks. So you're not just playing the actual commodity itself, but you're also playing names like SMR. And what was that crazy mover for a while there, that NNE? That's in there as well. So you get a good ETF of basically the makers of these ETF are trying to benefit if nuclear power becomes a thing. So it's a little bit of the underlying commodity, and it's a little bit of stocks that would benefit from it. And then we've got this clear level here at 70 for NLR. So this may be a way that I'm going to express this trade as well, just in case maybe the commodity itself sells off, but some of these names that are uranium related end up pushing higher. Then this might be a good middle ground to see if you can get the best of both worlds.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for being here with us. There's one name that you mentioned a while ago that I wanted to touch base on, and that was that golden arch pattern we had in McDonald's. They had earnings. The earnings were not necessarily the strongest report, but it actually had some strong support coming off earnings. So now that we've been a few weeks removed from that report, what are your thoughts on this stock right now, MCD?
It's looking good, and I remember us having this chat, and the idea was, right, you can make the joke there pretty easily that's your golden arch is there, and 250 was your level. And I think I have to remember, because I don't actually have this position, but I think my commentary at the time was, when these tops turn out not to be a top, those can sometimes be the strongest patterns. When you have something like a Head and Shoulders or a double top and it ends up not being a top, you end up getting a lot of people caught offside. You're never going to get a really high short float in something like McDonald's, because the float is so big that people could be short billions of dollars of McDonald's and it would never show up in the float itself. But you can kind of see patterns like this. So I like that. Even though I obviously don't know the earnings, but I'll believe you that the earnings were not so great, and then you have a positive reaction off of them, I think that's fantastic. That adds to the credence of that. If this is not a top and just a consolidation pattern, it ends up being that, then I think it will probably be actually a pretty good trade and a pretty good long. So I would just kind of zoom in, and it looks like we're putting in what could be considered a little bit of a bull flag here. And I think you could just play it like that. So if we end up breaking out of this bull flag, you can take your trade right there. You could, worst case, put your stop down here below 250, or you could just put it in the low of the flag. And if we get back up to 300, that's a pretty good risk reward for such a slow kind of safe mover like this. So you're not going to worry about it dropping, 50% overnight or anything like that.
So I know, Michael, thanks for that analysis there. We like that, those golden arches. We're loving it. But there it is. Okay, so just really, really quickly, is there any sort of an idea right now, something that we haven't talked about that maybe you want to touch on? I mentioned maybe Bitcoin, but that didn't do too much today. I sort of thought it might do something off 60,000. Is there any sort of, you don't have to touch on that if you didn't want to. Was there anything maybe, MSTR we've talked about for Bitcoin, Coinbase, anything like that, Mara, or any specific names before we wrap this up?
I'm going to go with the Bitcoin that you just mentioned.
Perfect.
The reason for it is that it looked so bad when the market was crashing there. Below, we'll use MSTR as a proxy. The Bitcoin chart will look relatively the same. When we were below this prior support right here, it looked like the whole thing was falling apart and Bitcoin was going to crash entirely. And then it just rallied back up. And that shows an underlying bid that's out there that's very interesting to me. So I want to wait a couple days and see if there's any more repercussions of this reverse carry nonsense that happened. But I really like the reversal that happened in Bitcoin. Bitcoin. I think it caught a lot of shorts offside. And if we hold this level, it could be higher. And again, I mentioned it a few times, I love trades like this that I have a line in the sand. As long as we're above it, I'm bullish. If we break below it, I'm bearish. And I will mention again, Mara is becoming more interesting to me as a target for this year. I backed off the Mara for a while because it wasn't doing well as a company, but it looks like, based off some report I read this morning, they're going to be doing something like MicroStrategy, where they raised a bunch of money this morning to buy more Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin gets moving, and with the 25% of the float or 1/4 of the float in Mara that is short, if we get a move in Bitcoin, I think I can go back to the well here on Mara one more time.
Michael Noss, thank you so much for joining us one more time. We got to put a wrap on this one. It's 4:28. Thank you so much. Over 3,000 hung out with us and Michael. So I want to thank you for, again, coming this morning, coming again today, and we'll see you hopefully on later in the week as well. It's Michael Noss. Thank you so much. They can find you just by simply Googling your name, as we've said many times, or find you on X or on Instagram as well. Thank you for the great ideas, and we will chat soon. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks for having me.
Ciao. That's Trader Talk. All right, look, can't have better guests than we have on the show, and Michael is just one of them as well. Home sweet home, we say here on the sticky note today, because we were back. We came with some banger ideas, I feel like, today. Amazon was a really positive note. If you come over to my screen right here, we'll just show quickly the sticky note. I don't have to go too much of the review here, but yeah, we had Robinhood, 1850, Apple we like long, XOM was a great trade, and there's Bitcoin as well. Join me later on. TQs was a great trading today on the market as well. XOM, a little bottom pick as well. Robinhood didn't work early, but worked late. As that started to go up to the upside, we got to do roll call. All right, look, I got to get out of here, man. I overbooked myself one more time as I got a game over there at Hyde Park in just over an hour, so we got to get there ASAP. So right now, we will do roll call. Look, I want to thank absolutely everybody for joining me and Adara here on the recap show. This is the best show for a reason. I feel like we've got the best guests. We bring in you live earnings reports. And before we do recap, roll call. Well, so we're going to do roll call. Let me just review Rumble just real quickly. We won't talk about any of the numbers, but Rumble right now, weekly chart now. Let's go to a 1 minute chart. See what's going on with that. 609 right now, holding 4%. So a little disappointing of a move. I thought we were going to get 13 or so % right now, but it's roll call. So let's see who's here. Thank you so much to Lava, who also says, thanks, Nospa. She says, thanks, Santa, says Adrian. Yeah, you know, I was in a Loblaws, which is a grocery store, and Christmas music was playing.
You're joking, right?
In August.
No.
And I was looking around, I was like, what's going on here?
Why? Exclusively Christmas music? Or it was like a mix with
I got out of there. I think it was 2 songs in a row.
Thank God you left.
Enough for this, man. Cash out, man. Give me that sushi and I'm out of here. All right, now, what did we get yesterday? Oh, it was ribs. We got some ribs. The daughter wanted ribs, so we threw those down on the... Yeah, that was really nice. Okay, there's Neil Roberts is here. BB is here. Brandon Townsend is here. Sebastian is here as well. Yeah, we have our cash cow hat on right there today. You're right about that one. Compu team right now. Nice to see you as well. Travel Buddy is right here as well. Eli, Trader Buck, Lionel Martinez. Hey, what's up, Lionel? They're Tay2 certified. Tate McRae. Hertz Scramblers here as well. Jora FX, Anureg, the Piper, Zion, Lala, and everybody. Look, for the team. Thank you, Fabian, for staying late. I'm back now, man. Thank you for the lemon tea, by the way. That was really nice. There at the end, it got me going a little bit here. But I got to scram, but I'm back tomorrow at 8:30. You're back tomorrow at 8:30.
I am also, yes.
When's your next time off?
I have no idea.
Take some time off. I mean, why not? Why not? We're all doing it around here now, but it's great to be back with everybody. Shout out to Brendan, Neil, of course, Sharif, Fabian, someone named Ramin. I don't know. She's all right. Do not send her this clip. And we'll be back tomorrow. So for everybody here at Trader TV Live, I'm Trader TV Sean and Trader TV Dara. Go find us all over social media. Until tomorrow, I'll see you then. Ciao, everybody.
Bye.